Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolishing Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. Bum, bum, bum. Tonight's guest, Math Pig, left over from our regular Tuesday show. Thanks for coming back, Math Pig. And also a new person I'm just meeting tonight, Brent Lee. Math Pig, will you shill the stuff you do on YouTube, please?
19 seconds delay, man. 19 seconds delay. That's what I was doing, just counting the delay. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes. Tuesday nights, everybody knows what we do on a Tuesday night over on my channel. We do aliens. No, Richard. I've known Richard as of too long. So tonight was the start of our 5th series. We are going through what is known as the Book of Jubilee, or as what it is known as in the Ethiopian Bible as the Book of Division. It is an alternative reading of Genesis from when Moses goes up the mountain. It's the original. All right, you really want me to be controversial? It's from 160 at its earliest date, BCE. It's an alternative version. Right, you're making me all nervous, you motherfucker, with your ginger beard. Right, it's basically Genesis from Moses walks up the mountain to the Exodus, but it also has slightly added information. It talks more about the angels. It talks more about Adam and Eve's daughters. It goes down more lineage and stuff like that. So it's like a slightly different, more interesting version of Genesis. So we started that tonight. 10 verses? 10 verses we got?
Yeah, we got 10 verses. I feel like Brent is probably like going, what the hell are they talking about? So I'm going to let you in on something, okay, that you may not be aware of about me personally. I feel that all the ancient religious stories around the world are actually talking about ancient human aliens arriving as a mass invasion, like an actual alien invasion, but surprise, they're us.
Okay.
Does that make better sense? Some of the things he said now.
Do you remember the movie? Do you remember the Aliens movie, whatever the fuck it was, quite recently, a couple of years ago, where you see that big giant bald white guy break shit down and fall into the water?
Oh, Prometheus, yeah.
Prometheus, right? Think Prometheus crossed with like Stargate SG-1.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Can I get a little smidgen of Star Trek in there?
Dude, no, there ain't no mobile phone.
I want a little smidgen of Star Trek.
Okay, you can have a wee sprinkling of Cisco. All right.
Okay.
If we give you a Picard, it'll just over.
No, that's too much. That's too much. No.
A wee bit of
Overflowing.
But yeah, Brent, to introduce Brent, I came across Brent a wee while ago, just as I say, from live streams and stuff. And due to our timing and things like that, what was it, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Brent?
Yeah, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Brent was completely live, all by himself, with nobody in the live chat at like 4 in the morning or something. I was like, hi. You know, so we started chatting and stuff. We got a wee bit of banter going. And he tried to send me the StreamYard link to join. It went to some wrong account, and then he eventually found me, and we bantered. And will be on my channel this Saturday for some madness. And yeah, he was free tonight. We hooked up to make sure we were happening on Saturday. And I was like, fuck it. Come on, join Richard.
Right on. And thanks for coming by. What do you do on your channel? You have a channel, yeah? So what do you do there?
I on the YouTube channel, I do I find these weird, like, obscure fundamentalist Christian videos, and they're riddled with the conspiracy type stuff, you know. And it's just really fun because a lot of them are just so bizarre that you know, I can just get a lot of comedy fodder out of them, you know. And so yeah, that's what I do on the YouTube show. I also do a podcast where I read Christian articles. I just read them word for word and make fun of them as I go through.
Okay, it sounds like fun. Now, the reason that, Brent, the reason I call my channel Demolish Doctrine is because I believe all these doctrinal beliefs within these Christian churches and other churches, not just Christianity, are they've taken something that was given to them as a fairy tale to tell a story and turned it into religion, which is just so fundamentally flawed. And although I'm sure the authorship would have known that was going to happen and willing to allow us to suffer through that, it's not the intent of the writing whatsoever.
I mean, honestly, that's how it seems. I mean, it's a lot because some of it you can't even figure out what the lesson. I mean, I don't know. Some of it is just so bizarre that you're just like, what is even the fucking point? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I swear on here?
You just did.
A
little late now.
Keep fucking sure your fucking channel. Fuck.
Yeah, I accept what humans are. Okay.
No, you don't.
So don't worry and just be yourself, please.
You say humans are aliens, you're lying.
That's part of accepting what we are. Yeah.
Alien overlords.
I definitely think, like, yeah, you're right that there are more like fairies. Because, like, if you look at the story of like Balaam, the story doesn't even make
Balaam
narrative.
and Balak. Do you mean Balaam and the donkey?
The donkey. Yeah, that one.
Right.
But the story doesn't even make narrative sense. Like it's like he asked God, like, can I do this thing? And God's like, no. And then he asks, can I do this thing seriously? And he's like, okay, yeah. And then he goes to do it, and then the donkey's like, hey, we can't do this thing. And it's like, why did God tell him to do it? It's like, it doesn't even make, like, even Star Wars has more logical consistency than a story like that. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, dude, seriously, no. Richard doesn't understand this, but his good aliens are technically the Empire.
They're the Empire. Okay.
Okay.
No, it is the Empire. We've talked about this. The whole idea
I just
of
don't
the
know which
Republic.
empire you mean.
Do what I tell you, or you get the fuck out.
To some extent, that's right. To some, it's my way or the highway. Ultimately.
Yes, and it's okay to split your family up, torture you, put you through all this, and
not
you
forever. You make it sound like they're split up forever.
Oh no,
they're
I'm
split
really
up for the
trying to
judgment.
Make you sound,
That's
no,
it.
I'm trying to really sound like an evil cunt. Richard would be a proponent of the ends justifies the means.
If good enough. Yeah.
This is my channel.
Wait. No, it's not.
No, it's not. Richard is a proponent that the ends justifies the means, and that the fact that his good aliens are the arbiters of what is correct, because at the end of all this torture and 7 years and bullshit that we have to go through, you have the ability to have a body that has no medical problems, that can live on. You get telekinetic powers, telepathic powers. You have the ability, if you want, to go and get your own spaceship and fuck off with your family and travel through the universe. And because you get all of this after this evil shit that's happened, it's cool.
Don't forget about the theory of permanent suicide.
Don't forget about the fact that you're a proponent of an electric universe too, but we're not even going down that route tonight.
There are parts of electric universe that I think are valid. There's a lot of it that I think is not. But that's another story. Okay,
I'm
so
just trying to give Brent a nice rounded version of Richard. Have a bit of fun,
like a peachy rump. Gotcha. Okay,
we're
so
a peachy bump.
all right, so on the donkey story. Now, you know there's a few animals in the story not acting like regular animals. There's a few of those, right?
Oh, yeah.
But if I said it this way, now, I'm talking peace and respect, Krish. I'm speaking from an internal critique, okay? Which is not the same as me saying I can prove this in reality, but it is the same as me saying, is this consistent in the text? Okay? If that's fair. So I'm only going for consistency, not necessarily reality. All right? Okay. So if I said biblically, never, you know what? Let's just forget that story. But let me just describe an idea from the text to you and see what your response is. Okay.
Cool.
So there's this one who's against God, right? Even though he pretends to be on God's side. And he's all self-righteous, right? And he's imitating the one who's actually righteous. Now, the one who's actually righteous is the first one to see the angel. That is to say, he's like first begotten of the dead. He's the first one to know the truth. He's the truth holder. Okay? But the other guy is like pretending to be him. So he's kind of, you could say in modern terminology, you'd say riding his coattails.
Okay.
Would you know who I'm talking about? Do you know the Bible well enough to know who I'm talking about, or am I being too vague?
Is that like Satan? Or is that the devil?
And who's the other character?
God, right? Or Jesus?
Jesus. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. All right.
Now that's yep. I got
that, in Hebrew idioms, that's precisely the donkey. All right. Now there's two words that got translated into donkey in the text. One of them is a she-ass, and a she-ass means dependable and cooperative and all the nice things that you want from a pack animal. But then there's a red-haired ass, and he's just the worst parts of a donkey. He's stubborn. He doesn't want to cooperate with anything. He'll try to shake the load off. I mean, he's just a pain in the ass.
Okay. Yeah.
Which I should have said that a different way. He's a difficult animal to deal with, okay? But they both got translated as the word ass, all right? So when you look into that story, you find out that it's she-ass, strong, sure-footed, can produce offspring, all the good stuff, right? And then you find out the guy who's riding on it, he can't see the angel.
Right.
But the she-ass does see the angel. In fact, the she-ass tries to save the rider. Because the angel with the sword is not there to kill the ass. It's there to kill the rider.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think?
That's an interesting. So, are you saying that the devil impersonated God when he was talking to him, and that's when he said, "Yeah, go ahead and do the thing." So,
I let it slide for the moment, but I think it was actually the beast of Satan, not the devil himself. So the beast of Satan is imitating Christ. He's pretending to be Christ. He thinks that he's like righteous, but he's not, and he can't see the angel.
Richard, could I ask you to do a translation? And when you say the beast of Satan, do you mean the Antichrist?
Yes, the Antichrist. If that's yes,
that would be a better
way to say it. Okay.
But you don't. Okay, so you don't think that's going to be in the future?
No, I think that is of the future. In fact, I don't think these stories are historically accurate whatsoever.
Brent, if I could also give you a caveat that I think that we missed out on because we were getting obsessed about the whole ends justifies the means and aliens and sort of stuff.
I wasn't obsessed.
You were totally obsessed. You're a fucking zealot, you crazy bastard. Every goddamn day, 6 hours a day, you're totally obsessed. Richard does believe. Oh, brilliant, Richard. Rather than me speak for myself, could you or speak for you? Would you describe the picture behind you?
Love to. In fact, I'll do a little selfish thing. Peace and respect and welcome, William. All right.
Thank you, Richard.
Oh, I really need
all
to
right, like a fucking professor. Have you got your leather patches on your shoulder?
Hold on. I was thinking about sewing some leather patches onto a sweater because I like that look so much. But anyway. All right, so what this is a universal portrait from the world's religions, and I do mean several of them, where descending from the sky is 29 total count of spaceships, spherical in shape.
Can you point at things?
Not with the screen, not with myself blacked out. Oh my gosh, dude, I just did that. He's always trying to fix me. He's a good friend, really he is. All right, let me see if I can get this something like this. Okay. All right. So I'm doing the weatherman thing. So these here are the 24 elders, or 23 past earths and one for us, each having their own quote unquote New Jerusalem or new spaceship. Then you got these four right here, and these are the beasts around God's throne. Then you've got the big one that's over top of it. This is so hard to make a circle with your left hand mirrored on something that doesn't exist. You've got that is distractions, peace and respect. Serb, you better be Serb.
Yeah.
And great. All right. That's the quote unquote mercy seat, or the highest part of heaven, or the throne, quote unquote throne of God. Okay. Now that little silver disc you see is supposed to represent our moon. If this were better resolution, you'd see it's a pretty good portrait of our moon. And that is near the correct scale for the size of these objects. They'd be about that big, about as far away as the moon is. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, why was that a good idea? To say all that?
Because I don't think he realizes that this is technically the 23rd time that this has happened.
24th.
And that Jesus is a job.
Yeah, Jesus is a job description in the text, and it's really evident, which is why it says all these things that seem contradictory. Like, he's a Nazarene from Bethlehem. What the hell did you just say? Oh, he's born in the tribe of Judah, no Reuben. What are you even talking about? You can't be born in two different tribes. He's the Christ, he's the Jesus. Could you settle on something? Okay, but if you take the full description and you put it in the order given, it actually makes a very, very complete idea, which is the following. Christened to announce Jehovah is salvation. Jesus is not salvation, Christians. His very name means Jehovah salvation. Acting as a valve, like a one-way valve, like you go through it and you can't go back, right?
Okay.
For the place that was founded peacefully. That's the word Yarushalom, founded in peace. That is surrounded by a wall of rotating gates and or the zodiac. So meaning your specific position, one dude is to explain to you why Jehovah is salvation.
Okay. And that's what the Jesus is? That's what that translates
It's a job. It's a pretty good job description. Definitely not a name.
Huh. What is the Emmanuel? What does that come from? Because
that's two Hebrew words, which is the idea of accompaniment or standing beside. That's Emanu and then El, God. So it's like God standing beside us. Now
Okay.
that will be true when he does the job. That God will be beside you when he's doing the job, which is why he's like presenting God with you.
Huh. Okay. I think I'm following. Pretty complicated, man. Like, and how did you figure that? You figured this out through like just going through the translations and stuff.
I would love to say that I think I'm smart enough to do that. That would be awesome. By the way, that would make me smarter than the billions of people who've already read it. Nope. This was shown to me. And so far, for all my trying, I can't disprove it. And it seems to work universally throughout the earth in all of these ancient religious stories.
Except for every Tuesday when I disprove him for at least an hour. And
He has his own religion called Demolish Doctrine. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, even from an internal critique, I can show that. I'm going to go to the toilet. You all love me. I'll be back soon. Willie, good to hear you. Good to see you.
All right, let's give William a chance to talk. William, floor is yours, sir. How's it going, brother?
Oh, man, I'm just here to sit at the feet of wisdom.
Well, Robbie will be back from the toilet any minute now, so
I'm counting on
wait
it.
for that. All right.
I was
Serb.
actually talking about Serb, though.
Yeah, okay.
One of the most dangerous curses.
Someone calling you smart and then expecting you to like live up to that? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would want that.
It's this new edibles that's slowing him down.
Adderall.
Cerberus, what are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just going to take part in whatever was happening as a
You're
distraction.
more than welcome. More than welcome. Okay, so we have a new person somewhat via MathPig and through his own consciousness, Brent Lee, who's not been on the channel before, and has his own channel where, if you missed the beginning of this, he explained that he does comedy by reviewing fundamentalist Christian fringe views. Is that fair?
A lot of material there.
Yeah.
You're never going to run out till the end of the earth. Congratulations, you picked a great topic.
Right. Right.
That's never gonna run out of material. You'll have so much.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so what do you think so far of the idea that the ancient human beings from off of this earth, knowing what we would go through, gave us when whatever society was organized enough to have some gardens, not chase food constantly, and actually peace and respect, Wildheart. I should start calling you Dave because you are Dave, but
Yeah.
I want to get out of that old habit. That when we had 3 hours to sit down of an evening together, they gave us a religion in storybook, in fairy tale form, so that when they do what they've promised to do, whatever society you were in, whatever fairy tale you were told, will flip over into reality, like the same experience you had when you realized that Santa Claus was about sharing and giving and showing hope to children. The same kind of experience you had when you said, oh, Goldilocks is about accepting others different from you. And when your brain got old enough that you went, oh, I get the moral of the story now. It's not about a blonde German girl out in the woods. It's not what it's about. So an experience, what do you think of that theory?
Are you telling me porridge doesn't exist?
Porridge is real. So are bears. So are chairs. So are beds. What are you talking about? What do you think of that idea, Brent?
I mean, well, first of all, it's a hypothesis. Okay, but and I mean and because it's that, like, I just wonder, like, I mean, it sounds very interesting. Don't get me wrong. But I wouldn't know where to even begin to try to figure out if that's true or not, or how.
Right, but what do you think about the overall idea, though?
It's interesting. It's definitely not like the Mastick was saying. It sounds like a cool movie. Like, honestly, like, I would watch that movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it would make a great movie. You could even include like the alien invasion and everything, and how everybody is like going, "Oh, I get it now. This, red dragon in the sky made of 29 parts. I get it."
There's like 3 movies that basically covers your entire religion, for fuck's sake. You need to start watching entertainment.
I've got a question.
So, floor is yours, Mr. William.
How many books of the Old Testament are required to see what you're talking about? And if more books that aren't included in the Standard Bible are legitimate, would they carry the same code or name utilization of names?
Oh. Do you want to give a bad answer to that, Mathpick? Go ahead. Floor is yours, sir.
Nope.
I was laughing because he drops out if you insult him or anything, he'll drop out and come back in. But this time his devices are not connected. I don't know what, I laughed inappropriately. Okay, so we'll see if he gets his stuff connected back up. Okay, William, I don't know of a place or any story that doesn't include some aspect of this, although I think I'd probably have to select at least 4 stories from the Old Testament to get the whole thing. I'll give you an example.
Do they all come from the same author?
I believe there is a central experience and separate authors. For instance, if there was an alien invasion, right? And I don't believe this is true, but I'm going to use it for commonality of terms. Let's say the Native American Pueblo people who said we are star children, and those of us from the stars arrive on the red star Kachina. And then they saw this and they went, look, it's the Red Star Kachina, bigger than shit. We were right the whole time, right? We got Einstein here. And then the some I don't know, Islamic person goes, no, you're totally wrong. This has nothing to do with heaven. Everything about this is freaking wrong. You have the wrong God. So a bunch of Islamic priests and a bunch of these Native Americans, they go, okay, let's figure out who's right. Let's have a contest. Because my God is that guy right there, and he can do what he says he can do, and you're full of shit. So let's have a contest. Let's both build wooden altars, and you ask your God to light it. I'll ask my God to light it. We'll decide which God this is. In fact, the Pueblo people, they soak it with water. They're like, they let the other guy go first. They give them free reign. The other guys are like doing all kinds of crazy stuff, like smashing their heads on the ground, beating themselves with boards. They're just doing all this crazy stuff. Nothing works.
Why would you mute?
What's that?
I'm asking, why would he mute? People in the chat are saying there's a little echo from Dave.
Is that coming through?
That might be me with the echo. So.
Yeah. Well, when you want to talk, please feel free to unmute, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay. So they let him go first. Nothing. Eventually, the Pueblo people are like, maybe he's on the shitter. Maybe he's just busy. That's why he's not actually lighting your... And we just lost connection with. Hope he comes back. And you already know what story I'm talking about. But with heaven in the sky literal, that story makes great sense. Right? So...
I mean, that like they ignited the fire for the Pueblo, or Elijah
Right.
in this case.
Right.
Okay, but what does that have to do with what I asked you?
Gosh, I think that shows heaven in the sky in the moment. And
I was
is
talking about the
necessarily in. Maybe I misunderstood the question.
Yeah, and I'm talking about, you're basing a lot of your understanding in the names and how the names are broken down to give you the meanings behind the tales. And I'm saying there's other books of the Bible that are excluded. Now, do you exclude these because they don't maintain the same sort of code using names? Some of the ones that the early Christians used.
To say something doesn't belong in the Bible or doesn't belong in religion at all and was probably just written by people on earth, there's a lot of parameters I use for that. If the names don't match the high point of the story, then I'd say that's a pretty good clue. If they use words out of context compared to the rest of the stories, which I saw two tonight in Math Pig and Mine's show earlier, that I'm kind of suspicious of the word usage. If it doesn't have the depth of story where it can't be talking about end times, those are some pretty good indicators to me that some person on the earth wrote it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Sure. Sorry I didn't answer right away. I misunderstood. My apologies.
Brent's typing.
No,
Brent's
it's
typing.
Brent's typing.
Yeah, I've got Brent on Messenger. He's typing.
Well, he's welcome back, if he can get his connection straight.
He's going to let me know, I'm assuming. I'm just...
Okay. Cool. Thanks for the heads up.
And well, we did enough about Wildheart. I thought we'd talk about me for a while,
Oh, yeah. Do you want to talk about that in some depth there, William?
I don't know. I don't know where to go with it. I mean, I'm still exploring the Gnostic stuff, and so I'm trying to determine, what's valuable and what's not. And it's kind of changed a whole lot in the way that I look at the Old Testament. I definitely don't see the character of Jesus and the God of the Old Testament at all.
Right. Okay. I can kind of see where you could stand there pretty strong. Yeah, I warn Christians, don't start studying the Bible, because there's a really good chance you're going to lose your faith over that. Peace and respect to Freak. Welcome. And Brojo. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, so, wait, Brojo's been here a minute. I said hi to you earlier, didn't I? Anyway, okay, so I think, William, it all depends on how you look at it. I mean, a person can say something like, historically, there has to have been an Abram, right? And there has to have been, a physical Isaac. And if you look at the Old Testament that way, or even the New Testament that way, then you have questions like you did for Jill on your channel, I think about 6 or 8 shows ago, where you go, well, give me some evidence that this stuff happened in the past, right? And that's a challenge that nobody can meet, and you know it, right? So, and I'm not saying it's a loaded. I think it's an honest question, but you already know the answer. They're not going to give you any evidence that's actual in reality, that's actually verifiable, because they can't, right? And just like talking about like actual places and actual persons and actual events. Look, I really recommend that if you want answers to that kind of those kinds of questions, go ask the Jews. And here's why. Because the Jews understand, because they were neighbors with those people, because they were trading with those people, or having skirmishes with them or whatever. They would not look at it like, yes, we went and wiped out all of the Amalekites, and then they show up 4 chapters later. But they don't think that they ever did wipe out the Amalekites. They don't think so. It's the Christians who think that. And they look at it, there's a large percentage of Jews who look at it as philosophical lessons for exactly those kinds of reasons.
Okay, well, I guess if I was to base it on what Jesus said alone, talking to the Pharisees about their father and the God of this world, and looking at how Yahweh seems to be, he emotional, definitely emotional. Maybe there's evidence that he learns throughout some of the trials and all, but he's definitely not this all-knowing being and all. I don't get that at all, and
Right.
I don't know that it's necessary to try and make that connection. I don't think that Jesus makes the connection that the God of this world is his father. I think that you and I have talked about your belief system, and above the father in your belief system, there's a power, right? A
Sure.
source. Is that correct?
In how the Father interacts with the Son, and how he conducts end times and when, is very dependent upon his understanding of the Yod He Vav He.
Okay.
Because
So, and that would be the source of all things, right? The unnameable God.
no, it's the Yod He Vav He, and it's the words, the letters describe
Uh-huh.
what it is, and there's
Right.
no
It's a
getting around what
description
it
of it.
is.
It's a description of it, but it doesn't come from anywhere. No one named it because it didn't come from anywhere. It's always been.
I don't know how you'd show that from the text, but I can show from the text that it's 7 spirits, and there's a lot of
Okay.
repercussions to those ideas. I can show from
Hey,
the literal.
Can I really interrupt? I
You
love
already did.
William. I love William and Richard and Matthew.
Love you too. Truly, I do.
So, okay.
Okay. That the Hebrew language is a pictographic language, as you know, and those symbols have meaning in real life. They're literal things, and there's ideas behind the things, like they're super simple paintings, is what they are. So
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying the Yod Hey Vav Hey. I just, we look at things differently. I think that that's still talking about the material, like the ruler of matter. You know what I mean? Like,
well, so it sort of is actually. It is
yeah,
the
I'm not gonna
ruler
say the God
of.
of this world, the God of flesh, and or whatever. And I'm not saying that it doesn't have power or the ability to make things happen. Obviously, creational power, but I don't think that it's a morally
Okay.
good being all around. I think
Okay.
that
I'm
it's
gonna
got
say
faults.
something that I think will be really potent for you personally. Stop reading the translation and trusting it, because you should not. And here's why. Whenever they saw the terms the Father or Jehovah or Yahweh or the Tetragrammaton or Elohim, 5 different terms got translated as God. Now, those are different terms for good reasons. They mean different things. It's not all the same thing. And when you read like a King James and it just comes out God, you can't trust that to mean Yod He Vav He. You can't trust it to mean that. And in fact, there's a good percentage of the time that's not the right word. So, like, if you read in the Old Testament that, in the King, like say the King James, that God, created man. That's not the word God. It's wrong. In fact, it cannot mean a
No, it's
monotheistic
angels.
God. It
It's
means
angels.
well, it could be good angels, it could be bad angels, but it's a group of powerful beings of some kind, and you have to figure out what they're doing is good or not, you know. But you can't assume Christianity, and you can't assume the word God is a decent translation. It's not always. So
I
I
will
really
consider
recommend you
that.
go back and look at that. I think it'll make a big difference to you, seriously. Especially when you consider that Elohim is not necessarily benevolent, which I think is some of the
Yeah,
problem you're having.
I'm much more to the other end of that spectrum where I believe malevolent.
Well, what if I said Michael and his angels fought with Satan and his angels? Where the Greek word angel there is resting in the idea of an Elohim, and they call both of them angels because the same original thought was used. Meaning there are evil angels called
Right.
Elohim.
But I'm still not past the idea that this is that just because there are like good angels and bad angels as are considered underneath the ruler of this realm of this
Mm-hmm.
place that's the ultimate. I don't think that. I think that this material, it's like this thing might rule over um, below. It might rule below, but it doesn't rule in the mirrored image, the perfected image of all things above in the realm of idea,
Let me
the
see
realm of mind.
if I can steel man that. Your suspicion is that the evil acts described in the Old Testament, which are evidently moral atrocities, and they are committed possibly by the Yod He Vav He.
If that's what you want to call it.
Or are you saying that those stories are actually stories about Satan?
Yeah, more like that.
Okay, because yeah, I needed that clarity. Okay, I'm going to say when you start doing a little bit of word searches on that, you're going to find out you're sometimes right, but not on the ones that are going to make a big difference.
But it's not
Um,
just that. it's not just that. It's the declaration that I am the only God. There is no other God. My name is jealous.
Peace and respect, Hillary's and Cryptomeria. My name is jealous?
Yeah, at one point, the name given, that he apparently announces is that his name is jealous. I don't have the verse off the top of my head. You could probably
It's okay. I'll look it up
search.
and we'll
Yeah.
talk more about it later. I'm not asking for citations in a casual conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's just the
the
behavior.
Yahweh says that he is a jealous God. Yeah.
That's not the same thing as saying I am jealousy.
Yeah, but he says my name is jealous. Yeah, but the idea is just that he seems to be very insecure. He's very demanding. He's very childish through the first part of the Old Testament, and then slowly begins to calm down a little bit over time. It seems so, learning, but definitely not this omni perfected being that I hear from a lot of the Judeo Christian.
So I'm gonna make a prediction. What normally happens with people in situations like this is they find out that their pendulum is swung way over to one side. And then they go, well, holy crap, I didn't know my pendulum was that far off center. So they go, well, let me recenter it. So they go to center, which is all the way on this other side. And then they go, oh, wait a minute, that's not center either. And then they find center. People leave religion and they're extremely pissed off at first. And then they go the other way a little bit too far, and then they go back and they find a happy medium, and that's where I think truth is.
Well, I accept your prediction.
Yeah. That sounds good. Yeah.
Because life is not normally black nor white, but some shade of gray, and that's just how it is, like it or not. And it's usually the middle of the street, and it's usually not any kind of an extreme in either direction. And that's closer to reality. Peace and respect, Ivan Van Veen.
Oh, VV. VV is in such a. I love VV as well.
That sounds like a challenge. I have very broad brushes and only 2 colors.
Congratulations. What are the 2 colors?
The white and black. But
I'm sorry, black and white are not colors, sir.
you're right. They're no color or all color.
Yeah, I had
That's
this
correct.
argument at work the other day. Someone mentioned about being black and color. And no. Black is a lack of color.
I don't know. Are you talking about pigments or light?
I was being pedantic, and then they were pedantic back. I said black is a lack of color, and then the motherfucker was sitting in front of the computer with Google, and they looked up that ultimate black, new black paint that doesn't refract any light. Yeah.
Actually, I think I got a question for you.
No,
If you want to make
Black,
a color
black
darker,
and white. Black and white. Sorry, sir. Black and white are both colors.
that was a
Well,
math
either way,
Black is a color and white is a color. Yeah, they're both colors.
if you take
now we consider them colors because we see them with the eye. Okay?
Yeah.
But are you aware of how light makes something colored?
No.
So in pigments?
Really? Like everything we see, all the trees are green because it's the only color they don't like.
Yeah, it's the only color they reflect. Yeah.
Yeah.
They reflect. So yeah, I
so
was going to say refraction.
I don't know about only, but mostly.
So
but, yeah.
so technically they're every color but green.
but they refract. They reflect green.
Right.
Yeah.
Because what they reject is what we see.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah.
but then that's in light. In pigments, it's precisely the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my original statement that black is a color and white is a color is true.
No, it's completely wrong.
In pigments, it's true. Like you can. like that notebook is white.
Well, let me just ask you, what color is light? What color is light from our sun? What color is that?
What color is light for my son?
Yeah,
Yellow.
it's yellow.
Yeah.
Are we googling? It's actually white.
It's white.
If
Okay,
I can
which
It looks yellow because of the atmosphere.
if
filtering
I
Like-
can
out the
help,
blue.
like-
David,
That is
David.
white, and if I use a black pen on this white paper, then there will be black and white, the real thing. You know what I
okay,
mean?
Hillary's turn to try.
Yeah, David. White is an admixture of all the colors. Black is an absence of all the colors. Therefore, neither white nor black
Hello,
can
D.
be color.
Right? No, white is a color. I
No,
have a
it's
white
not a
notepad
color.
here. I have a
I-
white
I-
notepad.
I hate to tell you, but Dave wins. If white is all colors, then it should be true that white is a color.
Are you talking about
Nobody's
lights?
defined what a
okay,
color
let's
is.
exclude all other
Nobody's
wavelengths.
defined what a color is. Hillary's
let's-
definition is different than Whiteheart's definition.
Let's exclude every wavelength other, like green and blue and yellow. How much white do we have left?
No, but I'm saying
No,
that
I'm asking sir.
white is a color
Oh,
because
no, you've made
it's
color
not-
impossible.
You're right.
This
Yeah.
notepad is white, and I've
Yeah,
used
because the
a
color
black-
that is
Well, it's
white
not
is all
white.
colors.
It's not
I-
white when we exclude
I've
all
used
the
a
colors.
black pen to.
Wait,
No.
David,
so black
David,
and white is
David,
the
David, you're repeating yourself. Love you. Knock it off.
And look in the comments, David, I posted. I'm going to have to scroll back up so I can read it. The way that we perceive light is a wavelength hits the chromobodies in our retina. They change their states and cause a neuronal impulse to the brain. So there are 3 colors that you can see. And it's when all of them are done to the same amount, then you see white. That is all that you're seeing is those 3 colors in the same intensity, the same amount.
Right. So what color would you choose to use to describe this notebook?
Okay, if you're using
If-
it colloquially, I would agree that's white.
There you are.
If you're saying for like a
Dave,
crayon or
Dave, you just
something.
said it. You just pointed out the whole fucking point. What color would you use? You did a whole presupposition. You assumed that white was a color. The whole thing is, what word would you use to describe what you see? And
Yes.
Hillary could say, I see what people would use as a white page. All right? There's a difference between presupposition and bias. Now, shh, there was a conversation.
What we perceive as white is actually 3 base colors in equal amounts that look white to us. Is it literally actually white? No, it's not.
Is it not?
It's not,
That's very
really.
interesting.
Yeah,
So what?
If you
What?
want to,
What 3 base colors make up that white notepad?
I know all this.
Blue,
I want to say.
yellow, and red.
All right.
I was wanting to say it's just as accurate to call it blue, green, and red.
Yeah, for a human.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is why we can use a prism to split light into a rainbow, or why we see rainbow effects, is because white light is actually all of those colors.
Right. So this white notepad is actually blue, green, and red.
It's
Yes,
actually
these are.
rainbow colored already. Yes,
Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah.
but
I'm
all
gonna have to-
equally all over it simultaneously. So we perceive that as white.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look that up. And
Yeah.
yeah.
If it
That's
weren't true,
good.
rainbows wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. You got yeah. Yeah. You know I'm slow. That just made sense.
Well,
Yeah.
Wildheart, I have an argument for you.
Yeah.
If white is not a color, then surely you could point out to me what part of the pseudo color white is not color itself.
You have to reword
What's
that. I
pseudo-
couldn't even catch that.
So I'm saying, like, out of the properties of what the color, quote unquote, color white is, which property isn't color?
There will be no property that isn't color. Like
right? So it's
even if it's
fully
white
color.
or it's red, blue, and there will be no property that isn't color.
Yeah, so it's fully color. So it is a color.
It's fully, yeah, it's fully
My
color.
lord,
Yeah.
Until you start
describe
talking about
red to me.
pigments.
Describe red to me without using the word red. Go.
Ooh, that's great.
Yeah,
I
that'd
can do it.
Hot. It tastes
can do
like
it.
cherry.
Dark pink.
yeah,
Yeah,
a very dark
red,
pink. Yeah,
I would have said light maroon. That's what was in my head. But
Yeah.
I
That's
can
exactly
do
what
it.
through my head too.
yeah,
I can do it
yeah.
just by using things that naturally occur that are that color.
But if you're colorblind, how do you describe red to someone who is colorblind?
Oh, now we're talking. We're going to get directly into the argument from Qualia right after
Yes,
this.
well, that's what fucking
Oh,
we're doing.
probably.
Here.
Yeah.
Back to
Yeah.
the fucking aliens and an interesting conversation rather than shit that every single person on this panel has debated before. All right,
Hey, I know how to explain it without the color.
go.
It's that feeling you have right before you really have to pee and you think you might not make it.
Pardon? What? What more?
It's the feeling you have when you think you have to pee, but you might not make it.
That's blinding light to me.
That's what you see as red.
That's right.
My description of red would be a combination of danger and standing too close to a fire.
Okay.
Huh.
That sounds a lot like red to me.
Yeah.
yeah.
Definitely the.
That
I
will
think we're
work.
describing the same thing.
Yeah.
Yes, but this is the thing. We've all been through it. That entire philosophical conversation took people in fucking Greek 20 years. We did it in 2 minutes because we've all been through it. Thanks for your input.
Oh,
Back to
Richard
the-
Madsen.
Shush. Make way for Marty. Hi, Marty.
Make way for me. Hi. Hi,
Peace and
Wild
respect,
Heart.
Marty. Welcome.
Your
Haven't
heart's
seen
looking
you.
well.
Marty, no, Richard Madsen. I'm just gonna have a go at you for letting Marty on. She's one more person that I'm gonna love.
I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing, Wild Heart?
And I'm doing good, but I've recently found out that I have a mental condition that makes me love like female. Yeah, Richard, by letting him on, you've made me love one more.
That mental condition is called alcohol.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is that all it is?
Well, no, that's
No.
a big component of it, though. It lowers your inhibition.
Sorry, I wasn't. I'm gonna go at you, Matt. It's just you are very beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Folks, you can hurry armpits. No, go on.
You forgot the
Why? I'm here because you told me to. I'm here stalking Math Pig. So, and it's hot in my room, so I took off my sweater. Would you like me to change my shirt, Math Pig?
I don't know why you're asking my permission. Dave's the one trying to sweet talk you here.
Well,
No, I'm not. It's a genuine medical condition. That yeah.
So not a new excuse for your alcoholism.
you're not. You're not drinking again, Wild Heart, are you?
Yes.
You are.
Yes, I am. I've had 3 bottles of vodka today.
That's not good.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's not good.
Three half bottles.
3 half bottles. Yeah.
Well, that's
one
just
half.
stupid economy. You should literally just buy a liter because it's cheaper than 3 half bottles and it's a little bit less alcohol. So you'd be both drinking less and saving money. So just 3
There you
half.
go. It's practical.
Dude.
Or you should be telling him to stop drinking, Math Pig. What are you kidding me?
Oh no, I did that for a year and a half, nearly 2.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
Richard, I know you don't like when you're streaming. Let's get back to the religious talk.
Oh no, I thought you wanted to talk about you, David. No.
No,
You made the point. No, you made the whole thing about you. Let's talk about you. How's your
No,
situation? No, you wanted to talk. You wanted center stage. Let's talk about you right now. Why are you here right now? Did you join to sleep on the sofa and just be in a group of people? You have actual conversations that you want to have. Like you wanted the conversation to be about you. So let's talk about you.
No,
Mr. Beard, I love
didn't.
her.
No, I didn't want it to be about me. No, I don't want to take over the stream.
No. You
Wait,
do
wait.
want it to be about you, man. Seriously. Like, you
Almost
literally
everybody all the
started a
time wants
stream
everything
on
to be
someone
about
else's-
themselves.
You started a
Not
stream.
really.
You started a stream on someone else's channel with the introduction, I'm going to get in trouble with this because someone's gave me permission and I'm taking advantage. I'm a drunk. I make silly mistakes. Like,
Yeah,
you're going
no,
out of your way.
I've been.
You're going out. Let me finish.
I'm-
No, you talked over everybody.
Math Big, shush.
Oh,
Shush.
go ahead.
Yeah, shush. I'm trying to get better. They told me at the probation that I need to take responsibility upon my actions, and I'm trying to do it. It's just it's a long process.
Right.
It's going
So
to
you
take a while.
continue to do bad things and just scream, I'm aware now that I'm doing a bad thing, so that makes it better? No, you stop doing the bad thing and you apologize for your previous bad things. You don't do bad things and then stick your hand up in the fucking air and go, hey, doing a bad thing, totally aware of it.
Yeah.
No, I tried in the private chat. I asked you to be quiet. Everybody was having a private conversation. Everybody's having a good conversation. You wanted to make it about you. We're now talking about you. You get what you want.
Yeah. No, go back to the other conversation.
Have you ever pushed a snowball off a hill and tried to stop it when it's 4 foot tall, rolling really fast? Don't work. Pushed it off the hill. We're now talking about you.
No, Math Pig, I apologise for anything I've done wrong and why you're angry at me.
I'm not angry at you. I just have no respect for you anymore because of what you've done. So
Yeah,
if you
but
want to make the
Richard,
about you,
Richard, go back to the. Yeah, I'm just going to talk over.
Panic shit.
I'm just going to talk over you because Richard, go back to the religious talk. And I'm sorry for turning up drunk. I'm real sorry.
No, you're not. Sorry, means
peace and respect, Leo.
Changed behavior. That's how you show you're sorry for your behavior.
That seems reasonable.
Change behavior. My ex-boyfriend is an absolute jerk, and he apologizes for his behavior, and then he doesn't change the behavior. Well, you're not actually sorry if you're not changing the behavior. It's that simple.
Yeah, I am trying to change the behavior.
I know it's difficult. I'm familiar with addicts. My biological mother is a recovering addict, and she didn't get clean from when I was 4 till I was in junior high, so like 14. So I know it's difficult. I know it's not easy. But when you say you're sorry and you continue to do the thing, that's not actually trying to change the behavior. You have to want to actually change and to actually want to stop. And there's nothing anybody can tell you that's going to make you stop. You have to want it on your own. And if you don't want it on your own, you're going to keep doing this.
I can tell you some things that'll help.
No fucking respect for you because you don't make the effort. You didn't even shave your own fucking face when you had 3 months locked in a room with no drink or no fuck all. You were in prison for 3 months. You couldn't shave yourself.
Because they won't give you raises in prison for obvious reasons.
Yeah, because of the bullshit attention seeking that you pull like this right now.
No, I've been trying to get the conversation back to not about me. I really don't want it to be about me.
No, the freak. No, the Holy Spirit is not the only thing that can take away the desire for substances. Stop it, because that actually doesn't. That's not. No, that's not. Stop
My
it.
Lord spent fucking months in prison reading the Bible, no alcohol, sat there, read the Bible, come out of fucking prison. First thing you're gonna do, get fucking pissed. Right, I need to leave or I'm gonna be angry. I need to mute. Oh my God, hard truths.
No, so I know something that can actually help. Peace and respect, Harple Blues, Secular Pagan Mum. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you. I know something that'll really actually help. Try developing new habits.
Yeah.
Habits that aren't like your old ones. Habits that change your life. Habits that might make it inconvenient to drink.
Build Gundams.
What's that?
Build Gundams.
They're Gundams.
Yeah.
Ooh.
and
Oh,
build them
good anime.
Gundam dumping style. Sure.
Gundams are like giant mech kind of robot things from an anime series called Gundam, and one of my favorites is Gundam
Marty.
Wing, and there's Gundam X, and there's Gundam this and Gundam that.
Yeah, Marty gets it.
Right, I thought he said condoms.
Build condoms. Sure.
Build
That
condoms.
could be an interesting hobby.
Hey,
But seriously, David, what hobbies do you hold right now? What things do you do?
I just speak to everyone online, like all the time.
That wouldn't get in the way of you drinking. What habits do you have that what hobbies or habits do you have that are inconvenient to drink while you're doing them?
I'm thinking of doing like charity work, like working at a food bank or something.
there you go.
Yeah,
That's a very good idea.
yeah.
Or he can build Gundams. If you want to build it, can't be drunk because you'll just mess it up.
I'll fill condoms because I can do that as well.
Not exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah.
but,
Yeah, I did not want to picture that.
no, but seriously, when are you going to start? You said you want to like help serve food or
Yeah.
organize maybe food boxes or something like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the local church. I sent them my email address, but they never got back to me.
When did you send them your email address, and when was the first time that you suggested going and helping charity work? Because no harm to you. I swear to fuck, I need to leave. Oh God.
No, don't, Matthew. Don't leave.
No, but
Yeah,
seriously, no, Dave. I don't want to hear from you. I've been thinking. Okay, I really don't want to hear that anymore because I've been listening to it for nearly 2 goddamn years. And dude, like, I offered to come over and stay with you for the weekend and help you clean your fucking house. My mother even seen a picture of your house. She fucking offered. We have people that, like, my drug dealer sent you 60 quid to buy food and you bought vodka with it. You got that fucked up. You ended up with a restraining order against your mother. No, seriously, please listen to me. I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm going to try and be calm. I'm personally going to assessors. I'm on tablets, and I'm personally trying to do better. Okay? And I'm not going to shout at you. I'm just going to be honest with you. Man.
Yeah.
Stop saying I plan to. Actually do it.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Yeah. I am doing it.
No, you're not.
I've been to probation today. I'm going into detox and rehab.
Okay, well done for you. You're doing legally what you must do so you don't end up back in prison without alcohol. So you were doing what is needed to continue to drink. All right? That's what you're doing. And whether you want to admit that or not, telling me that you're going to probation and going to rehab is a legal requirement so you don't end up back in prison. And when you
the detox and rehab was my choice. I'm
very sorry, but I personally don't believe you because I've had these conversations with you before, and detox and stuff was a legal requirement that you had
Marty,
to do.
Keep these cowboys reined in, will you?
You got it.
You have so many freaking people that try to help you. No.
Yeah, change the topic about. Go back to Phil's. Leo is here. Yeah, go back to philosophical stuff.
Yeah, let's hear what Leo has to say because Leo agrees with me. Leo, your turn. You're as nice as I am.
I am here to serve as an emotional anchor for Dave. Hi, I'm Dave. However,
imagine it's a wrestling ring. I just tagged Leo.
I do agree with Math Pig. I think some sense of toughness is needed. I think what I would say is that I want Wildheart. I want Dave. I don't know if that's his real name, but I'll just call him Dave since that's what's on the screen.
Leo, I have balanced your mic to match everyone's else. Please do not change it.
Okay.
Thank you.
My real name is David Grant.
That's fine. Don't tell people online your real name. Okay. So, I just want you to know that there might be some people that are hard on you for decisions that you have made. But just remember, if somebody doesn't care about you, they're not gonna give a shit what decisions you make. So if people are hard on you because of the decisions that you've either made in the past or are making now, it might upset you, but at the same time, I think that there's a sense in which it should, because the people doing that care about you.
Yeah, like Bojo, he won't let me onto his streams, and Mathpig as well. Yeah,
Well,
I get that. Yeah, it's because they care. Yeah, which is brilliant.
so you don't have any hobbies? You don't have any things that you like to do? You don't like to go fishing? You don't like to go for walks in the park?
yeah.
You don't like to, I don't know, do some knitting or something?
No, I do have a fishing, like a lot of fishing stuff. Yeah, but most of the time I just spend online, like in these kind of streams.
Why don't you go do some fishing?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't like to do fish? Come on, it's fishing.
If you're sitting here online,
you could
that
be
gives you
sitting on the
opportunity
bank.
to drink. Yeah,
Fishing.
it gives you opportunity to drink. That is my cat. It's not a pillow.
Every time you want to have
Pussy
a
hat.
drink,
It's a pussy hat.
just keep a little thought in your mind there, buddy. Every time you want to drink, just go to the bank and cast those lines.
Yeah, I've got a full like fishing kit, like a massive. Yeah, I can
Are there
go fishing.
places close to you where you can go fishing at?
Yeah.
Like, I'm being serious, Dave. Like, go fishing.
Yeah, seriously, go out.
Have some fun.
Yeah.
Do you like to cook? Because you can maybe cook the fish.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you definitely
yeah.
should cook the fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, cooking. Halsey in the side chat. Yeah, she's been helping me with the cooking.
And
Yeah.
Dave, if I can say, man, to be desperately honest, no one is saying to you here that you need to be a pioneer, you need to go teetotal or anything like that. Everybody here, when they, I'm not going to be misogynistic or anything like that, but a lot of guys, they go fishing, they bring, a couple of beers with them. So if you designate yourself 4 to 5 hours of going and fishing and bring 2 beers with you, you're not going to go through any problems or anything like that. You're still going to be having that, have your cigarette. Set yourself a limit. Buy what you need for the week instead of buying in excess and then being broke. Designate it, run it out. If you say, fuck, I love getting pissed, so I'm going to buy 2 bottles of vodka. If that's your limit for the week and you drink them on Monday and Tuesday, you've got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to be normal. So no one's asking you here to be a pioneer. We're all here to help you in your steps. It's just, but if we keep giving help and you keep just disappearing to prison, getting sober and coming back, trying this bullshit again, the amount of new people in your channel that you just drag in, they feel sorry for you, they stick around for 3 months, then they piss off again. Richard's here, Marty's here. I've been here for ages. Cryptomeria has been here for ages.
Yeah,
Al's been here for ages. There's a few of us getting fucking
I appreciate it, but I genuinely don't know why every time I join the panel it turns about me.
Because you keep interrupting people.
Explain that.
You keep showing up drunk, Dave. You show up drunk, you're going to say something.
No, it's not even the showing up drunk. You can show up drunk. There's been people drinking. Leo shows up drunk every fucking Saturday night in my streams.
I'm definitely not drunk. I can assure you that.
No.
None of you have seen me drunk. Believe
the point. What I'm saying is,
I've seen you drunk. I think you've been drunk before on streams. Have you not? Really?
No. The point of it is,
privately,
heart,
yes.
you interrupt and you make it about you.
You've been high as fuck. I've seen you high as fuck. Yeah.
Well, high is not the same as drunk.
He was high. Yeah.
You're defining drunk as blackout, right?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I would define drunk as chatty, loved up.
I would define drunk as incapable of operating a motor vehicle.
Yeah.
I've never been on a stream that has been live on YouTube where I couldn't go and operate a motor vehicle.
Okay, so your definition of being drunk is not being able to drunk drive.
Yeah, no, if you are at the point where you cannot meaningfully and carefully operate a motor vehicle, then I'm sorry, you're drunk.
I
If
would
that's
guess-
after half
yeah,
a beer,
no,
then good on you for getting drunk on half a beer. That's
If
what
you
I.
can't stand up and
I
then carry
agree
on a
with Leo.
conversation, then you have no business being behind the wheel of a car. So there's
I would not-
that's how I gauge it. If I can't stand up or have a conversation, I have no business being behind the wheel of a car. That's my gauge.
I think Leo
Or when
might be Irish.
Yes,
Motherfuckers-
that too.
When they got the
Motherfuckers
little
used
wobbles
to-
and they're just standing there, just
The wobbles.
but they
The
don't fall.
wobbles.
They don't fall. They're just sitting
Weeble
there with the
wobbles.
weeble
Weebles
wobbles.
don't fall. Weebles don't fall down.
They used to fucking put me in the taxi home first because we lived 3 miles out of the town. Because even after a night of drinking, put Robbie in the taxi first because when Robbie gets home, he can get into his car and then come and pick the fucking rest of us up for free. You know,
Oh,
I
yeah.
understand. I understand what Leo
How
means.
close do you live together, Mathpig?
Who, me and Leo, in each other's
No,
pockets
yeah,
all
no,
the
me
time.
and me and Math Pig live like
Rent free in each
4,000
other's
miles
heads?
away, 4,500 miles away. Rent free in each other's
From-
heads.
From Wild Heart,
Dave,
Mathpig.
I believe, lives in
Jackass.
Manchester.
Manchester, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
okay.
Manchester.
Yeah. Yeah.
As the crow flies,
I've recently got paid, so I can probably pay for you and a journey
Don't
over
you
here.
have free you have free healthcare, Dave, right? You have the NHS.
Oh, that must be nice, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. How often do you use
Use that.
Well, hold on. Let me ask a quick question to Mathpete before I continue. Mathpete, does the NHS, as far as you know, offer services free of charge or at least at a very affordable price for mental health services?
I can tell you this by personal experience. I'm literally in the process of that right now myself, Leo. What they do is they give you a medical assessment, not by a therapist, someone who is classified as a medical assessor. I went in, they have a half an hour designated. This is a funny story. I think I mentioned it to Richard and both Marty, but I went in for my one designated mental assessment. They then decide, tablets or therapy or whatever, they assess your mental health. And after 40 minutes of a 30-minute interview, she turned to me and was like, yeah, Robbie, you're the second person in my entire career that I have no idea what to do with. So I'm going to give you a ring in the next couple of days and can we make another appointment? So I went back again then for another mental assessment. We discussed tablets and stuff. I'm now on a very low dose of an SSRI. It's helping me to not rabbit hole. It's doing quite well. And she's due to ring me on Tuesday, see how things are going. And if I'm still having issues, then I get the option of only 5 therapy sessions, upwards of an hour, provided by the NHS. After that, it's a minimum that the cheapest I can find is £25 a session to £45 a session. So you get 5 off the NHS. That's it.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
No, I thought it was good.
The US has, but it could be it needs improvement. Dave, can I ask where do you where do you work?
I don't work.
Why not?
I'm a plasterer. I got an MBQ in plastering, but I haven't worked for like 15 years because of the mental health problems.
Oh, okay.
You do realize that you can set your own hours, you can be your own boss, and there's a guy in Guildford that charges a third of what a professional plasterer would pay or would charge because he was a plasterer in Poland, and he's going to do totally replaster the roof and stuff for a third of the cost because I have to pay him cash. He was a plasterer in Poland. He's no paperwork over here. Sets his own hours. You just need a Facebook page, man. My mother found him on Facebook. Such and
Yeah.
such plaster.
I'm plastering myself.
Not drunk.
That was one of the greatest lines I've ever heard, and the timing was superb, Leo.
That was good.
I've been known for that here's and there's.
He is Irish. He is Irish.
I had a real life experience. I work for this young couple. They got a couple babies, and I do work around the house, including plastering. And I was doing some, and he was curious. He's 3 at the time. Puts his hand right in it. Looks at his mom, deadpan serious. Mom, I'm plastered.
Oh shit! Erase that, get it right. I'm sorry. That's just fucking.
Let me ask you a question, Whiteheart.
Dave, you get like what's the equivalent of like Social Security disability out here? Like, is that what you get?
Yeah, I get like a universal credit, which is like £300 a month, and PIP, which is like 200. So I'm on like 500.
How much of that goes to alcohol?
Hold on. If I also can put out now that's cash in your hand, Dave.
You said put out.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You also get your housing paid for you. So if if you included the rent prices for Manchester, you would be getting upwards of about £1,000 to £1,200 a month.
Yeah, it's about that. Yeah.
Wow, that's like $700 to $900 a month.
No,
That's not a lot of money. That really is not a lot of money.
Yeah.
You did that conversion backwards. Try again.
Yes, I did. Thank you
You
very
did
much.
that backwards. Leo.
That's like 1,300. I did that so ass backwards.
We all do that sometimes, Leo.
Are you
It's
sure?
okay.
Are you sure you've never been drunk on stream, Leo? Because if you're gonna fuck up math, it's like that's something wrong right there.
Well, I fucked up math on stream before. I have done that.
I
many
would
times.
love to have Leo in our place at work because we have people in our place at work that have been there since the metric system, and then there's the change or the imperial into the metric. We have motherfuckers that when they're doing out drawings in the office, put it down as a 1-inch bar, but it's not a. They put it down as 2.5 mil. It's not a 2.5 mil. It's 2.5.44 because it's a 1-inch, and you've got people doing this and that. We have fucking diagrams at work that include both inches and millimeter, and you need to check with who fucking drew it in the office to check what's going on. But yeah, no.
But I haven't been to sleep for 3 days, and I have a bottle of cider somewhere. So I'm just gonna go missing for a bit just to try and find it. Yeah, I'll be right back.
No.
I mean, what do you expect?
Somebody
from,
go get Willy Wonka and get him that TV where you can teleport. I need it. I swear to God, I'm not going to beat the fuck out of somebody.
Has anybody seen the new Freedom Tunes video? Just as you mentioned, Willy Wonka.
Has anybody seen my debate that I had like an hour ago?
No, Leo, just go to YouTube and type in Freedom Tunes, Oompa Loompa.
Oh God.
I don't think I want to know. What did I walk into? I got up for a second.
It is, I would say it's 70% right and 30% satire. I don't know how to describe this channel. It's a lot of people are not gonna. You can laugh at certain videos. This particular video, I think, takes it a wee bit far. I don't know if you could share it without a copyright strike. No, Richard hasn't hit 1,000 yet.
I see Midday Speckle is here.
Yes. Midday
Howdy
Speckle.
there. Howdy.
Hello, Leo.
Uh-oh.
How's your identity matrix doing?
I guess
Not
just
drunk.
fine.
He's totally not drunk.
No, that is not a variable in the matrix. Sorry.
Well, no, I've just asked you how your identity matrix is doing.
Yeah, L equals I. Or I should say LA equals I.
Leo, just in case you didn't notice, Midnight's not very good at it. They're hitting on you now right now. Just to let you know, just in case.
Is that so?
I flirted hit on everybody. Okay, this is
And
getting
that's why
awkward.
everybody just went quiet because it's
Yeah.
like, hey, I'd fuck anyone in this panel. Damn, we're all gonna be quiet.
I probably would not do that. I'm quite selective.
No,
about
Well,
what
he's
I thought.
talking about me.
Oh,
You see, that's the entire idea. You make everybody feel super uncomfortable because everything afterwards doesn't matter.
what? I make people
Movies
uncomfortable.
on the
I'm
gift
doing
pack.
my job.
You're doing your
That's what you
job. Well done, Leo, for killing the crack more than Midnight. Midnight
That's why
didn't
they
mean
call me
to. You
Slayer.
did, no. Midnight didn't. Are you pulling a wild heart? Do you want to talk about you?
Oh, did he just leave? He just left.
He didn't just.
No,
leave.
I
He
think
left a while ago.
Richard left them, or not left them.
Yeah, I
Put
put
him
him backstage because he's just taking up a space.
Oh.
So Midnight,
Yes.
how you been? I got kicked out of Discord on my mobile. I only have it on my computer, so we haven't talked in a while. I can't get back in again because they've changed the whole two-step fucking art. How have you been?
I've been fine, just doing my own thing.
Wow, good crack. Lovely.
Well, I mean, yeah, I've been doing my own thing, feeling pretty good about myself.
Hey, you said that. Yeah, you said that. Yeah. Have you been on the internet?
Yes, I have been on the internet. Why do you think I'm here?
I know. I'm just trying to point out the obvious. I thought that's what we were doing.
Well, what's the obvious that we haven't
Right,
talked
hold on. Right, you asked me how I've been.
Yes.
Hey, Math Pig, how you feeling? What's going on?
I'm not too bad. Just hanging about, doing my own thing.
That's kind of a non-answer.
Yeah,
Could you
it's
come
very
up with something a
non-informative.
little bit more descriptive?
You're riding your donkey through the middle of town there, Math Pig.
That is the worst. Never do that again, Leo. Just never.
What the fuck?
Really.
That was the point. I like to do what I call South Park accents, which are accents where you can tell what I'm trying to parody, but I'm doing it very terribly, and it's obvious that I'm doing it terribly on purpose. That's
it's very South Park. Congratulations.
What you did just do on purpose was make yourself more attractive to Midnight because they were panicking, didn't know what to do, and you jumped in and saved them. So now they're in love with you.
Oh, did I say? Did I say?
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I'm not wild-hearted. I don't say I love you to everybody I see.
I didn't say that you said it. I said that you felt it. What can you say? He's a sexy man. He's good complexion. He do something about that hair. It's very bland.
I'm a snowball.
Baby, too on these lonely nights.
Yeah, Leo's intelligent. He's very nice. He seems gentlemanly.
Totally doesn't talk over
And I
anybody.
prefer short, big-headed English women.
Short, big
That apparently hit the wall while riding a dragon. Apparently. That's
You
You mean big brain or big headed? Because like big headed, all I'm
I
thinking
guess
of
both.
is-
Well, I mean, she's had like literal portions of brain material removed, so I don't know how
What
big brain,
in the
how
world
much that
are
applies.
This is a strange
Oh no,
fetish.
I understand
I'm
now
confused.
that there's a specific person included. I thought when you said big headed, I was thinking the new Willy Wonka movie with, the Queen of the Hearts that's like a giant head.
What
It was
does
like-
the Queen Heart's got to do with Willy Wonka?
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
that's
He's
two different
thinking of
stories.
Johnny Depp starring in. Yeah.
You mean Alice in
Ron-
Wonderland, Math
Yeah,
Pig?
maybe.
Two different stories.
Roald
Yeah.
Dahl didn't even write Alice.
You do realize less than 15 minutes ago I said look up on the internet Willy Wonka Oompa Loompas. So that's in my brain. So there's a reference point there. I'm not just crazy. I'm just slow.
So, Math Pig.
Yeah, just crazy though.
Does that still qualify as a Freudian? I don't know how that
I don't
works.
know. There's three people talking. I don't know who to respond to.
Midnight.
Fucking nerdy wrote in Alice in the Chocolate.
Alice in the Chocolate Factory.
Fuck you, nerdy.
Guess who's back? Back again.
And
Damn it, midnight.
Katie's back. Back
Hi,
again.
Dave.
Either sit
Hi.
up, icon,
My name's Dave.
or
This is
seriously,
gonna sound weird, but I'm actually a rapper.
kick Leo, kick Leo.
What kind of rapper? Like a candy bar rapper,
Like a
or
Jewish rapper.
like
I mean,
a
I do
fish
write
rapper?
poetry, Leo. I do write poetry, so I can't rap to it, but I can write something.
Leo, what the fuck are you doing with your hair? Leave it alone.
Playing
Dude,
with
I
it.
need to get a haircut. My bangs are too long. I can't stop fucking with them. Okay, it's an OCD autism thing.
No, I get you.
All right.
I get you. I had that with my mustache last week. I went and bought.
I
a
just
new
fuck
person.
with it, dude.
Like, cut the wee bit that just like tickles the bottom of your lip. It's like, oh no, need to cut that up. Yeah, I get you.
I'll just sit there and just like fuck with my bangs.
You're
like,
muted.
ooh.
You're muted, Dave.
No,
Heart, you're
don't
muted.
fucking let him know. Don't tell him he's muted.
No, go on. What were you saying, Dave? Dave? Don't click a button. Don't mute yourself. Don't mute yourself, Dave. Don't do it. Just keep.
No, I just wanted to tell Richard that I love him.
I'm sorry, Dave. You muted
I love
yourself.
you
I
too.
can't hear you. If you were trying to talk,
Yeah,
I
This
can't
is
hear
why
you.
it ends up about you, Dave. Because there's
No,
reason
I'm
you watch
leaving now
it.
because I haven't slept for 3 days. But Richard,
Yeah, no, we heard
I love
that.
you. And I'm
Paul's
going to
been
be
asleep for
watching.
3
I'm going
days?
to be watching from the outside, but I don't want to.
Get some sleep
So
Yeah.
and sober up and come back sober.
Eat
Yeah.
a sandwich and go to sleep. Yes.
May I suggest that you don't use the name David Grant anymore? I would suggest that you use the name Airport Departures, because there's no need to
Airport
announce when you're leaving,
Departures.
dude. There's no need to announce when you're leaving.
Airport departures.
You didn't need to come in to tell us you're leaving.
Yeah, sorry, Richard. I love you. Thank you for letting me on. It's been brilliant. Peace and respect.
Peace and respect to you.
Hello, passengers.
Oh,
this
fucking
is
bastard with the
your
delay got in
captain
before me.
speaking. We're going to be taking off from the gate here in about 5 minutes. I'm going to need everybody to fasten their seatbelts. Put their
Oh,
tracer-
that's really annoying, Leo. Jesus Christ.
That's every airline pilot ever. Like,
I
Yeah.
don't think I've ever experienced that, so
Well,
I don't
you
know.
haven't flown
Yeah, they
on
all
a plane,
talk like
which is not
that.
surprising. Aren't you
Hold
blind? Do they
on
allow
now.
blind
Hold
people off
on.
the plane?
Just to confirm, Leo, how many times have you been in an airplane?
Enough to know that that's what airline pilots sound like.
At midnight, how many times have you been in an airplane?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're going to be traveling at 100 million thousand feet today. If you look out your left window, you're going to see some clouds, and if you look out your right window, you're also going to see some clouds.
And if you come to the cockpit, we're going to be blowing some clouds.
Yeah. See, that's one of the reasons why I don't like to fly.
We get high up in this bitch. We're going to be flying at 80,000 feet.
That's one of the reasons I don't like to fly, because I don't know what the pilot's doing up there. He could literally be doing coke off a stewardess's butt.
Okay, you
I don't know
watch
what he's
the
doing.
Tom Cruise movie and the Denzel Washington movies far too much.
No,
Right?
I'm afraid of heights. Full stop. So I'm afraid to fly. Just in I'm
Why?
afraid to fly. I've
You're
been
not-
on
you're
planes before, but
What are you talking about? The distance between you and the floor of the plane is like 2 feet. Like, you're not that high
Yep.
at all. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
not that high.
the plane is like how many thousand feet up in the air?
Oh, hold
You
up,
just
hold up,
bend
hold up. No,
over,
hold
you
up.
kiss
Marty,
your
have you ever heard of special
eye, and
relativity?
you
It doesn't
text your
matter.
friend.
Say again, Leah.
I said, have you ever heard of special relativity? It doesn't matter.
No, but you bring
Relative
up a
to the
good point.
plane,
We're
only
not
about
we're not scared of flying. We're scared of falling.
Yes, because if something craps out on the plane, there's no pulling over calling AAA. You're pretty much just going to crash and likely die.
I think Richard
So-
turned my volume down. Did that cut?
No,
No.
I hear you fine.
Yeah, as Richard says, it's not the fall that's the problem. It's the sudden,
It's a sudden
stop,
stop at the end. Yep.
So, Marty, would you sail? Or I shouldn't say sail because it's more like propel.
Like be on a
Now,
boat?
but- yeah, but would you take like,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if ocean liners were a thing? Would you take an ocean liner from like
Yeah,
New
yeah,
York
I'm
to
down.
London or something instead of a plane?
I'm down with boats.
I
Yeah.
would 105 eight days out of the week. Why the fuck did ocean liners go away? Because humans are cowards. A bunch of fucking dry-legged, fucking sand-ass-filled, fucking coward-ass, land-lubbing motherfuckers.
Up until
Ain't got no
Leo,
balls,
up
and their
until
balls aren't
about
wet and salty from the ocean either. Fucking cowards.
up until
Well,
about a
you know-
year ago, whenever my mother was looking after my grandmother, she's not, she's on her last legs and stuff like that, and we were looking at the price of old folks' homes, and putting her in. And we did eventually put her into 3 different ones. She got kicked out of every single one of them because the bitches. Oh no, seriously, I'm on with T and Becky's now. It's 10 to 11. T and Becky's is coming out at 11. Who are you to tell me what to do? Storms into the kitchen, right? Before COVID hit and all of that crack, we were actually making a joke one time, and we looked it up, and it cost £100 less to send our granny on a 2-week cruise than it did to put her in an old folks' home for 2 weeks. And when you're on a cruise,
Yeah.
you get a designated doctor, you get all this and stuff and all. So it was like, my granny was all, you just want to get rid of it. You just want to get rid of me. It's like, no. We just want you to shut up for like a minute. It's just easier and cheaper to get rid of you.
There is a lady who does that. There's an older lady who lives on a cruise ship, and she's got everything she needs. She's got food buffets all the time, cocktails. There's, staff 24/7. She's got an onboard doctor.
Yeah.
She can stop when she stops when they make stops. She goes shopping because it's a visit different place, and it's cheaper than an old folks home. There's also another guy who lives in the Holiday Inn. Cheaper. Yeah. He's got everything he needs there. 24-hour desk, maid service for 24 hours.
The child's grandmother is in a carer in an old folks home, and the child's grandmother runs 3 old folks homes, and they're the Four Seasons fucking super. It's like £500 a week, and that was like 7 months ago when we were looking it up there most recently. It could be £600 and £700 a week. Imagine the cruise.
Let's go to the old folks' home. We can get doped up and then I'll get stoned.
Hey, Leo.
Let's go to the old folks' home.
Sorry, back to midnight chatting up, Neil. Go ahead.
What y'all know about whitest kids?
Leo,
huh?
are you drunk and or high?
Oh my god.
We just discussed this, Midnight. I don't know where you were for that conversation.
Midnight doesn't know anything about whitest kids,
Leo, they're trying to see how susceptible you are.
I know.
I've actually heard of that show. I've never watched it, but they're like the kids in the hall, right?
I don't
Leo?
know. I don't know.
You never seen
I
Kids
know
in the
is
Hall?
joke. I don't think any of you heard the joke I just made, but that was fucking
I heard it, but
dude,
it's a TV show, right?
What? Why
May I ask a question
Yeah.
before I start heading off and making motions before I go to bed?
Maybe.
4:05
Richard, I love the way. Oh, the Marty's taking over now. Sorry, go on ahead, Marty.
No, I was. I was just asked Leo a question. Sheesh. And you sent me the link to come in here.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the link was pinned. Unless
Yeah,
it
but I
wasn't in the
I wasn't in the side chat at the time. I was doing stuff, so I wasn't really in the side chat. And he sent me a link on Facebook.
Right, you were having a life.
Yeah, kind of.
Batman.
What?
Oh, no, sorry. I tried to, but you interrupted the game. But you go on ahead.
No, ask your damn question, Matthew. Not on.
Batman.
Yeah,
oh my God! Sure, right. I tried twice. That's it. Done.
I didn't say anything. That wasn't me.
Sorry.
Hey, Math Pay, why are you such a bitch?
Because that's the way your mother likes it.
Wow.
That was a good one.
That's the way your mother likes it. Holy shit.
That was good. 10 points to you, Matthew.
Yeah, that was good.
What do you want me to do, man? I like the high heels. She's got 6 inches and a whip with some leather.
Jesus.
Somebody asked me, man, why are you such a bitch? Because your mom likes it that way. What do you want? Okay, just do what she likes.
You should totally steal that line, Leo. Yes.
I'm here to please your mom.
What the fuck is going on in this goddamn
And then
stream?
somebody will be like,
I'm trying to invite Hillary's emails and Batman onto my stream on Saturday
Nobody
that
cares.
Brent's joining to. Brent's recent to the community. The people had a chance to talk to him earlier. I'm trying to be fucking serious, but Leo, I don't know what sort of weird incest thing he's got going. But Batman
You
and
don't want to
Hillary's
mention his
email.
brother.
You really can't help yourself, Midnight, can you?
No,
Okay, go
Midnight
ahead, sorry.
cannot help
No,
themselves but
no, they
talk. It's
can't.
true.
Wow. That's strange because he usually comes in streams and says nothing at all and then leaves 30 minutes later.
No.
Yeah,
He
he's
doesn't say
inviting us.
nothing at all. He says, I can't be arsed with this, and then leaves.
No, I think that's you, Math Pig.
So Hillary's and Batman, what do you think about showing up Saturday? Let's see, what time Eastern, Math Pig?
I think it's either 5 Eastern or 6 Eastern. I can't remember which.
So what's
time
the
we
topic
were.
going to be?
The topic is going to be open panel. Bring a topic. I have Brent that was here earlier, a new channel. I try to bring a different co-host on every Saturday night for an open conversation.
What's Brett like?
Chatty, bit of banter.
About what?
Open. Pardon?
About what?
I don't know. I'll put his fucking link and you can go watch his
Well,
videos. He's
on
a new
his channel, Leo, what he said earlier tonight on his channel is he reviews Christian fundamentalist material and points out logical inconsistencies and makes jokes about it as he goes. So real off the cuff, sudden humor kind of thing.
Is it comment? He's like he's a
No,
religious
I think
comment?
no, if I can remember correctly from as I said, new channel I've found, only watched a few videos and stuff, and they're usually live streams. So if he's 20 videos, I ain't giving him a whole day of my time.
Math Pig, you gave the link to this stream. What are you doing?
Is that the link to this stream? Oh, for fuck's sake!
Dude, it is straight up.
Oh, god damn it! I just hit copy and paste and genuinely hoped for the fucking best. Because I'd linked him earlier in the live chat.
Yeah, if I'm awake at the time and I remember, then I will definitely try to be there.
Oh, it's earlier in the.
What are you working nights?
No, but I split my sleep like 5 hours at night and then 2 or 3 in the afternoon because of my spine.
What's wrong with your spine? I've never heard this.
All kinds of problems, but I'm blanking on the term now.
I do the same sleep schedule.
Degenerative disc disease is the main one.
There you go.
Compression.
Leo, private chat. Sorry to interrupt, Hillary. Private chat. There's his chat. There's his channel.
I don't know why you just didn't put it in the public chat, but.
Oh, for fuck's sake, right? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
No, I got it. I got it. It's okay.
So we're going to be on Brentley Lee's panel?
No, what I do on a Saturday night. Tuesday nights I do with Richard. We go over scripture and bollocks and all that sort of stuff. And it's just me and Richard. Sometimes we have an after party. On a Saturday night, what I like to do is bring on a different co-host, so to speak, every week that I do. Like I've not streamed this last 3 Saturdays in a row because of some, trying my tablets and taking some time. And but I bring a different co-host on. And what we do is the co-host can suggest a topic. I suggest a topic. It really doesn't matter because that's just a filler for the first half hour, 45 minutes until other people come in. And generally people bring their other topics. The only thing is whoever my co-host is gets the same respect that I do. So if you were my co-host, Hillary, and even though you were over talking Richard, I'll mute Richard. You get the same power and respect that I have, so it brings in that. I do try and push the idea of don't disrespect the person, disrespect the idea, and being open to why do you believe what you believe over what do you believe what you believe. I'm more interested in stories and that sort of approach. But if people come on and they join the panel at the start and they are my co-host, then they get the same preference and priority that I do. I can hold up to 9 people, and it's an open panel chat. I usually change the title and change the thumbnail afterwards to pick what happened. But if you want to talk about why the moon is not cheese, we'll talk about that for 40 minutes until Marty or Leo comes in. After about an hour, Leo usually gets drunk, comes in, talks over me. I fuck him off, kick him out. He comes back in. We get Wesley crushed. We get Wesley Curry. Sometimes we get
God,
the
and then I
7-day
usually
cycle
leave.
guy. Oh, that crazy biblically motherfucker judo.
Oh yeah.
Biblically.
Hey, Hillers, we can finish our conversation.
Sure.
On MathPig's channel. That was a
That sounds
pretty
good.
informative conversation. Yeah.
What was your conversation about, if you don't mind me asking?
It was mainly about the mechanisms that's in society that deals with addiction. Other parts of it, like for example, how people that have issues with addiction and prison time, how they treat people in that system. Talk about funding, stuff like that. Really,
This could be very interesting.
Yeah, that sounds
ideally,
really, really interesting to listen to.
Yeah, because Hillary's has experience working in that, and so
Oh, sweet.
So he has a lot of in-depth knowledge as to how many aspects of this system. And so I think our conversation kind of led to places that I've personally never seen or heard being discussed that I think people should understand.
Okay.
I'm the adult child of a recovering drug addict, and my ex. What,
I
Leo?
don't really know all that much about addiction, so I can't comment about
It's
that. But that
it's not
sounds
fun.
like that would definitely be an interesting. Oh my God! Excuse me. That definitely sounds like that would be really interesting to listen to, though.
Oh, this is really annoying me. I can't find the. Yeah, no, I would. How about the two of yous have a discussion and then we open it up after a wee while?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, MathPig.
Right, no, hold on. I'm looking for something. And
No,
I can't
but
fucking
hey,
find it.
MathPig.
Am I gonna have to slap Leo?
No, hey, MathPig. Hey, MathPig. I'm waiting for him to acknowledge me. I don't know what the fuck this is. Hey, MathPig.
Hey, MathPig.
No, seriously.
Hey, MathPig.
Math pigs don't eat hay.
He didn't even. He's not answering. MathPig is spicy tonight.
Yeah,
I
I
am
like it.
answering. Am I fucking turned down or
You have not
muted?
acknowledged me. Yes, what do you need, Leo?
You know.
have not acknowledged me. Hey, MathPig.
Leo, do me a favor,
Yes.
Leo, will you? Pick up your mobile. No, do me a favor, Leo. Pick up your mobile.
Huh?
Pick up your mobile. Have you got your mobile? Let me see your mobile. Right, I want you to shout, "Hey Google, call Mum, ask her how my dick tastes." That's all I'm gonna say.
I
What
just
the
want you to, I just
fuck?
want you to acknowledge me. Hey, MathPig. Hey, MathPig. Guess what?
Okay, Leo.
What's up, Midday Speckle? Hey, MathPig. Seriously. I'm trying to say something, but I want him to acknowledge me. You won't
You're
do it.
totally distracting me, and I can't find what I'm looking for.
You changed your name to Gangster Pig because you
And to
keep
answer
saying
Leo
you.
from earlier,
Spicy-
yes, I did
spicy
watch
pig.
part of your debate.
Hey,
Oh, I
Leo.
watched
Oh,
your
you did?
debate.
You did?
I watched your debate. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
did.
was-
I said
I
Leo's
had a
debate, and I got to
lot
watch the shit out of this.
I had a lot of fun with that, and I think Sal and Rebecca actually. I mean, I think they're wrong, obviously, but I think they did a good job, at least
Yeah, they
trying
did okay.
to, they did better than other people do with other subjects. But yeah, MathPig should change his name to Gangster Pig because he says use like, hey, use guys.
Hey, I'm from
yeah.
New Jersey, and I say use.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah, whatever. You cabbage, you know that you fucking cabbage.
What the
That's
fuck
all
is
right.
that?
Keep, no,
It's
no, keep
cabbage.
going, Leo. Leo's a
Cabbage.
racist. Keep going.
Cabbage is what you get when you hear somebody from like New York or New Jersey or Boston say garbage really, really like empathetically. You cabbage, you hear me? You fucking cabbage. So you call people cabbage.
Garbage.
Yeah, garbage, cabbage,
Gar-
cabbage, cabbage, cabbage. And you get the cabbage. You're fucking cabbage, dude.
Gotcha.
People are looking at me like, what cabbage? Yeah, you fucking cabbage. You belong in the goddamn cabbage can. And they just look at me like the funniest, like, yeah, because you don't know what you ain't never been outside, you know, your little rural box here in the Midwest. You just fucking cabbage, man. You left your khakis and your fucking cabbage. You don't know what you're doing. Fuck out
Gareth,
of here.
I found it. Fuck
Did you?
off.
Finally.
Fuck
So
you,
hey, math
Leo.
pig.
You and your
Found a
mother.
math pig.
I found it.
No, wait, but seriously, hey, math pig.
Hey, Leo.
You should change your name to Gangsta Pig.
Hey, Richard.
Should change your names to Gangsta Pigs.
Hey, Richard, you wouldn't mind sharing my screen?
I say spicy pig because he's spicy tonight.
Right.
Hold on, math pig is spicy.
How about this? Right, we'll have a discussion now. I can't find the generic one that I can tweak. This one is specific. It's the one where fucking Trigger's Lord tried to be a dick and he succeeded.
Tried to be a dick? That's not hard for you.
He succeeded. But yeah, we've got this, and we can set it up with me and Brent as two moderators, and Hillary and Batman having the conversation. And yeah, check out the production. Beats the shit out of Leo.
I am never trying to have good production value. Which year was this?
Oh, that's pretty good, Matt. Damn.
That's ages ago.
Damn.
But I do have a blank one that says two arguments, two sides collide. Who will win instead of all the, me versus Jill? It's two sides collide. Who will win instead of the producers? I can't find the fucking right one, but that's the closest one.
You need to do one for when I get my channels going.
I don't know. You want to see the most? This is Northern Ireland.
Everybody in the side chat thinks this is a debate that's coming up and doesn't realize it already happened 3 years ago.
Oh. Check this out. This is Northern Ireland. None of you motherfuckers give a shit. Why is it playing that? Would it not let me play it? It literally won't let me play it.
It's probably copyrighted.
Yeah,
It's
the
not
song's probably
copyrighted. No, it's not copyrighted. It's fucking blanked.
I don't know. That beat sounds familiar.
Yeah.
This one does. I have to go to it individually. Motherfuckers.
Hey, Amy's here. Hi, Amy.
Why is Amy here and in the chat and not in the stream? That's not like Amy. That's not an imposter, is it? That might be an imposter. I don't know. I think Amy should join the stream to prove that she's not an imposter.
Peace and respect, Amy. Thanks for dropping by. And Doubting Thomas, I didn't say hello to you before.
Yeah. Not allowed to watch it.
Damn.
There we go.
Inappropriate. Oh.
It is inappropriate. This is Northern Ireland as of 2 years ago. I love the way Leo's popping his head. Totally not a problem.
Music actually fits this well.
Just for context, 99% of this is the Protestants reacting to the fact there's a few things that happened. There was Brexit and shit, as we all know, but the second in charge of the government at the time was a Catholic, and she went to a funeral of a terrorist who is convicted for blowing people up, and nobody at the funeral wore masks. And the day before this happened, after the government decided they will not be prosecuted for not wearing masks and doing all this, and they let them off, so the Protestants got very angry. And then this happened across the entire country.
Can I ask you a question?
I do recognize the music as the intro music from Late Night Horror.
I stole it off YouTube. It's YouTube Studio, free music.
Okay.
I had a quick question, Miss Big.
Yes, go on ahead, Leo.
When you say Catholic and Protestant, I know I've asked you this before, but just to be honest, I can't really remember the answer.
Would it be better for you if I said loyalist and Republican?
So they are more like political labels at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, it's a total cultural thing. Like,
and that's what I thought. I couldn't remember what your answer was. So, but
no, generally, like if you go to the Protestant Church of Ireland, it is the exact same as the Catholic Orthodoxy sort of Catholic Church, with the exception of they don't stand up and sit down as much, and they have the wee bit at the end of the Lord's Prayer that's different.
Which side
it's
are the
literally.
royalists?
Pardon?
Which side are the royalists, the Protestants or the Catholics?
Oh, the loyalists are loyal to the crown. The Republicans want the Republic of Ireland.
Which
they're the
side
Catholic.
tend to be loyalists? The Catholics or the Protestants?
No, the Protestants are loyalists.
Yes, the Protestants are loyalists. We just actually, there's a whole thing with political nature, which is why I'm mentioning this. We have the Stormont break that was introduced yesterday, which is like a whole fix to the protocol thing, and it's just trying to appease the fucking. Like, there's videos of the Protestants who have been in charge for the last 80 years going, oh, fuck, the Catholics won because they're more progressive. They like LGBTQ. They're all up for getting shit sorted. And we think the world is 6,000 years old and we want to throw a Bible at you. And people don't like us anymore.
Like liberals and the Protestants are like the conservatives.
Oh, very much so. If you're going to use them labels and stereotypes, very much so.
So the Protestants are the bad side. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, my side. I'm a Protestant. Like, if I told people who I grew up with that I would vote Sinn Féin, I would end up being found in a back alleyway behind some garage.
Yeah, I thought Sinn Féin was a Republican.
Pardon?
Wasn't Sinn Féin a Republican?
Oh, yes. Sinn Féin is Republican.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, wait, no, I get what you're saying now. Okay, I was thinking, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like less than a week ago, a police officer who was doing an investigation into the most recent Republican bombings and stuff that's going on, off duty, walked up and shot him.
God damn.
He's in hospital at the minute in intensive care. And while they were doing a memorial service to try and raise money for his family and stuff, they set a bomb. Yeah, it's, there is a minority of people who have been getting funding and stuff, and it's they're literally a minority. And the thing about it is, they refer to themselves as the IRA and stuff like that. And you talk to people on what would be the Protestant or / my side, IRA and Sinn Féin, they don't say IRA or Sinn Féin. They say Sinn Féin IRA. They consider them the same organization. And the leader of the organization of Sinn Féin, the political party, came out and shouted down what they've been doing. They are making progress. The Sinn Féin as a party, regardless of where they started, are more progressive. They are more open. They're smart. It's like, it's fucking stupid. It's absolutely stupid.
Okay, guys, I've got to disappear for about an hour, and I'm just going to let this run, and you guys, I don't know, police yourselves or whatever. Peace and respect, Stephanie.
Yeah, I'm going to play this.
Peace and respect.
I'm going to play this and probably bounce anyway because it's late enough for me. So this is something that people should see. This is what it was like, as I say. Yeah.
Why is it always Easter?
Republican Easter Rising. It's a whole thing. 1916.
No, I know.
Dang. Is that the guy that threw the Molotov cocktail?
He's scouring Twitter and Facebook. Find all these videos. And these are not YouTube. These are what unreal. $50 years ago. I filmed a bomb in 1998. I don't know if anyone knows what the Uma bombing was, but the Uma bombing was towards the end of the Troubles, and like,
Yes, I am familiar.
yeah, thank you, Stephanie. What they used to do is destroy public buildings and government buildings, and they would set a bomb, they would leave a car bomb, they would do these things, and then they would ring the building and say, right, there's a bomb. You have 30 minutes to get out. It takes 20 minutes for the police to get there. You have a choice. You can stay and get blown up, or you can leave. So people would leave.
It's the same old scene since 1916 in your head, in your head. You are crying.
That's a good song.
In the Uma bombing.
That's what it's been. It's
Well, that's
it's
Sunday Bloody
horrific.
Sunday. That's
I
a
would say
different
it's
thing
the same.
No,
scene
it's not
since
Sunday Bloody
500
Sunday.
years
It's that's Dolores O'Riordan's zombies, the cranberries.
Cranberries. It's still before the Uma bombing. Like that's
Yeah, I know it's before that, but it's the same old scene. It's over and over and over again. People just
well, the difference between the Uma bombing was they rang people and told them it was at one side of the street, so everybody ran to the other side of the street.
Yes.
For safety. That's the difference. They didn't allow people to actually, they made the point of sending everybody down into the direction of the bomb.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway.
It's just all focused on death, and it's disgusting that that's why religion's a death cult. Both of them.
It's nothing to do with the religion, though. It's the culture here.
No, I know.
You know, that's the thing. The religion doesn't take.
It's the culture, but the culture is intimately linked with religious tradition, and it's a big part of it.
As a person who grew up here, I don't think so. As a
You
person
don't?
who grew up,
Really?
No. As a person who had friends who were Catholic, who had more friends who were Catholic, who dated more women who were Catholic, who interacted with more Catholic people. As a Protestant who grew up ostracized because of my religion when I pretended I had no religion, when there was none of this. When people then found out there was no ostracization because I was a Protestant. If I come out and said "kill all tags" and started shouting "cat" and went to band parades and had that culture, like think of it, if you were a person of color who went and hung around with white people, everything is fine. But would you go and hang out with people who went to KKK meetings once a week? No. It was the culture. Yeah, I wouldn't. Like KKK obviously includes religion, but that's not who they are. They are just they're scum.
Well, the KKK in America was anti-Catholic in a huge way.
I'm just trying to make a correlation.
No, I understand. I feel like these prejudices, and I may be wrong. You're correcting me in the context of the Troubles. I feel like the I feel like the subtext is there, not the subtext of religion is there, Protestant versus Catholic, but the overarching conflict is political.
Of course.
Yes.
Republican versus royalist.
Loyalist.
Loyalist, unionist.
Yeah.
And I think that religion is used as a tool.
Oh yeah, it's very
it's a tool to enforce what you'd call in sport team spirit.
I don't say
traditional values.
I'm not sure if it would be as a tool here, because most there's a running joke over here that Catholics are Protestants and Protestants are atheists.
Well, probably now. That's God knows the religious dynamic in the Republic has shifted tremendously. I mean, my God,
people do not go to church here. People do not go to.
I know, but they sure as fuck used to in the '60s. I mean, Jesus.
The political nature now is just I don't know, getting its.
I think
we are without a government. We don't. Go on ahead, Leo. I feel that when Richard turned your volume down, you're about 30% lower. Does anyone else feel Leo's a wee bit low?
I think he's exactly where it should be.
I just got here, so I have no fucking idea.
Stephanie's always too fucking loud, but that's anyway.
I'll turn myself down.
I'm only winding you up. I'm just being
Christ. Well, that's welcome, Math Pig, because I'm always an asshole too. So, can I say?
You're back.
Hi. I had to clean litter box, take out trash, walk dog.
Brilliant.
Your hair's looking nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Where'd Richard go?
He had to go for an hour.
Said he'd be back in an hour, and he said he'd leave you in charge. You weren't here, so I talked over absolutely everybody. Felt like Wildheart made it all about me, and now I'm going to run away.
Well, he left me in charge, and you went and acted a damn fool. Thank you.
I don't think you acted as a damn fool. I think this is a fascinating conversation. What the fuck's going to happen? Fresh news out of the UK. I saw today that that Westminster's not going to leave the European Court of Human Rights, which would effectively screw up the Good Friday Agreement.
I don't know what way the media's portrayed that to you, but that was the prods going, bah! And that was never going to happen.
Yeah, I didn't think it was ever going to happen either. I was just, I've just kind of following the politics of the whole thing.
Yeah, no, that's an entire thing about appeasing the base. Maximilian Rosper, I will find the link and put it in the chat. He found he does UK politics commentary, And there was a guy from Belfast did a flow chart today, and it literally shows it's like DUP complains, need to find another 5 people, then they have to convince, hopefully, the Secretary of State that their point is valid, and then this. It's basically an appeasement. It goes round in a circle, and no matter what happens, if it's a good law, it's getting put through. But we'll go through 3 or 4 steps to shut the fucking motherfuckers up.
What's
But we'll do it anyway.
What's the strongest party in Northern Ireland right now?
Oh, right now it's Sinn Féin, hence us not having a government for a year and a half. It's the first time that the Catholics, the Republicans, which would be a better description, it's the first time in 80 years that the Republican Party has been the biggest party in this country, and the first time ever since the Good Friday Agreement. That
Are the Republicans the more progressive party?
The Republicans are the more progressive party, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is really funny because the way it's worked in this government, because we have over here, you must have the 2 main parties. One side must be Catholic, one side must be Protestant. So you must have the 2 main parties. Oh, it's co-sharing. We call it, yeah. Right?
Yeah.
And the first minister, and then there's the deputy first minister, right? So the first minister is the person who's the biggest party. The deputy first minister is the person who's the second biggest party. Now, when the first minister puts a thing forward, the deputy first minister can go, I don't like it. Let's have a talk, right? Or if the deputy first minister puts something forward from the other side, the first minister will be like, let's have a talk. So it's basically just a status point, right? It's like, who's the prom queen? Who got the most votes?
Right.
Right? So it literally doesn't matter. The other side can't make a decision without the other side, and vice versa. But this is the first time ever that the Catholics, so to speak, the Republicans, have came first.
Yeah.
And the joint party, which is the Alliance Party, if they stole like another 7 seats, they would be the second party. So it's basically, in our country, the people who are wanting to vote, the general public, is progressive, mixed, then stupid Protestants.
The Ian Paisley hangers on.
Sounds like
Ian
the United
Paisley's
States.
fucking son follows me on Twitter because I keep making
Are you
fun of
fucking kidding me? Really?
I keep making fun of him, and I think he's watching me like a spy. But yeah, right.
Do you remember? I'm sure you do. You must remember the Reverend Ian Paisley being the
Definitely
Northern
Yes.
Ireland's ass for years.
I will personally send me a Twitter or something message. I'll show you my address. I have an Ian Paisley Free Presbyterian Church less than 1/2 mile from my mother's house where I grew up, directly across the road from that big Protestant place that I talked about. He came and opened that church.
He was such an asshole.
No. He was and he wasn't. I think when Ian Paisley and Martin McGuinness both passed away, that there was but because Ian Paisley was so strong Protestant and that attached, and Martin McGuinness was that so Catholic and that attached, and they both realized that violence isn't going to solve anything because they'd been through the violent nature and seen that, rather than growing up with the rhetoric. Because the people in charge now are grown up on rhetoric. The people who are in charge now have put all these people on pedestals. They are this, they've done this, they're all that, they're up there. They aren't the people who grew up through it. They aren't the people who went to fucking work and had to turn around and drive home because the building beside has been bombed. So thanks, Mum. Can you take me home again? They haven't been through that. They've just got a passion that I feel is overemphasized. Chinese whispers, I tell you, I cribbed my toe.
Yes.
You broke your leg.
Yes. Yes.
Somebody fucking
for the Americans in the room that aren't familiar with British slang, Chinese whispers is a game of telephone.
Telephone, yes.
And yeah, totally. And I have a warm spot in my heart for George Mitchell, my senator and the Secretary of State that brokered that Good Friday Agreement. I don't know how the fuck he managed to do it, but he managed to do it somehow or another.
Yeah. Stormont break. Anyone wants to know what's going on in Northern Ireland at the minute? Type in Stormont break /protocol. Hit news. You'll get the most up to date thing. It came out today. Yeah. Fuck the DUP and their fucking 6,000-year-old Earth.
See, that's what I'm talking about. You know, that's where I'm saying that religion plays a role here.
And this is what I'm saying about people over here don't give a shit, because that motherfucker was put in charge. One of the guys, he's like third in charge of the DUP. They kicked the leader out. They were like, who are we going to have to be prime minister? Oh, this guy's really good. He's really good for the community. He's wonderful. So they put him in charge. And then all this information comes out about how he's a Calvinist, 6,000 years old, hates LGBTQ, all that. He lasted like 3 months. And they were like, no, nobody likes this guy. You get the fuck rid of him because he's crazy.
What do you think's going to happen in Scotland?
I think I need to shush because I'm stealing the attention away from.
No. I'm legitimately asking because I'm legitimately interested. What do you think is going to happen in Scotland?
Nicola Sturgeon just retired less than a week ago.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying, what do you think is going to happen in Scotland?
I'm trying to give you context. If you.
Yeah.
She only retired less than a week ago. I've had some stuff going on. As I say, I'm checking out what's happening here in Northern Ireland in this last 3 or 4 days. I know is it the Secretary of State for Scotland has put her name forward, or Secretary of Finance has put her name forward as that. From what I've seen, I only know of one person going forward for the SNP leadership. I haven't seen a debate or anything lined up. I'm a little out of knowledge. So I can't give you an answer on what I think is going to happen in Scotland. I just haven't looked into it this last week, Stephanie. It's been quite recent.
No, I know. I realize that, and you know, I view a lot of shit through the lens of LGBTQIA issues, and
you're talking about the Scottish trans bill.
Well, the Scottish trans bill is only one facet of the thing, but it's all tied up into politics.
If anyone is interested in that, I would recommend looking up Phoebe Rose. Check out.
Yeah, Phoebe Rose is really good, and an MP in the Westminster Parliament who is incredibly impressive is Mary. What is her last name?
She's on Phoebe's channel. That's the person we're talking about.
She's unbelievably good. Just great.
Yeah, she's very, very good. Phoebe Rose. Check out Phoebe Rose. Spooky will be quicker on finding the link than what I would be.
Yep.
But yeah, check out Phoebe Rose and that if you're any information on the Scottish. I don't know. I don't think it's called the Scottish Trans Bill, but you know what I'm talking about, Stephanie. There's a name for it.
Yeah, well, it's the bill is passed, and the UK just about tore itself apart. It's basically an amendment to the Gender Recognition Act, that would allow in Scotland that would allow trans people to be married, and the only thing it would do is allow Scottish people to be married, buried, and taxed as they are, according to their own gender. It would not affect any sort of identification or any other sort of thing. It's just, that's all it was. Well, the Westminster Parliament just about lost its fucking marbles over it.
On a good point, what recently got passed, because we don't have a government over here, and what they have introduced, I do believe, in England and Scotland and possibly Wales, but Wales, I think, decided it themselves, is it's an opt-out system now for organ donation. It's been on the table for ages. It's called the Doherty Law. We have a wee lad over here who is 6 years old, I think he's 6 years old, and he needs just a wee small thing, like a wee, I was going to say a wee liver, but it's not a heart. It's not, it's not something major, and it's very popular. And just because of it, and he can't get it. And his parents have been fighting now for upwards of 5 years. They've hung him on and all the rest of it. And the law itself only affects people over the age of 18. So it doesn't even affect him. But it's known as the Doherty law. It's the Irish name for David. And everybody now in Ireland has to do an opt-out. Fucking Leo's freaking me out with his blinking. Opt-out system. So when you die, unless you've actually filled out a form and said, I don't want anyone to harvest my organs, so to speak. But if you match and this and the other, boom, that's it. You're going. Sorry, gone. You're dead. Don't matter. And I think that's a great thing. I've seen a lot of people fight against it, but that is one good thing. The DUP, the crazy Christian people, the crazy 6,000 years old people, they were stopping that. And because there's no government at the minute, Westminster stepped in and went, okay, well, seeing as you have no government, we're just going to line you up with everyone else.
Some good circus music.
Yeah, clown tune. Yeah. So yeah, Hillary, Batman, gonna have a debate on what is the debate on Saturday night? We're gonna
A
have
discussion, not a debate.
Well, I call them heated discussions. Most people call them debates.
Okay, but if we're both taking the same position, it can't really be a debate.
Yeah.
Then why?
Okay.
What is the position again? Would you mind discussing the
So I guess my position essentially was I don't think a lot of programs that focus on getting people who have issues with addiction, drug addiction, the necessary elements, right, that would help them recover properly. And one of the things that I suggested was to take people and move them physically to a different environment that will not influence them, because someone else who was in that conversation made a really good point in saying that being in a situation where you have other people who did the same thing or are trying to recover can sometimes have a bad influence, and sometimes people who went through some kind of recovery, right? Because they're in the same situation, physically speaking, they end up going back to doing doing drugs and stuff like that. Now, where Hillary's came in was that I asked him about how does that affect people who are in prison or incarcerated, right? What programs are available to them, and he was explaining the various different programs, where they're available, and we started get more into proper funding, proper training, and stuff like that for people who work in law enforcement and prisons and stuff like that.
Would you have a country in mind that would provide something very close to this?
Well, I think
Most Scandinavian countries do it the way that we're saying it would be a good model.
Yeah, I think because to be fair, I'm asking questions out of pure ignorance because I don't know the system. So it was just more so me asking questions, and kind of getting his perspective out there because I see a lot of conversations that that's had on these issues are focused on the victims of addiction, but they don't focus necessarily on the people who have to take care of these people, right? Or even the people people who work in the work in the prison system, right? Their perspectives were not really talked about typically in the media. So as someone who worked in that and has a pretty decent understanding of how the system works, I was just basically asking him questions and he was basically answering them. There are some things that I, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say challenge. It was more so, okay, what's the best, do you think there's any other way to fix this particular issue that you just
Yeah, I
brought
like
up
that.
type thing?
That's cool. That's cool. No, I like this. I like this. Yeah. So Saturday, we've got up to 9 people, and me and your 2 selves plus Brent makes 4. Room for 5 more. Stephanie's itching. Look, she's biting her nails. She's like, I want in this too.
Yeah, I definitely checked that out because, like I said, I'm the adult child of a recovering addict, and my ex-husband is a functional alcoholic. So I'm familiar with addictions.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about functioning.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
think. Oh,
like this drug functioning alcoholic is going to head to bed because he's got work in about 2 minutes.
okay.
You don't
Well, it's
sleep.
like 5 in the morning. That's probably a pig over there. What the hell? What's going on?
I got 2 hours earlier. I have a similar sleep schedule to I do believe it is Hillary's emails. I do 3. Only I do instead of 2 and 5. I do maybe 3 and a bit and 3 and a bit. But yeah, I split my sleeping and.
Sleep? What's that?
Pardon?
Sleep? What's that? I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
It's useful now and again.
Yeah,
It's
I actually like sleep when I get it. It's great.
When you get it. Person who sleeps fucking 9 hours a night, right?
I wish I slept 9 hours a night. I wish, girl, that would be fantastic.
Right, I'm away.
Yeah, I'm
right,
out of here too.
Sammy.
Bye, Robbie.
Sammy is
Bye.
Take care. Sammy, there is no Richard. He's away to bed. He will be back. He doesn't run the script, so we can't add you. But yeah. Night night, everybody. Think for yourselves. Fuck you all.
I'm out of here too. Good night, you guys. Bye.
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 Well, I've been sitting here quietly for a very long time.
You can dominate now, Curb.
I caught almost all of it. Remember almost none of it.
Sweet.
I caught almost none of it. Remember even less. I came in just like, oh wow, they're talking about, Robbie's talking about Northern Ireland. This is cool. I don't know why I have a fascination with Northern Ireland, but whatever.
It would be
it's
really
mostly
difficult.
conflict. It's like, when you're talking about a conflict, that the Northern Irish conflict has raged on for over a century and beyond, 2 centuries really. The relations between Ireland, which was England's first colony, really.
Yeah.
It's a very curious relationship between Hibernia and Britain for years.
I would have a very difficult time saying whose side I would be on when it comes to Northern Ireland, because I'm typically for the people that want independence, but I don't really care for people bombing other people, though.
Nobody does. Nobody cares for violence. Nobody cares for violence. Ever. I don't think that, but the old...
Except for the people who do.
Yeah.
Well, the old Horber Mello saying in the Foundation trilogy, violence is the last refuge of the incompetent. Well, it's a failure. Violence is always a failure of politics. Violence is always a failure of people being able to talk things through and make things work.
I don't know, man. When the United States decided that it was their duty to take pretty much half of Mexico, you know, you can't just approach people and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna buy up all of this land, and you're gonna take the money I'm gonna give you." The other country's gonna
Well, you
tell you
can.
no.
You can mob boss it.
Yeah.
That, yeah, sure. I mean, when you're talking about raw aggression, yeah, it's like this is the way we're going to do it. It's if you're going to basically say we're going to take your land and fuck you all if you don't like it, then that's a strategy. It's like, well, we want this kind of control, right?
I don't know.
But we
I
don't
just don't think it's always a failure.
within a first you need to, well, the whole colonialist enterprise was based on settling the wild frontier. Nobody's here, and we're gonna settle here for our own particular reasons, and our group is more important than your group, and therefore fuck you. What do you do with that?
Tell them to go fuck off too.
Oh no, I appreciate the the competition of cultures to get like the better culture, so I'm okay with it.
Well, but what's the better culture?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, the one that makes the culture that's more survivable.
Well,
That's
what's
better culture.
that though? I mean,
that's what we're finding out constantly.
Imagine, the people that left, at least some of the people that left Europe in the 17th, 18th century did so for personal gain, right?
Yeah.
And so is personal gain enough of a motivation?
I mean, to determine what culture is the better culture, it's the one that survives longer.
Well, the better culture, the reason the Europeans one of many reasons the Europeans conquered the Americas is because they brought disease and superior weapons. So is the culture superior, or is the fact that they were is the fact that they were disease ridden parasites and more advanced weapons builders superior, or were the cultures? How do you say that the cultures that were extant in the Americas at the time inferior?
Because they didn't survive.
Well, but okay, so that's social Darwinism, right?
Yeah, I mean, it happens though. It's happening right now,
and it's disgusting.
Even if you're not violent, it's still happening.
Well,
if you have a real crack culture, your culture will disappear.
Do you see how fucked up that is?
How's that fucked up?
It's fucked up because, there are ancient cultures. The same thing happened in India, and it took years and years. And the same thing happened in China. It took years and years.
You understand? This is exactly what's happening currently.
Yeah.
Actually, it's exactly what.
Are you going to be happy? Are you going to be happy when we're all speaking Mandarin?
I don't know. I mean, no, because I don't like how Mandarin sounds. But that doesn't. My liking of it doesn't mean it's worse.
Well, your liking of it means my objection is, as long as we take the view that superior force means superior intellect, superior culture, superior wisdom, we're not going to get along properly. We can't get along.
It's not so much those things. It's that there can be different amounts of and mixtures and levels of all those elements that make up the culture, and then the culture competes and figure out which one's better. But I mean, if you think that's wrong, if you think that's wrong, then you should be actively fighting to preserve the Conservative Party in every country.
Oh, for God's sakes.
That's exactly what
No,
it is. It's another culture.
I think no. I think that I think that the a better approach is to not seek to preserve culture, but to understand it, and to do
Okay.
and to negotiate negotiate the terms of cultural exchange intellectually and honestly without force.
Okay, so let's say the conservatives
In other words,
have.
I want to understand where you are as a human being. I want to understand your stuff. Now that's in total opposition to coming in with the sword of Jesus and slaughtering the natives.
These are just a bunch of different ways of getting the same thing if you do it correctly. Right. I personally prefer talking over killing everybody.
Yeah, that's what I was trying
Right?
to say earlier.
But
That's
again, my liking doesn't make one culture better than the other one.
But that might makes right is a misunderstanding of Darwinism. Actually, communication works a lot better, and developing allies.
I mean, I would like to think so.
Yep.
I don't know if that's actually the case for sure, though.
I'm thinking of, back when we were Neanderthals, there might be one guy that can beat any 3 people on his own, but if he goes up against 20 people, he can't beat them all at the same time. So, developing allies and having good communication is far better than raw strength. And it's the same way.
Unless you're the one guy, and your only way, and if you can't make friends, then your only way is to pick your opponents off one at a time.
Yes, but if the other group is smart enough to get together,
then the other group has to be smart enough.
Yes, that's my point about.
I don't think it's just a competition.
Yes.
Well, but in the colonial enterprise, the European colonial enterprise, it was gold and silver and goods and stuff,
spices,
and so it was a quest for domination in terms of controlling trade, and that wasn't even that. Culture had nothing to do with it. It was
that is a part of the culture. That's why they were doing it.
No.
Yeah. You think human beings naturally fight to get textiles from point A to B? It's all culture. It's all system we've set up.
Well, part of the culture is the assumption that it is a good thing to impose your will over others for your own benefit.
In some societies,
with no respect.
Right, and then if that is a more survivable strategy, then we'll find out in the long run. And if it's not, then it will die out.
Well, I don't think it's a survivable strategy for a planet of 8 billion people. I don't think it's survivable.
That's true. We could, in total, not be good enough and just destroy ourselves.
That's my point. It was like it would be good to try to evolve a strategy that took into account systems of equity rather than inequity.
Equity,
and
not
systems
equality?
and systems of understanding rather than domination.
Equity has a habit of making smart people lazy.
Yes.
You need smart people to be better than everyone else. Really.
What is smart? What is smart about destroying the planet?
What is smart about? You want smart people to figure out how to not destroy the planet.
Okay. Is ExxonMobil smart?
Is what?
Is ExxonMobil smart?
For their own goals, yeah.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
Are they smart in the broader sense?
Okay.
Is it for the future of the species? Is it smart to fucking dump a whole bunch of carbon dioxide?
I'm not arguing with you over this. I agree.
No, I understand. I understand your argument with me over this. It's just
when you go through equity,
idea.
You don't only rob the smart people at Exxon of their goals. right? You also rob the smart people trying to save the planet of their goals.
How's that?
If there's never any improvement to one's own life, very few people will ever do more than they have to.
Right. We saw that with the colonies that we were talking about. I forget which one it was, but they had a communist system and nobody worked.
What?
Well, this isn't even a communist. It doesn't have to be a
I'm just
communist
saying.
system.
I'm just giving
We're
that
not
as an
even
example.
talking about economic systems, really.
Just a system of a system of equity implies.
Yeah, when you say
communism.
equity, that heavily implies you're talking about resources. And I mean, you do know the term equity originally is like shares in a company. And so when people start talking about equity, great, earn your equity. Don't
I'm
expect somebody else
not
to give it to
sure
you.
that that's.
Well, people say that they want equity, but they want it given to them. They don't want to earn it. And that's the problem. I'm all for everyone having equal equity as long as they chose to earn it.
Steffing froze. But usually when people say equity nowadays, they don't mean something you work for. They mean something that you deserve.
Yeah, something given to you. Yeah.
Not a privilege gained, but a right had.
Yes. I don't even know if I'd say a right had, but yeah, they want the right to have whatever other people
they claim
have.
they have the right. Whether they have it or not is a different story.
Rights? What are those?
Well, it's amazing that under the Soviet system, they had all kinds of great rights. But
in theory.
Yeah, but that's all it was on paper. Yeah, you got the right to housing. But we're gonna stack you, 3 families in a 1-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
You got a right to health care. Well, if you get sick, you can die. That's health
We're
care.
all equal.
Yeah, all equal. Some more equal than others.
Except for those at the top, of course.
Yeah.
Which makes it not communism.
I think the
practice.
people that want the equity, I think mean well, but they really I truly believe they don't understand the motivation of like the top 3% of performing human
They
beings.
don't want to understand. They just want a quick gain. They don't understand what's sustainable. And if you kill an organism, you're not going to get anything good out of it. And that's the problem. They want to kill the golden goose and then wonder why they're not getting any golden eggs. Yeah, I'm for everybody getting a golden egg. Just let the goose lay.
I mean, I think there's a few ways you can approach it. Like,
Yeah.
let's say, for example, if people were to be paid based on let's say people were given equity based on their performance in a company, like your pay is based on your shares in that
Yes.
company,
Yes.
right? I think that's a really interesting way to approach it, because if it's based on that, right, and the value of the company goes up, then the people who have equity, right, their value go up as well, right? Their
Exactly.
money should go up as well. Clearly, unfortunately, that's not the case. But that's some idealistic type thing that.
Well, no, there are co-ops that do that type of system. The thing is, see, I was thinking the same thing just the other day, that everybody says that they want the workers should own the company. Well, then great. You pay $10,000 for your share of equity, and then the value will go up as you work. But don't say, I want to get paid my hourly rate. I want to get paid all these side benefits, and then I want equity in terms of shares on top of that. No, you can't have it all. But basically, what most people's wage is, let's say I was giving people 1 share or 1.5 shares per hour of common stock in a company, then you can then sell it back to the company for cash. I think nearly all wage earners would sell their shares for cash. So they are being given equity. They're just choosing to turn it in for cash.
I mean, it could be some kind of like a dividend-based approach,
Sure.
where people can be paid in that form, right? But obviously, the issue with that, I think, is that a large lump sum of the monies available, right, would have to be in some kind of a pool to maintain the company, right?
Yeah.
Because that's it. Because the engine to generate money, right? It needs to be maintained,
Right.
financially. So I guess that's one way to approach it. You were gonna say something, sir?
I was going to say, I mean, how do I put it? When I'm not really sure I want to phrase it. Go ahead, let me think about it a little longer. I changed my mind on it.
Or you can just
Okay.
brainstorm it. Either way.
He's gonna be like, "You guys are commies, dirty commies."
Hey, the
Oh,
combat
okay.
system
I
works.
figured out how I can put it.
Go ahead.
Glad to jog your memory, sir.
Yeah, when these people, when dirty pinko commies, right,
Mhm.
say they want the workers to own the business,
Mhm.
they don't mean they own stock, right? 'Cause if that was the case, Walmart would be a communist business.
Okay.
What they mean is they have voting rights as the board has voting rights.
Okay.
Right, and that it doesn't necessarily imply everyone's getting paid the same, although usually businesses like this tend to have a standard
I don't think everyone should
wage.
be paid the same, right?
Right.
If you're the CEO, right, and you're managing everything, and you are responsible for, for literally everything, right? Then you should have more quote unquote shares of the
Yeah,
profits
like a
that the
pirate
company
ship.
generates. Yeah, right. And so if you're his, if you're it, the shares should be divided based on the position and the performance of the worker, right? And I think with technology nowadays, you can track that shit. Amazon tracks with
Hmm.
they have ways of figuring these things out. You know, whether or not people should have a vote, I think if you work at a company for maybe 10 years, you could probably have a vote on on some aspect of how the company maybe should be run, or a direction they could go in, or whether or not they should you know create another facility to create more jobs or invest, or see what I'm saying? Like, I think with experience, um you know you can vote, but I don't think people who just joined you know 2 days ago should have a say in how the company should be run, or whichever direction it should go into, or even how shares should be divvied up based on the revenue that a company generates.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand how a lot of these big places, like let's say Caterpillar, right? Everyone knows who Caterpillar
Mhm.
is, the company. Why don't they just make a contract with the union saying that the union gets to control the company, but they have to produce a certain amount of profit for the owners?
And how would
Well,
you decide
And
that
as
daily?
part of the contract, they have to take insurance out to guarantee that amount of profit gets put out.
I
And then
think
just
with
let them do it.
I think with the equity aspect, right? If you like the description that we were just kind of discussing, if that mechanism were implemented, I don't think there would be any need for a union, because the reason why most unions form is because, well, employees are disgruntled, and for various reasons, and they decide to just kind of band together, and they wanted bargaining power. So my perspective on this, and it's interesting because this guy who he owns a company that repairs, and he said something really interesting. He says, "Listen, if my employees decide to form a union, then I'm a shitty employer."
Yeah, I worked for a factory that their whole goal was to never disgruntle the workers enough that they would form a union. And
Yeah,
there's an RV company, and I'm sure that you all know its name. It's like up in Wisconsin. I think it starts with an O. And they allow the workers to decide basically everything in the day-to-day operations. So you decide how much you want to work. You decide your own hours. You have a quota of how many units you're supposed to do per day. But as soon as it's done, people leave, and it works great. And the people work harder and for a shorter amount of time, and everybody's happy with it.
Yeah, I think
think
that
that would
approach
work.
is pretty decent.
I think it's pretty close to what I was saying. I say just let them run it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And actually, I go farther than making them get insurance. I wouldn't make them get insurance. I would make each member of the union sign a contract saying they are personally responsible for you making profit on the company you own. That way, if they make bad decisions and the company goes under, all those people still have to work to pay you.
But they'd call that slavery.
Yeah.
It's something they agreed to.
Yeah, but
They'd all have
it
to
would
go
be-
file bankruptcy.
Yeah.
But because slavery is illegal, then
Yeah.
they could get
No,
that
no,
thrown out
it's
of
not
court.
slavery because they can file bankruptcy.
And that's why you would need the insurance, because they all would
Yeah.
file
Well,
bankruptcy.
that's why they would
Yeah.
want insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, well, I think what they will find almost immediately is that the heads of the union are very much not their friends.
Not
Right.
their friends. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I do have a question though. Do you guys think that unions cause I understand the purpose of unions, generally speaking, right? So my question is probably going to be, there's going to be some ignorance aspect of it. However, so let's say, would you guys say that unions cause the it causes lower standards for, like, it generate lower standard workers? Like, take for example, right? I guess in some states, right, they have teacher unions, right? And so they have so much bargaining power. It's extremely hard to fire a bad teacher.
Right.
The
Well,
most
yeah,
they
but-
can do is move them.
My,
Right?
my answer before your example would have been straight up yes. It does lower the quality of workers in some industries.
Yeah.
I'll put that proviso in.
That's why you
Yeah, but-
need you need something in your contract that punishes the union members for being bad employees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
Right. You hire someone that destroys the first, or destroys his 10th giant 10-cylinder engine at Caterpillar. The union starts paying for the cost. Like that needs to be in the contract.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. Because at the end of the day, right, like the employees, they're funding the unions, right?
Yeah.
And so if the union,
G'day, Steph.
if I was a smart man and my company, if I was an asshole, CEO, and my employees are disgruntled and they're like, yeah, we're gonna form a union, I would actually be like, you know what? Let's form a union, right? I would even fund it, right? And I'll just, put somebody who's my friend, and I'll ask him to pretend that he hates me, and just run the union in such a way to where it'll just benefit me in the long run. All those dues those employees are paying going back right in my pocket, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
Right.
mean, if you were a smart business owner of a medium to large business, you would start a union basically as a business.
That's what I was going to
Pre-write their
say.
contract to include certain clauses and make them unnegotiable, so they can't be changed upon further negotiation, like years later.
The state of Texas has
And
done
then
this
just let
with
it go.
corrections officers. They came up
Really?
with their own, yes, they came up with their own union, made it a closed shop, so everybody is run by the union, and they come up with the craziest agreements, and so you end up getting less pay. It's insane, but because you have to be in it, you have to pay your dues.
So
and you just screw
hold
over your
on.
contract.
So this is interesting, right? Because in my head, I'm thinking it. I'm thinking from it from the perspective of of you know of trying to get the most out of my employees while paying them the least,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so now it's a situation where it's like, okay, let me instead of me being necessarily directly blamed and responsible for it, right? I can just have another entity responsible for that, right? And
Cool.
whatever they get, they take. Because at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, right, I want to maximize every single dollar that's being spent to generate even more money, right? And so I think a union is actually a really good strategy if that's the case.
Do you
That's
guys
crazy.
What
have in
the,
America? Oh, sorry, Stephanie.
are you familiar with the German labor laws?
I am. But
Okay.
you have to have a certain.
I'm not.
You have to have a union above a business a certain number, and on the board of corporations there has to be at least one union member, I think,
No, half
or equal number.
half of
Half.
equal
Okay.
half of the representation on the board of directors of a corporation has to be labor.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is both a way of keeping businesses from going crazy, but also using the power of the union against itself. It makes for
So
stable businesses.
It makes for stable businesses, and it also provides for equity.
Do you
I don't
have
know about equity. They don't all get paid the same.
No, they don't. No, equity doesn't necessarily mean the same pay for everyone. I mean, that's
Well,
kind of a straw man, really.
Equal representation isn't the same as equity. I don't think you could call that equity.
yeah, I mean, shoot, I like equity. I mean, does that mean I want a beard like Richard?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't
Do
mean
you
I'm
have
entitled to it.
No. Come on,
But it's
don't
too
straw
late.
man
Dear
this.
glorious leader has determined you must have a beard like Richard.
Don't straw man this. Don't do that.
Does the states have industry awards?
No.
Does the United States? The United States
Yeah.
is the United States is headed back towards laissez-faire capitalism. It's just headed back that way. I mean,
See,
when you have proposals to drop out, you know, we're the only industrialized country in the world without a form of socialized medicine. We're just going backwards. And
because
we have we have proposals to go back to a time before even the limited amount of Social Security that Roosevelt enacted in the New Deal. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Because
I don't know how
unions
we're
in
going back to.
Australia have basically become, well, all their role really is in Australia is to make sure employers follow this industry award or standard,
moment.
if you want.
Just one moment. Nice shades, Richard. Great shades. Like it. Okay, carry on. Didn't mean to interrupt.
I mean,
I just needed to
these
hat tip to the host.
These awards, which you're bound to by the industry that your company is a part of, is basically a minimum, and then it's also a guide that explains how long someone works before their pay rate would go up. More certification means their pay rate will go up to this set amount, and it's all across it's all there for employers and employees to see before they even apply for the job. There's no real discussion about
That doesn't
pay
exist here.
other than like in my instance, I'll say I generally pay above award. I don't specify how much above.
You hiring?
Always. So yeah, and that just eliminates all of what I'm hearing. These issues that occur in the States with unions getting out of control, and on the other end, employers getting out of control.
I do think that it's really it's actually laughable to say unions are getting out of control when the number of workers in the United States who are actually covered or are members of a union has been dropping for the last 50 years.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't see.
Off.
I don't see how you can say that there's a counterbalance in the American economy of corporate power versus labor power. I mean that the scales have clearly tipped and have been tipping for 50 fucking years.
Yeah, but part of the drop off in unions is in fact the union power itself.
What union power? Can you name
power a union has at a business?
Can you name can you name a union that actually has power
UAW?
That can bring? Seriously, really?
Yeah.
UAW has power to shut down the economy of the United States the way it did.
They have a power to shut down a huge chunk of it. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Really? You don't think all those workers just stopping working won't affect the economy?
Are they gonna?
I don't know. They could. They've threatened. They've partially done it before. In fact, they've done it in totality before, too. It's just been a while.
It's been a very long time.
Yeah, but they're also one of the unions that didn't go too crazy and still exist.
Good point, B.S. Lewis. What if unions don't have power? What's the point of unions? If workers don't have power, what's the point of workers? And we're just all slaves.
Yeah, but they do have power.
They do.
Yeah.
Show me where they've had power. Show me how the air traffic controllers have power anymore. They're slaves.
We're talking about the UAW because I know more about the air traffic controllers.
But show me how the teachers' unions have power.
Do you think those teachers are being paid more or less because they're in the union?
They're getting paid shit. Do you know what
do you think they're getting paid more or less?
The average wage they're getting paid shit.
Would they get paid more if they wasn't in?
Do you want to know how much? Do you want to know how much the state of Florida values education?
I don't know why you're trying to run from this question.
I'm not trying to run from this question. I'm trying to assert that it doesn't matter.
But we're talking about the power that they have.
Are they getting paid more? Yes, they are. Of course they are.
Apparently they have.
But you know what? Are they getting paid what they're worth? Do you think?
Yes.
Do you think you do?
Yes, value is relative. They're getting paid what they're worth.
Yeah. How much do you make a year?
How much do I make a year?
Yeah.
Low six figures.
Low six figures? That's nice. Do you know what the average wage of a school teacher is?
Way below that.
Yeah. Do you think that you are that much more fucking valuable than someone who's teaching your children?
Yes. Well, right now I'm teaching my children. Like, value's relative. You can be upset with it if you want.
Value's relative. Do you really honestly believe that educating generations coming along is more valuable than whatever numbers games you're playing?
Yeah, people in aggregate have decided that, yeah.
People in aggregate have decided that, and you know who the people in aggregate have not had a say in that?
Everyone that votes gets to say in it.
The teachers.
Everyone that votes gets to say how valuable that service is.
It's evidently true that our society has decided.
Who voted you into your six-figure income?
People voted my job gets me that six-figure income. I showed that I was capable of doing that job.
you, I'm just saying. I think that the values are screwed up. You know,
I agree.
yes, perhaps the economy has given, I don't know what you do, but has given you in whatever your chosen field is, a
Well,
feeling
I'm
of
actually a teacher, but
worth.
I'm above K through 12.
Okay.
I think the fact that as a society we pay our actors millions and millions of dollars and sportsmen and so on, but yet we have very little value for our scientists and doctors and things
Right.
like that.
It's part of the
Although
problem.
doctors do generally get paid pretty well. It just, I think, shows the fact of how relative value is.
Yeah, I
Cerberus,
mean,
Cerberus, you said you're a teacher. You're above K through 12.
Yeah.
Do you or do you not believe that if better uh, if teachers below whatever level you are teaching at were better compensated in their efforts, that
I think that they.
that you would be receiving better students,
Oh,
more
I would definitely
informed
be receiving
students?
better students.
Yeah. Do you think that
Yeah.
that's valuable?
To me, it is.
It is. Do you think
Yeah.
it's valuable for society as a whole?
I don't know. What's the cost benefit analysis? Like, what are we giving up to get that?
What are we giving up? What are we gaining?
Well, yeah, what are we giving up to
That's
gain that
cost
thing?
benefit. What are we giving up?
Yeah.
Perhaps we're giving up. Perhaps we're giving up a whole shit ton of armaments. Perhaps we're giving up the notion that we need to patrol the world. Perhaps we're giving up the notion of forging machines of death.
So we're giving up the safety of our economy.
I don't believe that that's the case. If you believe that our economy relies on death, then I think we might have our priorities fucked up.
Or our economy, it's not. Most of the wars aren't really the issue, but our economy is based on globalization.
That's pretty final, don't you think?
Well, yeah, but our economy is based on globalization, and globalization's only possible with world police.
Okay, so globalization is only possible on world domination.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brill.
You need to ensure that every country, not just the ones that can only afford a navy, have the ability to produce goods.
And do you think that this is a worthwhile strategy for a world of 8 billion people to pursue, where other
Better
countries
than not having it, yeah.
where other countries are seeking to do the same goddamn thing, and that the only outcome is constant struggle between one society and another for domination, for that kind of world domination.
Yeah, that's going to happen. Someone's going to be on top.
See, there you go, man. I don't think that that's survivable. I don't think that that's a good outlook.
But see,
and
everything
we disagree.
Here, though, is democratic.
Huh?
Everything that we're talking about here, though, ultimately with the economic system we have is democratic.
Well, it's not democratic when it comes to bullets, is it?
No, it is. You need to have the money to put into the bullets.
Yeah, but everybody, you know, it's the old eye for an eye. Everybody's blind.
Yeah.
I don't see how this works. If it is worthwhile to have a better educated population, it is worthwhile for you to get better students, better prepared, people who get shit better. You know, and you're basically saying, in my view, that's not as worthwhile as being the biggest badass on the block. I have a problem with that.
Being that, can I interject? Can I just say something?
You can.
Please? All right, go ahead.
I was going to say that the economy we would need to then put more money into students would require the money we're spending in the military currently.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you reduce one,
I
you
agree.
will lose what you're gaining that you want to put into the education system.
Yeah, but what do we gain?
If we weren't,
Well, you end up gaining nothing.
What is the benefit? What is the benefit then? If we're going to do cost benefit,
I'm telling you,
what is the benefit of overvaluing, or in my view anyway? Obviously, we disagree, but what is the benefit in overvaluing our ability to impose? To become the biggest badasses on the planet
if we
over
weren't a
our
military superpower,
capacity
our economy
to
would go in the tank.
man, see, this is the thing that where I think this is where I think we've gone awry, because there was a time when this country was noted for unbelievably its unbelievable quality of education, and we've lost that. We've lost it.
Oh, no.
And we're continuing to lose it. When we talk about having book bans and restrictions to access to, the heritage of mankind in entire states, when we are educating our children that poorly, we are going to lose that advantage, any kind of advantage. No, we will. We will. We have.
We get brain drained from the rest of the world.
We don't have people coming to American state schools from abroad as they used to.
You don't think so? Go to Google and type in any country, then add brain drain to the end of it, and read an article on it.
It has been.
No, the U.S. really isn't. The U.S. is where most of it's coming to.
It's over the course of the last 20 years, I'd say. It's been less and less and less. People aren't interested in coming to a nation that seems to have its entire focus on being jerks.
So let me just say this, Stephanie. I understand the perspective that you're coming from, and to be fair, there is the whole idea, of of American exceptionalism, right? And so, being someone who was born in a different country, emigrated here, I have two very distinct impressions of America. Now, to be frank, America being the bully allows for stability, not necessarily just for America, but for certain regions of the world who want to trade, globally speaking, right? Without constantly having other countries or pirates or basically destroying and robbing vessels, right? That having that level of stability is important. Now, you could argue and say, hey, maybe the UN needs to be the one to do that, and all these other countries need to pay in and create an international navy to manage the waters, right? But having that massive police force, it allows for a certain level of stability outside the country's border, which allows for a certain level of stability within its borders, right?
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying, right? And to some extent, it's a might makes right type situation, right? But if it's done with the intent of stability and not necessarily, because say for example in South America, right, a lot of the issues that exist down there is because of American interference, and it's because America wanted its way and probably didn't get it and stuff like that. Like, we get that those things exist, right? you know but outside of that, there are other things that come with that. And unfortunately, what I would like to see is America taking I would say, more practical approaches to helping the countries that it fucked up in its journey to, I guess, essentially police the world. So I think that maybe a UN-based navy, right, might be a good idea. I don't know how that would work, considering the current UN is practically useless,
I
right?
don't. Yeah, I mean,
So,
you know, I'm not. Yeah, I think, you know, Service and I may converge on this, and I don't think that that's. Yeah, I don't think that that's.
The U.S. funds the UN almost unilaterally right now.
It's yes and no. It's the UN's a shit show, but but you know, I what I'm afraid of at my advanced age is we lose the plot, that we focus way too much on not just American exceptionalism, but exceptionalism within exceptionalism, to the point that we credit the Elon Musks of the world with so much fucking intelligence that they know better than the whole fucking society does. You know, and we've been here before. It's not that America hasn't gone through this before in terms of concentration of wealth, in terms of just losing the fucking plot.
I
And
mean,
every time we do lose the plot, we wind up just crashing and taking the world with us, because, you know, I remain a bit of an American exceptionalist in that if this economy tanks, the whole fucking world goes down. And in a world of 8 billion people, that's bad. A lot of people will starve. And a lot of people in this country will not be on the internet. You know,
I mean, so to be fair,
my fear is that we lose the plot over ridiculous issues of that don't take into account the people that are struggling, the people that are at the bottom, the people that need a leg up, and the people that, you know, that we lose the dedication to, the tired, hungry, leaving teeming shores and arriving at Liberty Island, at Ellis Island. I worry that we are going to lose the plot again, and we'll crash our economy and the world's
can
in
I?
hubris over principles of the stuff I'm seeing in Florida and Texas and all these other states that are basically saying we don't we want to hew to a a Christian nation.
So right now, I think if I really think about this and look into it enough, I could make a pretty good argument that the only thing that is keeping the United States together as a nation is literally hyperconsumerism and capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is the overlay that's keeping everything together. Because if we lose that, right, all of the political split on various issues is going to absolutely rip this country apart,
It's
right?
the
Doesn't that
money.
mean
It's definitely the money, and you know, it's the
Yeah,
old. It's definitely the money, and the uh, it's so, you know, the way wealth is distributed. And as you know, and this is not unique to the United States. When wealth is concentrated in one sector, uh, that sector doesn't have to give a fuck about anything.
I mean, yes and no,
Well, yeah.
right? Because in
How
order
did the
for
wealth get in the sector?
like in order for a company to grow exponentially the way how they've been growing now, again, it needs a certain level of stability, right? It needs people to have enough money to buy shit, basically, right? To produce way more than even really they need to, right? To the point where they'll even destroy a lot of it, right? Because because they have to maintain the value of that product, right? And so, these companies, right? They they understand that a certain level of stability is necessary in order to do their job, right? But at the same time, that stability cannot come at the cost of their profits, right? Hence the constant lobbying and stuff like that. A lot of money.
Where do the profits go?
I mean, it's money hoarding
into the hands of people.
in the hands of people.
Yeah.
It's really what it is.
Yeah, but who are the people? If the only consideration is profit, and the profit doesn't go to the workers who develop and provide the wealth, and those people are excluded and feel excluded, it's a bad look. It leads to tumbrils and guillotines.
Yeah, but maybe so.
Not a good look.
But Steph, think about it this way, right? Because again, it came back to your conversation between when it comes to value, right? Me as a worker, right? I'm not going to accept a certain amount of money to do specific jobs because because I understand my worth, right? My worth being my skills, my training, my experience, right? And stuff like that, right? That's what I'm worth, right? That's now if you're looking at it from the perspective of saying, okay, you know, all of the profits are just basically being hoarded up and given to the shareholders or the owners of the company. Okay, fine, but we're the ones, the people who are working there, we're the ones who are accepting these monies, right? We're the ones who are doing it, not them. If an employer really needs you, right, and he has no one else, right, and you demand a certain level of pay, hence unions, right, bargaining together or whatever, right? If he really needs you, he'll pay you enough, right? But you have to be willing to walk away, right?
That's right. That's what I've been saying. So you need to be willing to walk away. And when people get butthurt when you do, and you wind up walking away with nothing, then you effectively have no power.
Well, but here's the funny thing,
I
right?
mean, if you have no power whatsoever, you walk away, and somebody says, "Well, okay, you walked away. Fuck you." Then you're outside the system, and you will always be outside the system.
But again, this is where, for example, critical thinking is important, right? Because if you as a collective or a body of workers, right, you're a part of a union. You walk away from a company, and the company decides that, hey, listen, we're just not going to pay you, even regardless of how much money they might lose, right? Everyone knows how that industry works. Everyone knows how to produce that good or that service, right? Create a company that's going to be grounded in equity based payments, right? You don't have to work for that company. You can create. People can come together and create these companies, but guess what? They choose not to because it's the hard it's the hard thing, and there's the risk factor to it. The reason why a lot of people become rich very quickly is because they do take big risks, and it just works out. Sometimes it's really planned. Sometimes it's just sheer freaking luck.
Well, sure. I mean, there's no question that sometimes it's dumb luck, sometimes it's the lucky sperm club, sometimes it's all kinds of shit. I mean, how do you get right? How do you make $1 million? It's like, how do you make $1 million in the marine industry? Start with two. How do you wind up with $1 million in the marine industry? Start with two. It's like, there's all sorts of differences in sectors in the economy and this and that and the other thing. But the point is, in the broader perspective, hoarding wealth at the top of an economy never works out well. It never has, and it never will. And you know, this is the whole issue of how you manage that stuff. This is where government and politics and economics, this is where they end up, because you can have free market capitalism unrestrained, and it hasn't worked out real well.
It's worked out fantastic.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't.
It better than any other system we've ever had.
It hasn't worked out real well. And unrestrained free market capitalism
Compared to
has led to 2 world wars so far, and untold amounts of death.
Okay, wait. I see. We seem to have a misunderstanding of what capitalism is. Capitalism is 2 things: the ability for people to own their own property.
Yep.
And prices being set between a buyer and a seller and not a third party. Mm-hmm. That's all it is. All the things that happen in capitalism is because people in aggregate have decided that's what's going to happen.
That's what's going to, yeah. So
it's inherently democratic. In order to stop any particular decision, you have to become an authoritarian.
So that's why I use the example of the union, people who being a part of a union, right? If all of these people are using their skills and knowledge to generate money for a company that will pay them, maybe they should all pull together, create a company, right? Create a means to produce a good or a good and service, and create a more fair method of payment. A more equitable.
Well, that's why I brought up the German model.
Yeah, but that's government interference. I think
that's not government interference. Yep. It's labor. It's labor having a voice in corporate governance.
Okay, but you understand Germany's currently deindustrializing. Because I'm actually an economist.
Okay, so what is the second largest economy in the world?
Other than the United States? China.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what system are they using?
A mix. Their mix system.
Okay. What is that mix?
It's a socialist system headed by a communist party with small zones of economic freedom in quotation marks.
I would say that mix is actually fascist.
Yeah, it's really close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
it is a combination. It is a combination between wealth and government, where government allocates wealth to people already invested.
You've named basically every government that's ever existed on the face of the earth. Yeah.
No, yeah. I haven't.
Name one that doesn't do that.
I would say the democratic socialism in Europe, that Germany is a lot closer to.
You don't think they award rich people more money?
Huh?
You don't think they award rich people more money than poor people?
The point is going way, way, way like this. No, that's not the point. That's not the point. That inequality of wealth is always going to exist. I don't deny that. I don't harbor any fucking illusions that some people are going to acquire more privilege in whatever society they engage in because of any number of factors. But it shouldn't be entirely dependent on their circumstances of birth, their circumstances of education, their circumstances of anything. And in fact, to link it back to the whole education thing, the circumstances of education are absolutely critical in building wealth I mean, when you talk about what is wealth, what is the wealth of nations? We want to get back to Adam Smith. What is the wealth of nations? It's skill. And a nation that gives up on developing its skill and instead devotes its resources to domination of by virtue of one skill and one skill only, which is the capacity to build an army and build better guns, is a nation that's lost the goddamn plot.
You understand? Though I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm pointing out is you have two broad options that everything fits into in some spectrum. One is
see you with your shit-eating grin up there, Richard. What's going on here?
You can decouple the economy from the government and diffuse the power, or you can do the opposite.
Pause for a second, servers. Okay. I'll tell you exactly what's going on. I feel extremely strongly about these topics, and how I feel strongly about them is I don't know anything about them at all. And I feel really strong about that. I feel completely confident on my view in that respect. But I thought Titan Uranus, whose name I will never pronounce as he wants me to, if we just eat one billionaire, the rest would fall in line. I just think that's a great comment. I mean, just because, yeah. Anyway,
I'm sorry. I just had to. I just had to laugh because you know, that's like you
guys
are the only
so
people
over my head. I'm serious. You guys are talking way over my head. I don't know anything about this stuff. The only thing that I could say for the last hour, which I didn't think was worth saying really, is that without our military policing the world.
By the way, thank you for
the fiat money. The fiat money that we call currency in the United States would collapse.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's based on nothing but that.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's an element. That's an element of American power. I mean,
don't engage with me. It was the limit of what I knew. That was everything I had.
It's almost like a fake it till you make it kind of drill. And yeah, I do. I understand the politics of this stuff, but I feel strongly that, and I guess I'll leave it here. And I've got nothing else to say, but you lose the plot when you lose the idea of what makes a nation's wealth. And I'll go read The Wealth of Nations all over again. And I probably should too, because I don't remember it as well as I should. But what makes a nation's wealth is not just its military strength. Yes, it is a component, and I'm not here to say that we ought to disarm and sing Kumbaya around a campfire, because that's rather ridiculous.
In every war, every modern war, it's the economic output that enables the military.
Right. And I worry that we put at risk our economic output by neglecting the social capital that, if we value material capital over social capital, we lose the plot there. That's what I'm saying.
Let me say a couple of things that are known in economics that are just really uncomfortable. One, the level of skill one needs to have the type of production, the GDP production, that requires like tanks and planes and guns and stuff, can be done by almost anyone as long as their IQ is above like 85.
Mm-hmm.
The people that builds the technology, which is actually what increases the overall wealth pie, tend to be smart enough to get into those fields and make that tech regardless of education, because that's just how smart they are. They've done studies on how teachers affect the smartest people, and their effect is basically zero. So actually what creates wealth is funneling money and concentrating it in some amount to those smartest people.
So
it's really uncomfortable, but that's actually how it works.
So Stephanie, I got a question.
I think that the number of people you lose in constructing a model of education along those lines is just, you lose a lot of people.
Yeah, but
in
as time goes on,
discounting that stuff.
Yeah,
That stuff.
Yeah, but as time goes on, here's another uncomfortable thing. As time goes on, those people that you're losing, you know, the general population, the ones that we say are average, become less and less important because the people that are making technology are slowly replacing those people.
Oh, brilliant! So how that works really well in a world of 8 billion people.
It's scary. I'm not saying it's nice. It's just the truth.
Hey, Stephanie,
I'm saying it's not the truth, and it shouldn't be the truth. And to believe that that's the truth is to buy into a myth.
That's what technology does. It replaces human effort.
Yeah, fire largely replaced digestion.
I'm sorry?
I'm going back to the earliest technology of fire, how you didn't have to spend nearly so much time, you know, gathering food and chewing on it and everything else. You could replace those calories by cooking the meat.
Everything from the very first invention to whatever is our last invention will be replacing human effort.
Yep. Throwing away people is nothing I'll ever do.
Yeah, I don't think
throwing away people is something I will never be comfortable with, and I am terrified that this is that in some quarters people are willing to do so, and in those quarters are not quarters I care to frequent.
I'm in favor of the UBI.
I will, in fact, take up arms against people who believe that people are disposable.
Well, I don't know if people. Disposable. This isn't about so much believing people are disposable, though. But you understand,
sure as fuck sounds like
you are perpetuating that system every time you spend $1 anywhere.
For fuck's sake, don't you think I understand that?
Yeah. So you're doing it right now.
Don't you believe that I understand that I do not have clean hands. I will never have clean hands as long as I am buying this shirt from Vietnam.
It could be from the U.S. even. It doesn't matter where it's from.
Dude, I don't even want to go into the way that garment workers have and the entire industry has migrated to areas of less wages. And why? Because the very idea of producing your clothing, the things that you have on your back, is just below your exalted value of yourself vis-a-vis the people that produce those goods. I am a seamstress. I'm a sailmaker. I work in the fabric industry, and I understand the fucking exploitation that has gone on since Adam Smith was writing. And I also understand who makes those goods. And I also understand the value of women's work. I also understand the social dynamic. And I beg you to try to do the same.
Like, what do you mean by women's work? That was pretty sexist.
That's kind of time to cancel that.
Yes, it is fucking sexist. And God damn it, Richard, if you don't recognize that Canadian women in Maine were imported here to work in the fucking mills and those mills went south for North Carolinian women to do that. And those mills went south even further into the Caribbean for Caribbean women to do that, so that you can wear that goddamn t-shirt. And if you don't understand that those mills went to Vietnam and China and, you know, anywhere the fucking, I'm sorry.
Thailand.
Didn't say you were wrong. I was doing a play on words. That was all.
A play on words is also a play on the words you were taught.
No, it's just a play on words.
No, it's a play on. It's a play on. It's a play. It's a play. It's a play.
Joke. That's all.
It's a play on the whole notion of what is valuable.
I wasn't degrading a thing you said. It was just a tiny little play on words. Just try to forget I ever said it. It wasn't very good.
Who wants another
I'm trying to make this argument. I'm being passionate, and I understand I'm being passionate, but there's all of these issues are part of a far broader conversation of whose labor is worth money in a capitalist system. And I started the conversation out saying, I realize my hands aren't clean. And I do think that people ought to think about how clean theirs are and not just wash them and walk away and saying, I got mine, fuck you.
Look, here, if you want to, let's say you want to restore union power, there's one thing the people can do that will make it happen almost overnight without any government intervention. And that is all women go and strike permanently.
Yeah, that's a Lysistrata model, I suppose. We can go back to an ancient Greek comedy and say that, yeah, let's try that. But it's never going to work that way. It doesn't. It never has worked.
I know, because the people in aggregate don't want it.
Well, therefore, it's okay to just simply let women's work be worth 70% of men's.
Well, no, this is an argument of ethics. This is just pointing out the reality of how the system works.
Right.
Welcome,
and so maybe don't have the system work that way. It's possible to change systems.
It's possible, but every system is going to be more authoritarian.
What?
Yeah. The least authoritarian government we've ever had that functions is a Republican government along with a capitalist economy. That is about as diffuse of power you can get while still having a country.
You know, I don't expect to convince you to do anything other than think.
Yeah, I have.
I don't.
And I understand you've come to your opinions. I understand you've come to your opinions. I just simply think that that thinking beyond your opinions is a worthwhile enterprise. And
that's basically every position I've put forth to you is me thinking beyond my personal opinions.
Yeah, that's basically what he's been doing the whole time. He actually told you quite a few times that he doesn't disagree with you.
But he's not willing to do anything to make change, and that's what's frustrating to me.
I mean, you don't really
because he's basically saying that's the way it is, and I'm not willing to give up the idea that change is possible.
Okay, listen. The way how I look at it, if you're operating within a system, right, you cannot change the system if you do not understand how it works. Most people do. Okay, but what he's trying to explain to you is the mechanics of how it works, right? And he's explaining
how it fucking works.
No, but but what he's trying to ring in your head is that the aggregate, they're the ones that want the current system as it is. So in order to change it, right, you have to present something better, right? Something that the aggregate wants, that's going to give them more money or more resources at the end of the day, right? Because if you can, just one quick thing, right? Apple is worth $1 trillion, right? I am sure that that if you were to kind of maybe distribute the worth of that company, right, to the employees based on an equity based thing, right, the janitor could be earning 6 figures, right? but at the end of the day, the current system that exists to where the janitor is only, depending on wherever he works, he's making probably, $30,000-$40,000 a year, right? The workers, right, from the janitor all the way up to the CEO, right, have to agree to change the system in which how Apple is run.
Well, this is what I said back maybe an hour, maybe 45 minutes ago. The system is fucked. You know, should Apple be worth $1 billion? Or however many billions of dollars, trillions of dollars they're worth? Should these people be worth these trillions of dollars? I mean, shouldn't the people be worth those trillions too? And how do you make the distribution fair? So, one way, I mean, we're leaving government entirely out of the question here.
Yeah,
The
I think
function
people should solve their
of
problems.
government is to balance these things so that we don't wind up having a situation where
You wanna live in a
people
much
get
more authoritarian
violent
government
about
than I
it.
do.
And I think that the history of capitalism, and particularly in the 20th century, has demonstrated that it doesn't actually work.
But Steph, if you really look at it, a lot of these corporations, right?
How do you feel about Franklin Roosevelt? How do you feel about Roosevelt? How do you feel about Social Security? How do you feel about Social Security?
I'm just trying to make a point here, right? Most politicians, straight up and down, are bought. They are bought by companies, right? I'm sure you're not going to disagree with that, right? Now, and so to an extent, right? Both the private sector and the government are working together,
This
right?
is a loop.
Yes, I understand that, but what I'm trying to get to, right? What I'm trying to get to is that if you give the government more power and more say, right? Just let me finish. Let me land a plane, right? If you give the government more power and say, right, there is not going to be a change because the government is already bought and they'll just set it up in such a way to where the people who bought them in the first place will still benefit in the long run. And so the people,
and that's the compromise.
The workers, right? The people who actually produce the goods and services, right? Those are the people who should be the ones to put their foot down and decide how they should work, how much time they should work, how much people get paid, and stuff like that.
No.
Right? I think the people should do that. And until you present a system that is better than the typical ones, that is more profitable, right, to the worker, right, they're not going to do anything because they're comfortable right now. A lot of people are too comfortable.
How do you feel about Social Security?
I think we need social services. I don't think it's possible to have an economy like the one that we have right now without those.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a middling of the road band-aid that both went too far and not enough, depending on what part of it you're looking at.
I knew you was gonna say some shit like that.
Okay. It's a band-aid. It's a band-aid. So I would agree. It is a band-aid. I would agree. It's totally a band-aid. That is the middle of the road. And yet you find those corporate interests buying politicians to rip the band-aid off and remove it entirely.
I mean, corporations do a bunch of things. Right now, what's going on? What's the craziest thing that's going on right now is that many corporations are, lobbying politicians in the United States and in Europe to sign a deal to set a standardized corporate tax and to increase from where it is on average.
Yeah.
You know why they want to do that?
Drive out the competition.
Drives out the competition. Big companies can pay the higher taxes. Like it's not as simple
Is that
as
a good thing in your view?
I think it's an awful thing.
It's terrible. It's a shit thing.
There's going to be plenty of stupid voters that are going to be.
So
for it,
what
though.
is the ideal world in your view?
As far as how we organize, like say for social services and the economy and everything,
Mhm.
I think if we required every business above 100 employees or above a certain dollar amount that would have to be adjusted with where inflation is, have a union, and then we get rid of all government financing of retirement and all social services, except for maybe a mild moving from one job to another job.
What is the objection of the government being involved?
It's basically going to end up being a political wedge issue that's going to eat up people's attention so they can't focus on more important things. And it's never, ever going to be good enough to keep people out of poverty.
And why? And why do you think? What? Let me think of this carefully.
Would you agree then, sir, that there should be an organization, a government organization that would be able to set an actual minimum wage based on
Not get rid of minimum wage. If we, as long as we're replacing it with the rules for basically enforcing unions, get rid of minimum wage.
What mechanism do you envision in your ideal world? Is available to the society as a whole to regulate either individual or corporate desire?
You mean
Is there in your view, basically, it seems to me that you're basically boiling this down to the only role of government is national defense.
No, there are 4 legitimate rules for a national government.
I think you could split them up more than that even, but I
mean, I just don't understand. I don't understand the mechanism by which any of Batman's ideas could possibly be broadly applied.
To restricting corporate power? Is that?
Yeah.
What are you asking?
Yeah, to either individual or corporate power. I mean, it's like corporate is like a group of individuals. Groups of individuals interact in the political sphere. Groups of individuals interact in the economic sphere, and politics and economics kind of interact a whole bunch. So, how does the politics work? If the politics is entirely united with economics, then we're talking fascism. And if that's your ideal world, count me out. Thanks.
Well, I mean, what I just presented as what would be my ideal world would be in the opposite direction of that.
And that is
removing.
I'm losing my fucking voice.
That would be removing the government from economic influence. That's what I just proposed.
How do you do that? How do you divorce matters of the home, economics, and matters of the city, politics? How do you divorce those things?
Well, I mean, economics is just the study of essentially human beings in a system of goods and exchanges.
Economics literally means studies of the home.
Yeah, but that's not really exactly what it is.
That's what it is in Greek.
Yeah.
It's
But
what
I
it's
mean,
been for how many fucking thousands of years?
yeah, but
That's what
that's
it
the
is.
etymology of the word.
It's that it boils down to the same goddamn thing.
I mean, economics includes corporations, and
Sure.
corporations aren't homes,
Yeah, they are.
are they? Maybe in a
Yeah.
metaphorical
They're
sense.
persons,
So,
aren't they?
they're persons
Yeah.
legally
Yeah.
because they need
Aren't
actual
they?
standing in court.
Yeah. So therefore, I mean, it's the development on the definition of the word. They're matters of private enterprise. And
Well,
politics are matters of public enterprise. So how do you divorce those things?
I mean, corporations are by their very nature it's some level of public enterprise.
But so corporations are both public and private.
Yeah, well, we can sort them strictly into public
And
and private.
Private
But
ownership,
even the
and who
private
governs
ones,
the public sphere of corporations and individuals? How does that happen?
both the government and the people.
Okay, so the government does have a role then.
Well, it currently has a role, yeah.
All right, but you argue that it shouldn't.
No.
Okay, you argue it should. What is the government's role?
Yeah, I think the government's role is to, and I don't know exactly where the cutoff line is, but to prevent the general harm to the public.
And who is the public?
The people in the country.
The consumer, not the producer.
No, I wouldn't just. All producers are consumers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So just.
And the interaction between the production and the consumption should be entirely isolated.
It should only be regulated to the extent that it causes harm to the general population.
And how do you determine the harm caused?
Well, we have a Republican system, so the people determine how far the government can go in regulating that.
Jurors and voters determine it.
Okay.
All the power in the system is actually at the level of the people.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the people are just lazy.
So should the people decide that it would be so should the people decide that it would be just to enslave others? That's cool.
This is basically how laws always been made on some level, yeah.
Under a democracy, yes. Under a republic, no.
Well, I mean, given the Constitution, under the constitutional republic with human rights, it would be no.
Yeah.
And who is to determine what human rights are?
The public, in aggregate.
So human rights are a matter of public determination.
Well, human rights is like a list, is a philosophical endeavor, right? But the actually having them in practice is completely a legal practice.
So, so the public has a role in determining what individual what some would say are private matters are what's public and what's private.
Yeah, I mean the people are essentially like a superorganism.
So it's okay for Ron DeSantis to basically withhold health care from trans children.
He's not.
Yeah, I think ethics is pretty relative. Yeah, so if the people did decide that in aggregate, that's
okay. And that's okay.
Now,
so I wouldn't like it.
Say cosmetic surgery,
and that's okay. And that's okay.
What about now where the
I think ethics are relative. It would be okay in that circumstance.
A Florida legislator is now trying to ban the Democratic Party on the basis of banning any party that supported slavery in the past. You know, basically trying to use a technicality in order to
that's a hell of a troll.
Uniparty.
Yeah, that's a great troll.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
It's a great troll.
Yeah,
so it's a cool gambit.
Yeah, it literally is a troll. The Constitution would prevent that from actually happening.
Yeah.
And why do you
It's
suppose?
only done
Why do you?
for show.
Why do you suppose? Why do you suppose that's being even proposed?
Because it gets them the votes they want. The people are being swayed
But
in their
you've just
decision
said.
making.
But you've just said this is the way we will determine.
Yeah, this is how we determine stuff.
This is how we determine
Yeah,
stuff.
you sway people to give you their power if you're a decision maker.
And that's okay if people are.
It's better than the other ways we've done it.
You know what I'm telling you is that this is the way to chaos.
Yeah, I mean, we can just centralize authority more and get that kind of chaos if that's what you want.
Well, that's what Steph keeps advocating for, is more of a statist mentality.
Yeah, I'm.
You think I'm advocating for statist mentality?
Yeah, that's when I listen to you talk. That's what it sounds like to me.
Now, make it clear. Make it clear. She's not going like all the way full Marxian communist.
Right. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
She is just more of it than I am. Basically,
yeah,
I guess. Yeah, I realize that any advocacy I do is in the political realm, and I am not. But I will say that at some point, it's not statist to say that at some point, the people whose liberties are at risk, the people who are at the tip of the spear, to the extent that they can, will die to preserve them.
Okay.
And I would hope that we don't get there, but I fear that we are getting there. I mean, you may say that it's trolling, exquisite trolling on the part of Ron DeSantis to do what he's doing in Florida. But it's gonna get people killed.
Yeah, I think in a large enough system, anything the government does gets people killed.
Yeah.
So it's not really a mic drop.
Okay, well, I've had enough of Stephanie. Actually, their connection just dropped. But
No, she clicked the button. She reached out.
Yeah.
Oh, she said she was done.
Well, she didn't say it.
Whatever.
She exited though. She didn't just drop.
Maybe she was not meaning to drop, but just was looking for something else. Who knows? We'll find out. Seemed involved in the conversation pretty good.
Yeah. Well, she has the trans thing going on, right? That's why DeSantis is a big deal to her.
Yeah, but she labels things in a way that make her point seem really valid. But if you actually take 2 steps back and look at it, no, he's not saying that children aren't allowed health care. He's saying that he's going to limit the amount of cosmetic surgery that they receive. And is that, what's people are going to die over? A lack of cosmetic surgery? And yeah, if we have enough people, then sure, of course, out of 330 million people, there's going to be some deaths about anything. Saying, oh, think of the children. That went out in the 90s. Because that's why we weren't supposed to have explicit lyrics in songs or violent video games.
Look, if the studies change, I'm sure more studies are going to be done. If the studies show that what's happening has flipped and suicide rates drop after surgery, then I'll change my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I want to comment a little bit on side chat. First of all, I love all of you, no matter what you think right now. I really, really don't care what you think right now, because I think you're going to be a very different being in heaven, and I think that's where you're going. So all this stuff is kind of inconsequential, in my opinion. So yeah, Titan, you've been addressing me personally, so I'm trying to answer to you. Out of respect for you. Yeah, I've been reading the side chat. People are saying things I don't agree with. And what I want to encourage on this channel is people to make good arguments when they don't agree with another person. So I recommend making good arguments and change their mind. And may the best argument win. That's what I think.
Yeah. If
So
oh,
I
go ahead.
think, sir, I think what enlarge at least the conversation about the economic systems and stuff like that. I think may, maybe what Stephanie was mainly focused on is, I guess, the human aspect of it. The human aspect from the perspective of how do the current system affects um, the people who are not necessarily benefiting from it, who are not in a position to benefit from it, right? And like I get it. You know, clearly I am not rich. I certainly don't make six figures, right? I make 10 figures. I'm kidding. um, that is a bad Batman joke. I'm rich. Um, but I think that's probably the way how she's addressing it. However, I don't necessarily think that there is one way only to. The only way thing that I disagree on necessarily would just it's just the idea of getting the government more involved, right? Where it's like I think I think we the people give ourselves rights, right? And I think that if you feel like a right doesn't exist that should exist, right? Then you shouldn't appeal to the government or rely on the government for that. You should appeal to the people, right?
Oh
Because
yeah,
at the end of the day, it's the people who's putting that shitty government in place in the first place, right? And so I think largely, um, giving people information, um, and to some extent getting them to empathize more, right? You can get really good results, and I also agree to her point in that the education system, it's garbage, right? That's something that needs to be addressed. Teachers need to be paid more, but teachers need to be held at a higher standard because I'm sorry, man, a really good percentage of teachers probably shouldn't be teachers, right?
yeah.
And I guess the other part of it that's almost never discussed is the parental accountability part of it. Like people need to understand, schools aren't daycare for your kids, and so the necessary elements that a child needs to know, right, um, or have in order to properly participate in school, right? You as a parent should teach your kids that type of shit so the teachers can do their jobs, which is to educate and focus on educating versus trying to raise and dealing with their kids' shitty behavior or trying to figure out whether or not they should lock your kid up, you know, in a room because they're behaving in such a way to where it could physically hurt other teachers, right? And so, I don't. It's clearly, and I understand it's Trump saying, but it's not a black and white issue,
Yeah, it's
and
not a black and white issue.
and there are many aspects to these issues, and I understand what you're doing, and that you're telling her how it is, right? It's not flattering. It's not, you know, it, it, have to see things for what they are in order to change them. And until you see that, right, and accept it for what it is, right, you'll never understand real ways or conjure up multiple different ways of addressing issues, right? I'm only able to do the whole equity share-based payment system for employees idea because, you know, the business class and understand, you know, business management and shit like that, right? If I didn't have an understanding of that, right, I wouldn't come up with the idea that I did. I would be completely miffed trying to, you know, and saying, hey, the government should intervene. Well, no, the government aren't the ones who are working and making the company money. It's the people. The government isn't the one getting paid. It's the people. And your value, if you know your value, right, then you shouldn't be paid below your value within reason, of course, right? And the market, right? You have to take the market that you know, or an industry that you're working in into consideration. You know, that's the way how I kind of see that whole conversation. I would have liked to speak up more about the teacher stuff, but I guess I'll wait until the next time I see her.
But I give her some credit. I don't think give her some credit because I don't think she understands like how all her positions are interconnected.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it seems like in general she wants the government to step in to make everything more equal. Right? Actually, not even necessarily that, but the government to step in more in general. But then when it comes to Ron DeSantis, she wants the government to step out of the economy. Or more like she doesn't want the government to step into the economy in a certain way.
Yeah,
Right?
and I mean,
She doesn't want Ron DeSantis. She doesn't want the government of Florida interfering with plastic surgeons' business.
yeah. To be fair, I don't necessarily think she cares as much about the plastic surgeon's business as much
Yeah, it's
versus
just something
the
she has to be for to get what she wants.
yeah. But again, it's just one of those situations where, you know, like you said, these things are all interconnected. Because listen, with the situation in Florida, DeSantis and Disney, right? Um, I'm pretty sure he understands the power Disney has and how much people they employ in Florida. And the issue sometimes with corporations, especially ones as big as Disney, is that sometimes they're perfectly fine with losing some money. They can get back into a state where they're willing to cut their losses and reinvest into something else and somewhere else. And who's going to be responsible for all of that,
Disney
right?
World would be a tough change, though.
I mean, sure,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
would, but it
Florida
just
would have to be really bad for them to want to try to uproot that.
no, I know that, right? But again, as a company, right? As a company, if it's one of those situations where you're taking away certain privileges from me, right? And those privileges allow me to hire, you know, more Floridians and give them jobs and stuff like that. And it's going to, you know, mean that I'm going to lose money or, you know, for example, pay more in taxes or whatever, right? Then guess what? When that starts showing on my books as a loss, I'm going to fire more people. That's typically what
Yeah,
these
it would.
companies do.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like the tactic or what's being demanded should change, right? Instead of, for example, instead of just increasing corporate taxes, a much better option to get the exact same outcome would be to require those corporations to have a higher number of employees.
I mean,
I
sure.
want to thank Ariel for all the input. Sorry, I couldn't help but tell the joke. All right, but have a good night, Ariel. Thanks for dropping by.
All right. I don't know if I'm for that overall. 'Cause I haven't thought that out so much, but it is better than just increasing corporate taxes.
I mean, sure, but you're forcing a company and telling a company how it should run. right? And the only way you're going to be able to do that, as far as I'm concerned, is to put that shit into law somehow. And you're
Well,
going to
you
run
have
into
to.
all sorts of, you're going to run into all sorts of issues from other businesses, right? So again, it's just one of those situations where, you know, a dumb person has power, decides to make a political move to gain some kind of favor without thinking about all of the repercussions, right? Because now Disney is no longer going to be responsible for all of the public maintenance, right? And so the people who live within that particular county are now going to have to foot that bill, which means they're going to be paying way
I
more in
mean,
taxes.
and the people in that county though could just increase taxes on Disney.
I mean,
Yeah.
sure, but again,
Like,
right? Disney will cut its
yeah.
losses as like what a company would do. They'll cut their losses and
But
keep it
there
moving.
are ways to
But
prevent it though.
I mean, sure, right? But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, who's gonna suffer? It ain't gonna be Disney. It's gonna be the people
But
who are
Disney
hired
can't
by
suffer.
Disney.
Okay, but who is Disney actually employing? It's mostly foreigners. They get these I forget what visa it is, but saying that Americans aren't applying for the jobs, and so then they get seasonal people from Eastern Europe and other places. So they're not really
In
employing
Florida,
Floridians.
most of the people employed in the Disney that's in Florida are Floridian.
That's not what I've heard from people who actually work there. Because I know for the accountants and the ticket takers, yes, because I have a family member who is an accountant there. But the people who run the rides and who get the little costumes are almost all Eastern European or some other foreign national.
Well, the costumes might be
that
true because you're not. Most of the costumes you don't even talk.
you don't even talk,
Right.
Yeah.
right? But again, right? Disney, the park, is not that. If anything, that's probably the smallest part of it, because
Well,
Disney,
the
the
food
Disney
vendors,
World,
the maintenance workers, the people cleaning,
yeah,
all those tend to be foreigners. They aren't hiring American citizens.
I do not see that from any of their
Uh-huh.
reports. No.
All I know is what the internal paperwork says.
And I think a matter of fact, it would be quite quite difficult to do that, because
How?
so the way how the U.S. immigration system is set up, it's not necessarily solely set up on merit based. It's mainly family based, and so it's pretty
Okay, you're saying immigration. I'm not talking about immigration. I'm talking
well.
about
That's really
foreign
important to
worker
the
visas.
No, I understand, but that's really important to the conversation, right? What I'm trying to express to you is that the U.S. The U.S.'s immigration system, when it comes to hiring workers, right? It's more favorable to skilled, experienced workers for skilled and technical
Okay,
and
well,
those types of jobs, right? Those people who who's doing, that's, I don't know, playing Mickey Mouse in a costume,
mhm.
right? That's not considered a skill based
No,
job.
but see, you're wrong
So
about this part. It
they
is
would
because they're saying that they can't get Americans to apply for the job. I'm not saying that it's true what their claim is, but that's what they tell
well
INS. They
well
say
it's
they hire a lawyer to go to INS and say we can't get enough people to meet our needs, so we need 500 visas for this season, and then they say okay, and they just rubber stamp it. They don't really investigate it anything.
well that's not how it works.
Yes, it is.
Unless they're hiring undocumented people, because
No,
there's
they,
no
they, they
laws.
are
There's
documented.
there are no laws on the books. There are okay. I emigrated here,
Uh-huh.
right?
But did you
And
have a
hold on.
corporate sponsorship or did you do it on your own?
No, but that's not even how corporate sponsorships work, and you don't need to even be a corporation in order to sponsor someone. What I'm
Correct.
trying to express to you is that the laws, right, are mainly focused on two things: hiring high-skilled workers, exceptional athletes, or individuals,
Correct.
right?
I'm not
And
disagreeing
people,
with you on any of that.
yeah, and people who make a crap ton of money. Those are the people who typically get visas.
Correct.
Any visas outside of that, right, when it comes to work-related stuff, right, are temp visas that are specifically set up for farm work.
No, it
Right?
doesn't only have to be
Disney,
farm work.
this,
Other industries too. And Scientology.
there's there
Go ahead.
again. All I'm saying
Unmuted.
is, I understand what you're saying, but what is on the books in terms of the laws, right? There is
I
no
agree with you.
mechanism in the laws
I agree with
that
you.
allows for that type of hiring en masse.
I agree with you.
So, with that being said, I have, unless Disney is breaking some kind of, a bunch of laws,
No.
right?
Well,
Hiring
there was
people
But
who
there's
in
also
low skilled
administrative rulings.
jobs.
Okay, but you keep saying
There was
laws,
literally
and
a
you're right.
lawsuit over it.
Yeah, you're right when you say laws, but administrative rulings are different. You don't need any law to have an administrative ruling, and that's what this is. We're having the INS make an administrative ruling that Disney needs so many, per season, so they get it. Trump also, I don't know if I should get into it, but he does have a tendency to hire people who for seasonal work, and by claiming that he can't get Americans to apply, and that's been proven false. Also, there are applicants. It's just that he doesn't want them. He would rather have some people who he can pay very little and threaten, with expulsion.
I mean, but if someone is hired on a visa, right?
Right.
You merely, okay, as an employer, when you hire that person, you're sponsoring them.
Right.
Sponsoring doesn't necessarily, mean, like, for example, you firing that person,
Mm-hmm.
right? You have to continue to sponsor them until they work out that time that
Okay.
they're here for.
What you do is you
So
take
it
their
would,
passport. You take their passport as soon as they get
that's
through customs
illegal.
at the airport.
That's
Well,
illegal.
but it's a business practice, though.
But
It's
Disney,
illegal, but it's
can't
a
do stuff like that.
Well, I'm telling you. And then they also give them government housing. I mean, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Company housing, where they say, we own this apartment complex. This is where you will live if you want to continue working for us. And we set the rate at which you're going to be paying us for that rent. So you can go and live it, live with somebody else, but we're going to stop employing you, and we are going to say that you violated the terms of your visa, and so you will never be sponsored again, probably ever get a visa again, probably won't even be able to come here as a tourist again, and any of your family members, we're going to blacklist them with the Eastern European companies that gather up all these foreign workers for work in Western countries.
Well, look, we
Okay.
can't
So
stop
there's a
it.
lot of stuff that
Oh,
goes
so,
on.
let
So-
me do a caricature real quick. We can't stop it because if we stopped it, that would be racist.
Right.
Okay, there you go.
Can't stop what?
Yeah, letting foreigners in. If we don't let foreigners in, we're racist.
No, that's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying
And
is
it's not.
that,
It's a joke.
yeah,
you're
like,
making a joke, I
of
get
a
it.
different group of people.
it's just one of those situations where unless Disney is doing something extremely illegal and have been getting away with it for decades, like, and no one notices,
Okay. No,
that
people do
would be
notice.
insane.
This isn't hidden. What I
No,
just
no, no,
described
no,
to
no,
you.
no. When I say nobody noticed, I mean the federal government.
Well, they
No, they
choose to
noticed.
look the other way. Yeah, they don't care.
No, they noticed. That means there was lawsuits about it, like 3 or 4, or I think there was like 20 people that sued Disney, like back in like 2016, 2017 maybe.
And what did they sue them over again?
Unequal hiring practices. Because they were bringing so many people over on the H-1B visas. I think that's what the visas are.
Yeah, I mean, this is people who are around kind of people that use these kind of services, foreign employment services, know it. And again, it's not, they don't have to say, we're going to quit sponsoring you if you quit working. All that they have to say is, great. The town that you're from over here in blah blah stan, I'm just making up something, like Ukraine, wherever, then we're just going to let it be known that nobody who is affiliated with you is going to get hired to work for foreign countries again. So if you like getting that money to send back to your parents and grandparents, if you like buying stuff in America that you can then take home for it with you, you're not going to get that again. If you want the chance to come here and possibly meet a wealthy American and hopefully get married so that you can then become an anchor and bring the rest of your family here, you won't have that opportunity. So it's all these informal inducements that is bringing all these foreigners to come to work for Disney, because the actual amount of money that they're getting is not like super overwhelmingly wonderful. It's all the collection of benefits.
So right now, the only lawsuit that I saw popped up in the past 5 years is about
Well, he
it's
said
a
2016, so you have to go back 10 years.
2016.
Yeah.
Well, not 10 years, but
Well,
five,
more than
but-
5.
Yeah, 7 years, I guess.
And who knows when it was actually filed versus when it was heard. So it's better to go
For 6
search
years.
too far. Yeah. Include a wide net.
Does anyone have any theological discussions they want?
Shit, dude, we've invaded and taken over Richard's channel with all this political shit.
Like the name of the show is debate. I'm gonna have to change the name of the show.
It should be Richard and Batman meets in Gotham.
Wait, let me merge the topics. I say, as a law, so this is the politics portion, that whenever a company makes a new movie that's either a part of or based on some cultural heritage piece of media, that if they make that movie bad, they need to be forced to remake it as an apology to God.
Doesn't that assume that God needs an apology or wants one?
That's just how bad it is. We just want to be safe.
Isn't that like most of them?
Yeah, it's a lot of them.
Yeah. Well, I think they're catering to a certain audience, and they're good at it. So nothing theological. Okay.
Okay, so I found the lawsuit, and so the guy who started the whole thing, he is actually not a low skilled worker. He's a high skilled worker, and he got replaced by another high skilled worker, despite his high performance numbers within the company, by another high skilled worker from India. And they hire on the H-1 visa, which is for the H-1B visas that's used to bring in workers. Right? And typically, those workers are skilled or high skilled workers. So the low people on the ground, those aren't the people who are suing or even having their jobs taken, who were having their jobs taken. It's actually the skilled workers. The New York Times here. Copy the link and put it in there. It's actually a good piece. We should go over it. Now, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, right? Hillary's, you there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. Now, I do understand, like any, the company and the government, corporations and the government are really close. Now, I think it's definitely possible for them to use these types of visas, right, to bring in people from other countries, to work low-paying jobs, right? They could, because again, right, it's what Disney says, and if Disney and the U.S. government is colluding, then they can get whatever they want in terms of people to work, a position, right? Regardless of the position, right? So maybe that's the case, and maybe it's a trickle down effect. Maybe it started with the higher paying technical jobs, right? And it trickled down into the lower paying jobs. And people are basically being brought in on visas that they really shouldn't be able to have in the first place because they don't meet the requirements. So maybe that's the case.
Oh no, the H1B visas have a minimum salary of like 60 grand. So you're not bringing in like poor Mexicans to work at Disney World.
I mean, I know that, but again, right? If it's like if it's like some mob shit, right? And that's very possible.
Well,
like
then you don't even
Hillary's
need a visa.
suggesting, right? That 60K number could just be what they're showing on the books, not necessarily what the person is being paid.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, it's always possible that the rent for those apartments just so happens to be
Just so
40K.
happens, yeah, right. it could be that, right? Just play devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
but
I don't sell eggs. I rent chicken time.
I rent chicken time.
Right.
Okay, so all right, I think these conversation is probably leaving Richard a little bit alienated. So let's talk about Bob. And
I am going to cry soon. It's a fact.
You know what? What does the chat think we should discuss, at least theologically speaking? Because I can't necessarily think about anything to bother Richard about right now.
I got something. Which Jesus is the biggest Jesus?
Biggest in
You
which
know
way?
what?
The one over that big city in Brazil. That's a really big Jesus.
That's the biggest Jesus.
That is the biggest Jesus.
It's gigantic. It's ridiculous. Got struck
be
by
fair-
lightning, but not a sign from God.
And he
Ah,
wants a
damn
hug.
it, Richard. You know what? I think it's a sign from God because he made it clear that he doesn't want us to make any idols, right?
Yeah.
And
right,
so
graven images. That's right.
exactly. And so he keeps striking that shit with lightning, right? That's his warning. I'm just saying,
He needs
if
to
I
use
was
a bigger lightning bolt because it's not destroyed yet. It's only slightly damaged. It's not
See,
even doing anything.
yeah,
Well,
but
then
God don't
God's
like
just
lazy.
trolling.
Maybe God don't like lazy. Maybe he, by continuously striking it in a specific pattern, right? Some will pick up on that pattern and will be like, you know what? Maybe God doesn't like this, right? But and he
Morse
doesn't want to
code.
destroy it, right? I do not like it.
Okay, so while you guys are trying to think of something serious, I'm going to address Doubting Thomas, who had some real things to say. Apologist always seemed like an odd term to me. Okay, so I think that's from the Latin apologia, which means to give a reason. It doesn't mean to apologize for a thing. So they're trying to give a reason for what they believe. That's what apologist there means. Lots of good comments. People being charitable to each other. I love to see that. And good hard conversation is too. Good arguments is always a great thing.
Sure, Richard.
This is a misunderstanding, Doubting. I didn't say there are different species of fir tree. I believe that fir is a species, as is cedar and lots of other stuff. But what I did say that I think you're trying to quote is that according to the Book of Enoch, there are 14 non-deciduous trees on the planet. That's the claim. Is that true? Yes, it is. Fir is one of them. In fact, pines are 12. The pine tree family of conifers, which is not the same as non-deciduous. There's another classification. So it's not a true binary. So non-deciduous trees on the planet, number 14, and those include holly and rhododendron. Those also keep their leaves like 3 to 5 years depending. So yes, there are 14, but they're not firs. I've been reading the chat the whole time I wasn't talking, Doubting. So yes, I saw people being reasonable and unreasonable. I'm trying to encourage people being reasonable with each other. That's what I'm trying to encourage. Yes, definitely.
This may be a butthole thing to say, but I'm going to guess people got more friendly after Titan left the chat.
That's not entirely true, but it's not entirely false. It just wasn't the majorative factor, is what I'm saying. Okay. So what do you mean by the biggest Jesus? What does that mean?
It was just like, my God's bigger than your God, which Jesus is the biggest Jesus.
Oh.
Like, if it comes down to a fight, who am I siding with?
If it comes down to a fight, who should you bet on? Something like that?
Yeah, which Jesus?
Oh, that's interesting. Well, since the majority of Jesuses don't even actually exist, they never did and they never will, to the tune of probably one Jesus per Jesus believer. Their relative imagined size is quite irrelevant because they can't even have a fight. They don't exist anywhere at any time in any way in any knowable universe. However, the real Jesus would win against all these non-Jesuses easily because there's no one for him to fight. So that's my theory on that. That the guy who actually shows up on the planet for end times would easily win against 1 million non-persons.
Yeah, and as South Park taught us, never bet on Satan because he'll throw the match.
Yeah, he'll throw the match just because he wants to screw you.
Yeah. That's actually a pretty good one. Oh man. So I will say this. Richard, when you say demolish doctrine, are you saying demolishing religion?
Depends on your definition of religion, but it might. Oh, here's a good one, Beck. Someone told me today that I wasn't concerned with trans issues, and I wasn't concerned with the LGBT community. What do you think about that, Beck?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it'd be pretty disappointing if you weren't.
Look, I think all these temporary problems, because of what I believe, and I have persuasive evidence but not conclusive evidence for what I believe. I think these are all stupid monkey tricks. And that's what we're going over here. That's what we're going through, and we do suffer because of that. And I think it'll be extremely like, I think in heaven, and I want you to repeat what you said because I've completely lost it, and it was very rude of me, and I'm sorry. But I do want you to bring it back up and remind me. Doubting Thomas, peace and respect and welcome. Let me finish this real quick, Doubting. What was I saying? Stupid monkey tricks. I think that our suffering is going to be important, and I think the religions talk about this in our future time in heaven and why our experience here is so horribly important. In order that you can say something like, I was baptized for sin, is an identifying statement saying I lived on an earth. And I don't care if you've been through some religious ritual or not. That it has nothing to do with that. That's totally a misunderstanding. There is no sense in performing these weird rituals. Those are all just horrible misunderstandings. That it just means you were alive amongst sin on an earth when we didn't know any better, which would be awesome to those born into perfection in heaven, because it'll be something they absolutely don't get. Try to imagine your great 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 granddaughter coming to you and saying, "Grandpa, what's a fight? What's a fight? I heard this word fight, and I heard something about it. I want to make sure I understand the concept." See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be amazing. And I think we're going to be really glad we suffered in all kinds of ways.
Richard.
Sir, go ahead.
I have to interrupt. I apologize. I came in. I wasn't going to come in, but then I came in because I'm glad you caught that in your side chat. Somebody actually said you don't care about trans.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I made a comment on it too, but I'm glad you caught that, man, because it was just weird.
Yeah. Well,
right.
It's evident to me that the commenter did not know the history of the situation, which is fine. They can learn new things, I'm sure.
Right, exactly. That's very charitable of you.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
So, okay.
So what was it you had said? I'm so sorry, I was off topic completely.
No problem. So the question that I asked was, does demolishing doctrine demolish religion?
Okay,
now,
I don't know your definition of religion. If religion is a belief about some state of affairs, then maybe not. But if religion is a set of ritualistic practices that you hold as necessary for like your well-being or the well-being of your community or the state of the world, then I think that's magical thinking.
Let's go with these definitions. There's two of them. You can pick whichever one to work with.
I want your actual definition.
So how I would define religion is basically the worshiping of something, the worshiping and practicing of attaining something that is higher than yourself, your current state of existence. That's how I would personally define religion.
That just sounds like growth.
I mean, maybe, but that's how I always kind of saw religion, for better or for
would
worse.
you say would you say that religion always does that? Or do you mean your religion does that?
I would say the goal of most religions does that. However, whether or not the people within the religion is doing it is another thing.
Good. There's a difference between the practitioner and the practice. Good for you. Okay, so and that's what I was really asking you. Go ahead.
However, right, I think I'm gonna do some conflation here, and I guess you guys can get at me about it. But I see doctrine and dogma as being one and the same in the when it comes to religion.
Pretty
right?
much, yeah.
And so, if it's a situation where you want to demolish doctrine, and most doctrines in this sphere of influence, right? Religions can't exist without doctrines, right? Regardless of whatever what it is. So if you demolish the doctrine, you're essentially demolishing the religion.
Okay, let me see if I can narrow that down. I think it's too broad. Where a dogmatic or doctrinal belief on any given topic causes a person to, first of all, reject the actuality that they see, and second, accept a perceived reality that cannot and does not exist. It's the definition of being maladjust to reality. Okay?
I would disagree, mainly
Go ahead.
because, um, from my understanding, right, doctrines are grounded in philosophies, right, and philosophies that are grounded based on experience. And so, if someone,
Not necessarily. But go ahead, finish it. I'm sorry.
but I think people come up with these particular doctrines, right, for a reason to maintain some kind of consistency in order to achieve a specific goal, right? Whether the goal is heaven, enlightenment, or whatever, right? And this doctrine typically lays out more the moral stuff. It lays out the ritualistic stuff, the behavioral stuff, like all of that, right? It encapsulates all of those things, right? So the way, so I think if you look at it from the perspective that I do, just for a second, right? If you take that away, you are essentially annihilating religions, because without those things, religions or religiosity as a practice cannot exist. So this is why I asked this within that context, right? Because that's my frame of thinking, right? When you say you're demolishing doctrine, or your goal is to demolish doctrine, are you demolishing religion? Not, and again, people who's watching, I do not mean demolishing, people's belief in a god or gods, right? Just specifically religions.
I think that the subdivisions of religion, I'm blanking on the term for it, but that those are based upon the doctrines, but the religion itself isn't.
Yes, the sects of a religion are based on dogmatic, doctrinal beliefs.
Not necessarily. Hear me out.
Okay, well let me give you an example of that, and you tell me why the example is wrong.
Okay.
Jesus is God. Jesus is not God. Are two different beliefs within Christianity.
Okay.
Now, one of them has to be. I mean, if it's a true dichotomy, one has to be right and one has to be wrong, and one of them has to comport with reality, and one of them has to not comport with reality, or at least, Well, then, no, that would be assuming that Jesus does exist. I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that. But one of them has to comport with the Bible. One of them has to disagree with the Bible. Which one is debatable?
I mean, to be frank, both of them are, to be honest. And remember,
not consistently. It can't. Okay, if you take that stance, you have to say the Bible's inconsistent within itself. If you take that stance, you can make the Bible say whatever you want.
I mean, isn't that what we've kind of witnessed? Hence, you have multiple.
That's what I'm objecting to. It's what I often am objecting to.
Yeah. So with that objection in mind, it goes back to my question again, right? Is your goal to demolish religion? Just hear me out for a second, right? What Christianity comes from, the religion comes from, is the tales about Christ, right? And what was written about him, right? And we have built a religion or a system that turned into a religion based on the information we've gotten about Christ. Now, it becomes a religion because is now systematic in nature. It has specific rituals, it has specific rules, it has moral laws and stuff like that that's associated with the membership of that system, right? And so the story, right, or the belief in the story or the person, right, I hold that to be separate from the religion. Therefore, the doctrine, right? Therefore, the doctrine is separate. And so, it's my impression. It's my impression that doctrine is inevitable as long as that worship becomes systematic.
Okay, I can agree with that. Sure.
Yeah. So with that in mind, right? If you take away the system, right, you're basically destroying that religion. I know I'm repeating myself, right? My apologies, but there's a reason why
I'm glad you know. That's good.
Right. Right. But I'm doing that to highlight specific terms and why I use them and why I keep going back to the question, right? Because I understand the reason why you asked me to define it my way, right? But the reason why I didn't want to define it my way is because I think we should probably go with a more aggregate, position on it, and that will probably open up the conversation more, right? But going after, based on my understanding of religion, right?
Fair enough.
Demolishing,
I appreciate that.
Doctrine would basically demolish religion.
Okay, so first, I think what I'm doing is agreeing with the text and the intent of the angelic. At least those angels who are concerned with finishing in earth. That they follow the Yod He Vav He in their life system while they're on that job. Okay? And yes, it would involve not only demolishing doctrine, but religion and religiosity itself. Unless, of course, your religion happens to be acceptance of truth. Then it wouldn't demolish that. And if you have dogmatic beliefs like inductive arguments are persuasive in that they are generally good at coming up with the best answer when we don't have physical evidence for a thing, and that deductive arguments are should be believed absolutely, so long as they're valid and sound, and those are things that are reflective of reality, along with my experience of the physical realm. And if accepting things like that is your religion, then I've got nothing to destroy. If you want to call that a religion. But
So
what
you're
I'm talking
basically-
about is
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
talking about magical thinking based in ancient ideas that have been disproven for millennia, simply because things like heaven is invisible because they don't have a telescope, and they don't understand what's out there in space. But Christians still believe that heaven's invisible. And I just go, really? Wow.
So I understand what you're saying, but the issue that you'll run into is that a lot of religions are grounded in faith versus fact. Faith
Yes.
versus fact, or I guess reality versus fact.
It's fine to take some things on faith if you have enough base evidence that you should accept a thing on faith. Right?
Yeah, but the issue you run into, right, is that if you experience and humor me here again, the supernatural, right? I know your position on it. Just humor me for the conversation, right? If people experience the supernatural, and that now becomes part of their reality, right?
Yes.
They don't have any other way to they don't have any other way to repeatably test it to verify that, okay, this, this is what it is or whatever. They have to take that up on faith, right? And so they have to, you know, once they do that, right, you're going to run into the issue of whole systems being built and put together based on people's spiritual experiences. And again, if you take that, what do you think is going to be the repercussions if you take away a system that's in place to facilitate people that have those experiences?
Okay, well, first, I think it's immoral to take that from someone without replacing it with something that works as well or better. What I think works as well or better, specifically better, is reality. And I don't think anyone needs magic at all. And in fact, if we had less thinking about it being magical and more thinking of it as being undiscovered, yet undiscovered, but discoverable scientific facts, I don't even know how much further we'd be along.
I mean, I would think, okay, so I would think that most Christians kind of have the view of, okay, God did it, right? But
yeah, that's
a
terrible.
Yeah,
rationale.
but but it never prevents them from discovering and inventing, right?
It never prevents them. Okay, yeah, it never prevents them.
Right, the intellectual one.
Because
right?
you might ask yourself the question, I wonder how God did this.
Exactly. Right.
Go ahead.
So again, is it a situation where the faith is not necessarily the issue here, because that doesn't prevent you from functioning as a human, right?
It depends. Faith in what?
Faith in the reality that you experience. Because again, when you say reality, right, you're saying that using the same tools other people are using to come to their conclusion, right? The difference being, like, sure, you might be using more sharpened tools of logic and stuff like that, right? But they use those tools as well. And of course, people will typically change their mind on a lot of positions. Like, for example, if you're a Christian, if you're a Christian, and let's say, all your life you've learned that the earth is, 6,000 years old, but then you decide, hey, you know what? I want to teach physics. You go to college and university and you learn that, oh, what they told me in church isn't true about the earth being 6,000 years old, right? If a Christian is able to compartmentalize, right, he'll still remain a Christian while changing his belief on the earth, being 6,000 years old, right, with more evidence and having the capacity to make those measurements himself, right? So all he's going to look at it and be like, oh, well, my experience, right, with Christ or whatever, right, is as real as the things that I'm experiencing, right? If I do not have an organized way to how should I put, what's the word I'm looking for? Help me out here. If I don't have an organized way to express that experience, excuse me, and this is core to my my existence. Like, how am I going to function? And I'm asking these questions because I understand what you're saying in a philosophical sense, right? However, there's the actual human reaction sense, how are people going to, you know, if you have all the power to get rid of all religious doctrine, right, and you get rid of it, right, how are you going to deal with people not having that outlet anymore?
Okay. If I'm understanding you right, and I might not be, it seems like my job here is to defend why I want people to be adjusted to the reality instead of having some kind of comfortable, possibly not real thing that they think is real. And first, I want to say I can't imagine why the hell anybody would have to defend that, but granting I need to defend it, there is, if there is magic, it's physics holds whether you know about it or not. And being well adjusted to the actuality, instead of believing things about what is actual that aren't accurate, results in success instead of failures. So it doesn't matter if I understand why or what gravity is. My lack of understanding of it will not allow me to take a bunch of PCP and fly off the edge of a building and not fall. The gravity's gonna work no matter what I think. And that's an extremely, vulgar example. There are subtle examples of how people's believing a thing that isn't true does affect their success in negative ways in the real world. And my gosh, I see so much of that. That it's just. Now that's not the same as I want to take it from them and give them nothing to replace it with, and nor do I think that I'm going to do that in any meaningful way. Talking on YouTube and calling my channel Demolish Doctrine.
Never know. Jesus only spoke to a small amount of people at first. That's
because that's all that were there. And actually, you might notice that the group diminishes in size as the story goes on, and that's because people are ascending. Like, you'd think if you went back to the same town, Lazarus could give you a fist bump or something. Maybe a nice card. Handwritten would be okay. But he doesn't because he's not there. Etc. But what I'm actually talking about is what I think the angels do on their arrival. It's like it's fine for us to sit here now and go, okay, there can be aliens. No, there can't be aliens. They can get here. Fermi paradox. Oh, no, they can't get here. All this stuff. Fine. Heaven shows up. End of discussion. And end of discussion on a lot of discussions.
Sure, that might be the case, right? However, right, it comes back down again. You're essentially asking people, right, to take a specific reading of a book, right?
Sure, a consistent one.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking for, really.
Yeah, and the events that's listed have not happened yet, obviously, right?
Sure.
But
that's why it's all theoretical.
Yeah, but will happen, right? Now the issue that you run into is that you don't have any physical evidence to demonstrate to them, right? There's no way you can say, hey, I know for a fact that this is going to happen. You cannot demonstrate that to them. And so essentially what you're asking them is to believe you, right?
No, I'm not actually, but go on.
Well, let's keep it a buck here, right? If it's a situation where you have the intention of wanting people to have a consistent reading of of this information that they've been given, right?
Yeah.
And therefore, that's going to change their position that they currently have.
It would.
Right? It would, right? If that's the case, you're basically telling them to change their minds and their beliefs, because you can't guarantee that whatever they've adopted is going to come true.
Right.
So the question is,
What's wrong with
you know, the question is, how are you, again, right? Because remember, we're talking about replacement now. You've demolished doctrine, right?
Yeah.
Now you need to replace it. Whatever you're replacing it with, it needs to be better than what the typical religious peddler is peddling.
Odin, where does
right?
that obligation come from? That it has to be replaced with something specific.
Well, if I'm
Richard's
to be
taking that as
considered
the
of human
morality.
beings, I'm not going to snatch someone's rug out from underneath their feet without putting a safety net there, because it's just dang mean. So I mean, in that way, I am assuming a responsibility.
Okay.
When did you sneak in, Hubbles?
Right after our shower.
Yeah. Well, I thought you were going off to bed.
Okay, so I mean, I accept that, and I've actually spent quite a lot of time thinking about my responsibilities and what I'm saying, and the risk to my immortal soul, and all that sort of thing. I've thought about all that stuff. Yes.
So again, right? Because for a lot of people, right, they do believe things, and they are, for example, they become Christians because they believe hell exists, right? And
Okay.
so because they believe hell exists, they want to be good, and they don't want to go to hell, so they want to be good, right? And so and that is grounded in some doctrine. Now you pull that rug out. Now remember, you pull that rug out, and now they're a blank slate.
Tell
And
you what, I
now,
think the real hell is a lot scarier than the idea that they presently have.
I mean, sure, but that's a moot point, because I think what's scarier are people who basically have an outlet for their experience ripped out from them, and not having something that is more concrete, right, put before them.
Sure.
You see, like,
Yeah,
take for
but they'll
example,
reassess. We all do. You adapt. You reassess and find value in what you have in front of you currently.
I
As
mean,
long as there's something there.
as long as there's something there.
Well, wouldn't there be something there?
I mean, it depends. It depends on what people value. A lot of Christians value going to heaven,
It's
whichever
like you're
form that might
suggesting
be.
that religion's only purpose, or I say religion, but belief's only purpose is a crutch.
Also,
No, that's
I'd
not.
like to
That's
stop
not what
a
I'm
little bit
saying.
there, Odin. I think generally when people like the idea of going to heaven, air quotes, it's got nothing to do with heaven. It's got to do with the fact they don't have to accept a mortal soul, so they can think that they get to live forever. They can get to think that they get to see their loved ones again, and they can get to think that they can live in a healthy, perfect body. If that's not what Richard's already offering, I don't know what heaven is.
Well,
that's kind of the point with Richard's does have an alternative to offer. It's not like he's saying your God's wrong, end of story. He's saying that there's another way to look at the way you've been looking at your God, and
this
when
is
I
not
weigh
about
up
this is not about the God. This is about the systems that are put in place, right, through the belief in the existence of that God, or gods, right? So this conversation started with my question, right, asking, does demolished doctrine mean demolishing
Include religion. Yeah.
right? Because religions, right, a lot of them exist, most of them exist, they have doctrines, right? Doctrines being a system explaining certain religious practices or spiritual practices, right?
I
Behaviors,
think I've
laws,
heard
all of
enough.
that
I
stuff.
can actually answer it now. You'll forgive me for being rude, but I've just heard you say it like 5 times now. It's making me insane.
I'm sorry.
So I think I'm ready to answer it. I would personally think it would be easier for a person to have been like nipples deep in some religion where, I mean, they just hook, line, and sinker. They bought it. It was a huge part of their life. And then they went through the pangs of becoming irreligious. And the pendulum swung the other way, and they just felt completely taken advantage of and very insulted and had to go through all of the am I stupid? What the hell's wrong with me? How did I ever believe that? And was it just my parents, my society? Did I participate? And you know, the whole I'm an expert on the bite model thing. And then heaven arrives. Even when they're at that extreme other end of it, they're going to have an easier time accepting heaven than the flippin' Christians. So yeah, I want to destroy religions.
I would rather have the truth
Amen,
than a crutch.
I don't think we really
The truth
need
and
the
a
crutch.
So
Yeah, I'd rather the truth be the crutch.
okay, but again, right? You run into the same problem the peddlers of religion run into. They do not have the physical evidence
Right.
demonstrate that what they want these people to believe, what they
It's true.
believe is the truth, is the
Right.
truth. Because
So what
one,
are you taking away from
hold
them?
on, let me
Yeah,
finish.
what's
Let me finish.
the problem?
Right? Let me finish. Right? Because they cannot demonstrate exactly what happened in the past,
Mm-hmm.
they cannot demonstrate what's going to happen in the future.
Right.
So they are telling people to believe that information or their interpretation of that information. Right? And
Yep,
so
I think
now,
we all agree.
yes. So now,
Sure.
right, you know, you have all the power, you got rid of all of that. Now you're replacing it with something new. What I'm trying to express to you is that what you're offering, right, is not new because you haven't done what the peddlers, right, the previous peddlers failed to do, which is to give people the truth. Truth is in what comports to reality, right? Reality being in the past, reality in the future.
Sure.
Because we do not have access to that, right? The people have no choice but to form beliefs, and because people form beliefs, right? And you want to I'm sure in order for us to exist as humans and not be barbaric, right?
What are you arguing?
You need a system.
Well, first he's trying to open it up for a larger conversation because I requested it. So he's kind of doing the devil's advocate thing, but throwing some of his own beliefs in on top of it in order to make a broader conversation. So don't take this too seriously. He's just trying to give you opportunity to talk. But I think you make some valid points, and I'm not saying they're not valid. It's just that I never said to anyone outside of my profession and my own persuasion that I think they should believe this. But what I have said is this is more consistent with the reality that we can show. This is more consistent within the text that you claim your religious beliefs are based in. I've said things like that because in no way do I think that my level of confidence in a claim is the veracity of that claim. So I'm not asking them to believe anything.
Yeah, but there's something on the table here about replacing a belief that they're leaning on and that they use to form ideas about their reality. And I'm saying, what do you lose even if you do that? If what they're believing is not based on fact either, then it's a lateral move at best.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm. That's exactly what I'm trying to point out here. Dammy.
I'm just saying that's non-consequential, Odin. It's non-consequential.
No, but
Yeah,
that's the.
I
But that's what
I'm
I'm.
bowing out because I've missed something quite important. I think I'm not
You
sure
shouldn't
what.
bow out.
No, don't bow
No, no,
out.
no, no.
I'm
I'm
just.
saying. I just
I'm
mean
just
of this
messing with you.
conversation because I can't. I'm really struggling to get my head around Odin's point. I know he has one, and I don't doubt it. I think it's just
Well, maybe
above
hubby
my.
would paraphrase.
Oh, that if you're going to take a belief system away, you need to replace it with something else. But the belief system that they currently have is not based on anything demonstrable, and what you have to offer is not based on anything demonstrable. So it's a
Right.
lateral move. I think is what Odin and I just agreed to.
Yes. Yes.
Which is
Well,
why I've
You're in the
sorry,
same
go.
situation.
Right, which is why I've always said to be reinterpreted by the angels arriving. Because I realize what you're saying, and you're right. You're absolutely right. But it's not going to be me who changes this. It's going to be the reinterpretation of the fairy tales that changes this.
And tell me if I'm missing the point here, sir. But is it? Let's just. I know we're not specifically saying this, but let's say we're talking about someone going from a fundamentalist Christian point of view, where they think homosexuals are evil and, you know, all the rest of it. Trans don't exist, and they move to something like Richard believe, where he's accepting of all peoples, and there's no judgment on people, and it's really, you know, there's no real hard dogma or rituals to follow, or it's a kind of let's wait and see, if anything. How is that a lateral move? Is that not a move towards or a move upwards away from bigotry, say?
No, because people are bigots. What you're describing are. So
But
again,
see,
I
this
do
is
not.
where I have to
I
push
don't.
back because I've been a bigot
Well,
as a religious person, and then when I lost my religiosity, I lost my bigotry because I could
okay,
now see.
that's fair.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to express to you is that the teachings of Christ within itself is not grounded in bigotry. It is not. The people who adopt his teachings, right? The people who adopt his teachings have other beliefs, right? And so what they're doing is that they are creating doctrines, right, with the Jesus tag on it, consisting, mixed up with their own beliefs. That's why you were a bigot, right? Or you could have been a bigot before you became a Christian, right?
Yeah,
What I'm
that's a
not
bit
talking.
impossible for me, but yeah.
I
I was
mean,
born in.
well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm sorry to break it to you, but people people do not need religiosity.
I
They do not need
understand that, but
politics or anything like that to be bigots.
but that doesn't negate the fact that it does affect people and it can create bigotry in people.
I mean, sure, but the larger issue here, right, is that it's basically going to be replaced by nothing, and you might be perfectly fine, not necessarily grounding your existence, your behavior, or anything like that in anything higher than you, right, or aspiring to anything higher than you, right. But there's a lot of people, in fact, a majority of people, they need that, right? And the issue that I'm having is that the peddlers of religion that these people ascribe to, they failed at a specific thing, right? And that specific thing comes back down to what is demonstrable,
Sure.
right? And
What
if
do
you,
you mean by I sort of take a little bit of issue with the they need that.
I mean, you
I
can take
think that
issue with it, but
people
it's reality. I'm
think
just saying
I
we
think
can argue
people
that
think
point, but
they need
it's
that.
Yeah,
huh?
they definitely think they need that, but I'm not certain they do need it either. I think there is some fringe, like say a David Wood, you know, who needs it in real ways, and the people around him need him to have it, you know. But I think that is so small in comparison to how many people are believing that they are publicly justified in persecuting human beings for those beings being exactly what they are. Where the text is the basis of their religion doesn't actually suggest you should believe those things, but it's only dogma from within a church, which they either found a church to agree with them because they're already jerks, or they were like Sammy was born into it and it's just something they kind of always accepted. Or if they come into it as an adult and they think, well, what, no matter what I'm thinking, this is right. This is the word of God. I have to accept it, and they adopt it for based on something like that. The amount of suffering that is caused by fundamentalist Christians thinking horrible things about their fellow man is much greater damage than David Wood could ever do in his lifetime if nobody regulated him. In fact, I think all the David Woods wouldn't add up to the amount of pain and suffering.
I'm not going to disagree or agree, because me personally, right, within my view, that's a human problem, right? And the issue
Well, what are we talking about then?
well, I'm separating the systems humans use to I'm separating the systems humans operate in from the human being itself. You can ascribe yourself to a
Wait, the
political.
human beings made up the systems.
Yes,
Yeah,
but the
I was
systems
gonna
are
say
separate from them. You have to separate them. They're
How
different.
do you say they're separate?
No, they're
You would
contingent.
okay.
can't have
You
one
are
without the other.
hold on. You are not your political belief. You are not your spiritual belief. They are just beliefs.
Oh,
Well, I disagree
there
that I would say on the topic of religion, you are your religious beliefs.
as in I
I
am
disagree on
Christian.
that.
I am a
I vehemently
Magpie.
disagree on that, because you can change your beliefs, but you as an individual, right? You're not going to change, right? Certain ideas, your perception of certain things might change, but you as an individual isn't going to change, right?
What?
I don't
No,
understand
no.
that.
I think that's
Okay,
absolutely not true. I think we adjust constantly as we learn.
family, let me ask you something. Were you born a bigot? No,
I
right?
don't believe I was born
No,
with any views.
I was trying to be brought up as a bigot. My dad wanted
Yeah.
me to be.
Okay, so it's other humans that are pushing you in that direction. Now,
Yes.
right
Yes,
now,
following
with
these systems built by other humans.
built by other humans, right?
Yes.
Now,
And
do you think?
perpetuated by humans.
Yeah, but do you think it's possible? Would you agree that other systems out there that exist, right, that's of the same religion, that are not bigoted, that do not peddle bigotry?
Yes.
Are there religious systems that do not peddle bigotry? Yes, I think there are.
Okay, with within that same belief frame, right? They believe in
Yeah.
Christ, they're
So
Christians
there's
and stuff like
let's say
that.
there's Christians that
Yeah,
accept. Yeah, there's LGBTQ churches and
Preachers.
all sorts
Yeah,
of
sure.
things. Preachers.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Now, sure, we can argue and say we need more of that, we need more of this. We can make those arguments, right? But the
Right.
reality, but the reality is, if you do not separate people from their beliefs, to me, it's a form of dehumanization. Because as far as I'm concerned, your beliefs, right,
Wait.
are not tangible things that can change.
Yeah,
right?
your
The
beliefs
human
should change. Yeah.
yeah. And so what I'm saying
But
is, what I'm saying is, for the purpose of this conversation, it is important that we separate these things, because again, going back to my point, right? If you say the system and the people are one and the same, getting rid of the system is getting rid of the people. Mass
No.
genocide.
No. That
I'm being
wasn't it.
hyperbolic, but
Yeah, I know, but that wasn't it at all.
No.
okay, so
Well,
that's what I'm trying to steer
I
away
guess-
from,
Wait,
and why I'm separating them.
wait. People's acceptance of ideas make them act on reality in certain ways. When people believe things that are not true and they act on them in reality, there's negative effects. Okay? So the reason that I don't walk around on Christmas Eve looking at building tops trying to find Santa Claus is because I now know that Santa Claus doesn't exist. Now, let's say I only spent 3 hours every Christmas looking for Santa Claus throughout my entire adult life. Well, that's a couple of days I've wasted. Maybe I could have done something a little bit more progressive.
I mean, but that's just you operating on base. That's just you operating on basic instinctual induction, right? That is not the same as looking at an experience or evidence that and coming to the best explanation with the evidence that's being put in front of you, right? Nor is it even a matter of fact. I disagree with the statement you just made, because if someone's a C student and they say, "Hey, listen, I believe that I can become a doctor," right? There is nothing to suggest that that C student can't make his belief a reality.
Okay, I don't
right?
know why he was a C student.
I mean, regardless, the reason
not
doesn't
regardless.
matter. If he believes in something and he works his ass off and he achieves that belief that he's had in his mind that I'm going to become a doctor, right? And he achieves that, then that's a positive.
No, it makes me think that he was a C student because he was bored out of his mind.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you can think that, but the simple facts being presented, the student believe, intent being wanting, becoming a doctor.
Wait,
this is
like potential. Actual potential has nothing to do with it. It's like you're saying actual potentials have nothing to do with the reality.
Yeah, you can be.
That's
you
just
can
not
be the
so.
most.
Yeah, if a person's earning C's in high school, they're not going to be able to complete their medical courses.
Unless the problem was they didn't find any of the high school stuff challenging, and they needed more challenge. They were too freaking smart.
I'm sure, but that's
to get C's.
I mean, I'm sure, but there's nothing in what I just said that says that all throughout his career, right, in trying to become a doctor, all he's going to get in C's.
Okay,
I'm
not
get
getting
our
the
C's.
analogy. Maybe I'm just not getting the analogy. How about that?
Okay.
Could you just state the facts of the reality?
Okay, what I'm trying to express here is using basic induction. We use that to form beliefs. We use deduction to form beliefs. We use inference to the best explanation to form beliefs, right?
Sure.
And I think there is nothing wrong with that. And I think religions and dogma exist because of those things. Now, what I'm trying to express to you is that if the systems created by those things, right? If you get rid of those things and those things are tied to people's identities, you're getting rid of their identity as far as they're concerned.
Okay.
Right? You might not view it that way, right? But as far as you're concerned, you're getting rid of that. Now,
okay.
if what you're
wait, your identity has changed in the last 10 years.
I mean, sure, but
Mine
people
has
aren't looking
changed
at it
in the
like
last
that.
hour.
I mean, sure, right? But there are core things that are associated with their identity, and for a lot of people, it's their religion.
I guess I'll put it this way. Like,
just
I
hold
like
on,
this
just hold on,
question.
just hold on. So the reason why I was essentially begging you guys to not to separate the system from the individual or the humans, right, is because I did not want to have this conversation because I knew it would lead down to this path to where we'll stray from the original point. If what are you, if you're not offering anything better in terms of not leaving people to believe to believe what has not happened yet, and you do not provide any immediate evidence to suggest that that thing is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
You're
I
asking
think we
people
have
to
answered
believe the
that.
same thing that the previous religion peddlers did. It's
And
what you're doing. It's a
we
lateral move.
disagree. That's where we disagree. Because I believe if you're moving away from bigotry and your response was, oh, but
No,
it doesn't
please stop
always
using
cause
bigotry.
bigotry.
Please, not every
Whatever you want to,
religion,
what word
not
do you
every
want me to
religion
use?
is
I'm not
bigotry.
talking about every religion.
I'm talking about every religion. Demolishing doctrine.
See, you're
Yes, that's what I'm
using this
talking about.
black and white logic that doesn't work. It's all or none. I don't agree. If it helps one person, then you've helped one person. Why do you need to fix everybody or nobody? I don't
Because I'm making
understand.
I'm making a universal statement.
Yeah, but you're not reaching the whole universe, Richard. You're reaching like 20 people on YouTube.
Probably, if that.
Like it feels like we shouldn't try and demolish useless doctrine because
it's still a stance
everyone
I
I
take.
know who's lost their doctrine or whatnot, what did you expect? They were going to go crazy or like top themselves? I'm one of those people, and I'm perfectly fine. I don't understand why you're so convinced about this need when, like, do you have this need? I don't. I don't think Richard has it.
So the fact is, if you go around and you poll a lot of people who are religious, it's a part of who they are.
Okay, but at
It's
the
not
very
this need.
beginning,
And so
Richard said he thinks that it is immoral of him to take away what someone already has without replacing it with something better. Does that answer your
okay,
question?
no, I understand that.
But Odin's saying Richard
That's
doesn't
not
have
lost.
anything else to offer.
I did not say that.
Oh.
I did not
Well,
say
then
that.
maybe none of us
Listen,
know what you're
listen,
saying.
listen. Listen. This is essentially what Richard is offering right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
A more grounded, and yes, I'm bastardizing it, but it is a more grounded reading of the Bible.
Right.
That is what he's offering right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'm saying is, okay, whether or not it's his intent to get other people to adopt this read, because he could just see, I'm just sharing my perspective and that's it, right? If it's a situation where more and more people, the hive mind spreads, right? And more people start to gain this belief, right? And be like, yeah, you know what, this makes perfect sense, this makes sense or whatever, right? When you strip away the content and look at the base, when you ask the same questions that you would ask the religious peddler, you'll ask him for evidence to suggest, okay, what shows this happened in the past? What shows this is going to happen in the future? I need you to demonstrate that. What I'm saying is that Richard is going to run into the same problem.
But
And
he's
so
already
because
answered
of that,
this. His answer is you don't need to accept it until they show up, and then you probably should accept it.
but why should anyone, but again, right? Why should anyone listen to anything he has to say and take
I
it
don't think
seriously?
people necessarily should. And I don't
At
expect
that
people
point,
to. Go ahead.
and at that point, why should anyone listen to anything? That's what I mean about these really black and white statements. There's no nuance in anything that you're saying.
Well, he was trying to get the conversation rolling again, as I requested.
He's done a
Yeah,
good job.
yeah. I mean,
It's
to
working.
be fair, his title literally says, demolishing
Debate me,
doctrine,
brah.
right? And it's like, okay, let's pick that and see, let's untangle that and see what that.
So I think what I have to offer is plausible in reality as we know it. That should be attractive. In my mind, that's very attractive. Okay?
Do you want to attract people?
What's that?
Do you want to attract people?
Yes, because I think it will cause them less suffering.
Okay. That now, Sammy, is taking responsibility.
Oh, absolutely.
For what?
For trying to get people to change their minds on purpose. I'm purposefully trying to do that. But I do believe that it will allow them to suffer less than they will if what I'm understanding about the reality is true, then they will if they continue on the path they're on.
So within your just kind of within your worldview, right? So the intended reader is supposed to, whatever he gets from that book, right, is supposed to benefit. He's supposed to use it to benefit humanity on a whole. You agree?
Well, not just that book, all the books, but just the same. Yep.
Yeah.
All the books. Yep.
Right now, would you say that the goal is to reduce suffering as much as possible?
The goal of what? Of him?
The goal. Well, let's just say yes, him. Would you say
the goal of the stories is not to reduce suffering in the immediate sense, but in the eventual sense.
But in the eventual sense. Okay. Right. Now, within your particular reading, right? We obviously have access to the book, hence we're able to talk about it.
Not really.
When you say not really, what do you mean?
In order to have access to the book, you'd have to understand the book properly, which means you're Christ.
So
if you understood all the book properly, you are the Christ, by the way.
I don't know. Maybe I am the Christ. We're kidding.
There's a lot. Well, I mean, Jill thinks he understands it. It's just damn inconsistent, and it's anti-human. Where God says, "I'm a humanist."
Yeah, God is a humanist.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Wait,
go ahead,
Sammy had something. If you can pause.
Oh no! I was just clarifying. So you're saying all we have access to is the human attempts at explaining the story,
right? And the mistake is
which has resulted
looking at it as
yeah, and it's resulted in our religions.
Yes, which are misunderstandings.
And so, but your idea of destroying religion is freeing everyone to finally see that they're all trying to reach the same point and tell the same story, and they've just really messed it up along the way.
Right, which is normally what's predicted in a lot of the stories.
And so, you like to me, you are offering something in place, and it's, in my opinion, this obviously isn't yours because you believe this is as like spot on to reality as you can get. I think any move towards more understanding of actual reality, and I know this is just my subjective opinion about it, but any move towards a better grasp of actual reality is a positive step and not a lateral step. So if you move away from believing in a ghost man that sits on a throne and tells you gays are bad, for example, and I'm gonna keep taking it back there, Odin. And you find anything that helps you move away from that. To me, that's positive, and I know you might just be playing devil's advocate, but I'm still haven't really got my head around what the actual issue is with taking something away that's negative and not necessarily needing to replace it.
That would be really interesting. How about Sammy? If you tried to say positive things, anything you could think of that was a positive benefit to person or persons, whatever group size, about religious beliefs, and Batman, what if you did the opposite? Tried to point out some bad things.
I mean, I don't think we need to do that. We
still be fun though.
I mean, sure, but
can I say something good about religion in general?
My God. Okay, go ahead.
It soaks up time and stops people from being pinko commies.
Hey.
But does it really though?
Yeah. In practice, so far, it does.
It fills up time. I like that.
Jesus was a socialist.
Yeah.
Wait. Why does excessive time lead to being a pinko commie?
Well, not necessarily, right? But
I'm not even sure what
the
that
more
is,
free
but...
time you have, it seems for some reason, and I don't know why, but if you look back in the history of the last couple hundred years, it seems to be the case. The more free time you have, the more time you spend screaming about politics.
Sure.
I definitely think. Yeah. I definitely think religion has been used as an opiate to the masses. No doubt in my mind.
I think humans like systems, and unfortunately, humans, and I don't think humans can operate without a system. I also think humans, at least in our current state, will always find a way to corrupt a system or use it for their own means. And even if we were to replace the current doctrines or systems with, what, for example, Sammy expressed, we're just going to find something else to disagree on and not like about each other. And we'll use that system. We'll get different opinions on that system. And we'll probably...
the solution to all of that is?
Yeah, and well, I think you're also missing an important part. You've sort of done that black and white thing again. You're ignoring the ones that do damage. The religions, for example, that take a baby like me and then program things like the word I'm not allowed to say for some reason into a child. And you can, I guess you can sit there and say, well, maybe you were going to be a bigot anyway. But if you make a child one, it didn't have a choice. If it thinks that is reality, that is the universe as it stands, and that's all you've ever known, and that was created by a system, should you not want to fight that system, whether you have something to replace it with or not? Is the alternative always bad?
Well, again, it depends. It depends on, is it doing more bad and good in the world? Is it providing stability? Right?
Yeah.
Is it providing, charity? Again.
So should Richard change his title to Demolishing Some Doctrines?
Maybe.
Would that solve this whole thing?
I don't know.
Cherry picking religious practices.
I'd like to push back a little bit by saying, what is it that is humanitarian or charitable that is being done by religious practitioners which cannot be done by non-religious people?
That was when you asked about could I list some good things that came from religion. I know I was going to start. I've got a list of things that I benefited. And then I realized that there was nothing there that I couldn't have got in a normal school education or, without the religion, which was how to read well, how to speak well, do public speaking. None of that had anything to do with religion or God.
Right.
I could have learned those things without it. So I can't think of a benefit that it has that you couldn't gain without it.
I mean, sure, but
people go religion shopping, right? So let's say a person believes that you shouldn't hurt anything ever. They're going to end up a Janist.
If they're allowed to, but if they're in a society that won't allow them to leave the state religion, then they can't.
Right. Well, that's also true, but that's going to lead to something. Hillary's, isn't that going to lead to something like they say they profess a thing, they don't believe it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, then that's not really church shopping, and that's not really them finding a system that agrees with their already present mental states and beliefs. But when I see someone who becomes fundamental NIFB, right, and they join that as an adult, it's because they're a hateful prick.
Yes,
that's what that is.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
Can I push back on that a little bit?
Sure.
Logically speaking, you can get any benefit from secular people that you can from religious people.
Mm-hmm.
But in practice, that seems to not be the case.
How so?
I can count the number of atheist food banks on one hand.
Yep, and you know what?
Wait. That's not necessarily fair.
I can almost count the number of atheists on one hand.
On one hand.
Yeah.
They're what percent of the population? All the nuns?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In practice, right? This can change,
but only because
this is a fact that can change.
Yeah.
I mean. So let me just get this out real quick. There are entities and other systems that exist that are irreligious, right? As in their existence is not grounded, or and nor do in any religion necessarily, right, or any god, but they exist to provide a system of a system where people should be able to live together, right? And there are too much countries, unfortunately, that have those systems and they do not provide proper food, water, education, or anything like that. And so religious organizations have to step in order to fund and provide that, right? And the people who donate to those organizations, right, a lot of their money, sure, I will never make the argument and say, there's no corruption in the church there and in charities, right? However, they do have their uses when it comes to that. And sure, does those uses do they might come with the religion system, right? Providing the education, the food, and stuff like that. Sure, in some situations it does.
I think
but not
all you've done there is just repeat CERB, in my opinion. They're only doing it because they are. If you took those same religious people, the majority of those people would still want to help people.
You don't know that.
As atheists.
You do not know that.
You made the same, but you made the exact same claim on the other end.
No, I didn't. Because these people...
you've made several. You've made the claim that people need a system. You can't take a system away without giving them another one. And I'm an example of yes, you can.
I said systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, as in plural, not singular.
But I only had one system. I don't know what you mean.
No,
I
you had
can't
many
lose.
systems. Only one of them was religious.
Yes. But I didn't have to replace it, is the whole point, is the argument.
I mean, you're
I didn't
still
need to
living.
fill it in with another religion or
Well,
another belief in something. I just lost a belief.
I mean, but you're still living in a system. No, you're still living in a
yeah,
system.
but that's not now. You're just having a different argument. We're not just discussing any systems. It's about demolishing doctrine and religion. And your pushback was that you need to replace it. If you're going to take it away, you need to replace it. We're not talking about all systems now.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that the grounding in which the system is formed is no different than the grounding that the previous system is formed in, which it requires people to believe things that cannot be demonstrated to them.
And again, for me, it just comes back to which is less harmful. And for me, it comes back to an ultimate for me as an atheist. The thing that I hold most important is truth. And I want to know as many true things. It's not about how they feel, how they agree, how they help my mental health. I want to know as many true things as possible. And to me, the more true things you know, the better. So
okay,
less true things
why do you
equals
think,
worse.
But why do you think religious people don't want to know true things?
It's not about whether they want to. It's just the fact that they don't.
That's not true.
Yeah. They don't want to know true things because it might interfere with their fundamental beliefs, and they'd rather preserve their current worldview. And
we can demonstrate. We can demonstrate that on certain topics.
When
let's
you
be
say
more
true
specific.
things, what do you mean true
Batman,
things?
let's be more specific. Can a deeply religious person who believes false things because of their religion also know some things that are true and accept them? Absolutely. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the things they necessarily, because of their religious stance, think are true, which things are not true. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so Richard's
like lots
reading.
of religious people believe they have to drink water and eat food, and they're right.
Mm-hmm.
However, when they think they have to kill someone because of their sexual preferences, they're wrong.
Okay, are there actual religions that exist where that's actually, I guess, whomever is the lawgiver that they ascribe to suggest that they do it?
Yes.
Okay, did Jesus ever go around and tell people to kill gay people? No, right? That's would you say that
It depends who you ask.
It does depend on who you ask, because I could make the argument Jesus agrees with and fulfills the Old Testament law, and the way that Christians read Old Testament law says you're supposed to literally kill homosexuals. And the way they read it, it says that quite clearly.
Okay, so again, and this is to your point, Richard, right, where it comes down to consistency. Because if you sit those same Christians down and you apply the real logical pressure and be like, okay, what about this particular law that says that you can't eat this, but you're eating this, or you can't wear this, but you're wearing this, right? They'll say, well,
I can go much bigger than that. They say Jesus is nice, Old Testament God is bad, and they agree with each other.
I mean, sure, but if you hold them to task, right, you run into the inconsistency problem, and so what you run into is, again, it comes back down to three. I think it's ideal to separate these things. You have the God or the idea or the ideal that the people within the religion believe, right? Then you have the 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 doctrines that people have based on those beliefs, right? And those doctrines, from those doctrines come systems in which those people live their lives, right? That's how I separate it, right? Now, I choose to separate these things because I understand that fundamentally people and human beings definitely have the capacity to change their minds about things.
Sure.
Right? Given, new evidence, sometimes no evidence. They can just have a really bad experience or a really good experience with something else, right? And they'll change their minds because I think humans generally go towards what makes sense to them versus, what.
See, but I can say, Batman, that I take the opposite stance to that because people have shown that they can be persuaded of ridiculous things. So,
sure.
Therefore, I'm going to put everyone in that category because that's what you've done. You've said because people can change their mind, you're going to separate the belief from the person from the system. Where I don't think you can separate them. That they're all capable of change.
I mean, you change your theological position. Your previous theological position, right? That was not this thing that's attached to you. You rid yourself of it.
See, it's been replaced by this system, if you want to call it, of atheism that is now my identity.
Atheism is
how is it not who I am? No, I mean, I was sort of responding to someone who in the chat who said atheism is still a system, a theological introspection. It's a lack of a belief, but I was being a bit cheeky. Sorry. But yeah, I've obviously replaced it with a system that I don't really have means to describe. But it's still a system of beliefs and non-beliefs, and I probably have dogmas, I don't think you can ever just take something away. I think we just change.
Yeah.
We grow, or not necessarily grow. Sometimes we go backwards, but we change.
It definitely is change.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily deny that, but I think that's the main reason why I don't think you should tie beliefs to individuality, because those things can get rid of a belief.
So here's what I'd like to see happen. I'd like people to hold on to what's already true and keep that. Sure. And I'd like to see them dump what's not and adopt what is true. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, if you got access to it, then
that's a great way of putting it.
Now, I
but that's a hell of a long channel name.
Yeah, it is. It would be. What I'd like to see is, now I don't think that's going to happen for the majority of people who attach these ideas to their personal identity. You speak to a typical theist who is not philosophically academic. I'll say it that way. And you talk about what they believe and why what they believe is likely not true, and they'll treat it like a personal attack, even if you never mention the person. Even if you never insult them in any way, none of that matters.
Yeah.
Because they've internalized... Go ahead.
You can say Jill, Richard. That's okay.
Because they've internalized the idea where it is a deep and intrinsic part of their identity, how they think of themselves. Okay? I'd like to see less of that kind of a dogmatic idea about the beliefs that we hold, because it's like saying, I will not change, and my best evidence for that is my whole life I've been changing. You know, it's just a goofy idea altogether.
Yeah, I mean, and so to me personally, right, I think that's extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, right, a lot of people tie their religion to their identities. They tie their political beliefs. They tie their philosophies to their identity, and attacking any of those things, right, or attempting to take those things away, is like you're taking away a part of who they are.
That's what they think, yeah.
Right? Oh boy, sir, unmuted. Go ahead.
Ideologically captured, I think is the phrase.
Oh, okay.
I just, not to interrupt, you guys helped me come up with a two-part argument that I just love. That I've never thought of before, and I want to share it if that's okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I'd love to hear it.
Okay. So, the religious, for all practical purposes, has an infinite potential for trying to help. This is the case because praying for others, even if the prayers doesn't work, is trying to help.
It is.
Praying's essentially free. Costs
They did
almost no
something.
time.
Yeah.
However, the atheists don't do that. However, if we measure the goodness of a person by seeing how much of their potentiality to try and help is spent trying to help, then the atheist is almost infinitely better than the religious person. Because they, by definition, basically spend more time trying to help out of their potential trying to help that they have.
That's interesting.
Did everyone follow that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels like a backhanded insult.
Yeah, to both sides, doesn't it?
Okay, I kind of missed.
Remember, Serb's an asshole, so
yeah.
keep that in mind
As long
about
as
this
it was,
argument.
as long as it was to both sides, which is what I would expect from Serb, that's all good. I'm all good with that.
So,
I mean, he is an agnostic atheist theist, after all.
He's a Bobist.
Yeah, I'm a Bobist. Hell, Bob.
Bobist.
So, I think the question of the day really is, did we fulfill the long-awaited requirements to justify the name of this stream?
Of this channel. Yeah.
You're muted.
Sorry, I got used to it. I was muted half the show.
So no.
But yeah, I think yes. I think we have, and I thank you deeply, and I know these conversations don't end until we're all in heaven, and have something to all of these things to agree upon. So I'd like to thank everyone for their time. And does anyone want to shill anything they're doing soon, or just have gotten done?
Odin and I are going to be on MathPig on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah,
what's
yeah,
that
there's
about?
that.
You have to tune in and find out.
You're right.
I'll just fuck you then. I'll ask Matt Pig. He'll tell me.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, true story.
I'll come and bomb it.
He recently met a man who was at the beginning of this show. Actually, shoot. He does fundamentalist Christian review and comedy, and he's going to be on Saturday. Interesting guy, quick guy, catches on to stuff really fast. And apparently does pretty much off the cuff humor. Like, he doesn't review these videos; he just goes live and plays them if they seem ridiculous enough,
yeah.
and comments on it on the way. So that's
And
pretty
Batman
witty.
and Hillary's have invited themselves along, have they?
No.
Oh, Math Pig invited, by name invited them. Yeah.
By name.
Yeah.
It did happen just like
you know, you've made it when you've been invited onto Math Pig.
That's the size of it. Yeah. Anything else anybody wants to shill? Serb? You just
I
go
want
on
to
other
know when
people's
Serb's
channels, don't you?
channel's opening up.
Yeah, I am.
You
I am so ready for it to be a thing.
You're trying to build suspense, aren't you? Be honest.
No, it's. I am so ready for it to be a thing. It's just every time I reach out to someone that I would need to be on the opposite end of me of something, they have zero interest in actually debating me on it. Maybe I can maybe get them to debate someone else.
You need to find people who don't know you, sir.
Yeah, pretty much.
Shoot, I'll argue you. Like I'll say that the whole idea of your chart with God being in the nothing, it pre-suggests there's something called nothing, which is very misleading.
Oh yeah, well I would admit the chart's misleading, so I wouldn't argue that.
I would agree with that.
Right, but I know you did that on purpose to give him an opportunity to look like an idiot too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. I got.
I mean, I know you well enough, but I'd still argue with you.
I got arguments about like what are the necessary properties of a being for it to be the necessary being, and which properties that the being might have that aren't necessary.
Right, because you could always make arguments like, with your limbs amputated, you're not a human. Right? You can make an argument like that. So what's the necessary part?
But if for example, if I talk to a Christian and they list 5 or 6 properties that are like the necessary properties, and then I ask them, is that the full extent of properties that Yahweh has? And they go no, and they list more. That's them admitting that Yahweh isn't the necessary being.
Say that again.
I disagree.
You should disagree. I said that wrong. That's them admitting that there are other possible gods, and that their God might not be necessary.
Okay, now I'm with you.
Because there's a different character that it could be.
Yeah.
Hail, Bob.
Yeah, that old one. Hail, Bob.
I got one for atheists where it's more or less getting them to define God and arguing why they should adopt my definition or something close to my definition.
So you mean the one we already did?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it has the extra at the end of all the arguments why you should adopt my broad definition.
Why should I adopt your broad definition?
Well, in general, because it's not religious centric. I think that's the biggest reason.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, that works for an atheist.
Right. Yeah. Most atheists are atheists globally, but they only ever really ever bother to have a definition if they have one for like Christian kind of God.
True.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, by the way,
It's not very rigorous.
But then there's a tail end of whatever that debate turns out to be, and that is if they do adopt my definition, though, it's basically impossible for them to be an atheist.
Sure.
You could still be an atheist you could still be atheistic upon the premise of a certain God.
Yeah, you can be locally atheist. You can't be globally atheist if you accept my definition.
Can I just address something that was said in the chat earlier?
Sure.
Please, pretty please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just kidding anyway.
Okay, so I glanced something in the chat earlier about someone saying that Batman is an atheist. I'm assuming they're talking about Batman is in the comics, right? You guys do know of a thing that there's something that's called the presence in the Bible. It's basically in the comics, I mean. Batman knows he exists. Batman knows the new gods exist. Batman knows Perpetua, who is the creator of the multiverse, exists. He knows these beings exist. He doesn't believe. He knows they exist. Interacted with them one way or the other.
But then,
Question is, do he see them as being gods? I think so. So technically, Batman is a theist,
but
A
not by
polytheist.
faith.
but not by faith. He's a Gnostic theist. Is that the term? Sorry, help me out here.
Knowledge of the God, Gnostic theist. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Gnostic theist.
but
That's for the
but
chat.
he thinks that he believes they give false hope.
It has nothing to do with that. The fact of the matter is
No,
that
no, that was more a question. So he doesn't like them very
Yeah,
much,
they're
obviously.
malevolent gods.
I mean, I guess it depends. I don't know.
Well, the way he describes them, he goes on a rant about not having time to bother with deities and false hopes. It doesn't sound very cheery.
Yeah, but there are new gods that are good gods, kind of.
And besides, and I didn't bring this up because it wasn't appropriate at the time, but now that we're wrapping this up, just to say that certain people need their religion in order to survive in some meaningful way in life, it is to say that a false hope, if it's needed, is a good thing.
Yes. And that's where, now that we're finished, I do agree with you, Odine. It is necessary in some cases. My own mother, I think, would literally die if she suddenly thought that what she'd believed for 90% of her existence was false, and that she'd wasted her whole life on it.
I'll tell you what, I got a lot more careful toward the end of 2012 because as soon as I'd seen this thing, certain things dawned on me that were logically necessary from the text. And I started talking about it to people. And I met this woman, she must have been, I don't know, late 60s, early 70s. Baptist, super tradition, grew up in it, you know. And I pointed something out to her in the text that was just an obvious contradiction. And you just can't deny that it's there, and the religion doesn't really deal with it. And I watched her for 3 minutes, and I'm not kidding at all. She literally, like, her brain was in an argument, and it physically manifested, and she went like this for 3 solid minutes. That's all she did. And I just sat there watching her, and I was very worried that she was not going to be okay. Like, I was really worried she might die or something. I'm not kidding you. I thought, holy crap, she's twitching. And no one seemed to comment on it. No one in the room seemed to notice. So I'm just kind of like monitoring her. I'm worried I might have to like go jump the table and beat her chest or something to bring her back. And when about 3 minutes was over, she just goes, "Now what were we talking about?" I said, "Oh, I don't remember. Can't recall. Sorry."
Yeah, it's kind of like telling someone that, you know, their child passed away, or, you know, you're gonna die tomorrow because you have this incurable.
Just could not accept it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that deep, and
Yeah.
this is what I'm saying.
It's
significant. Demolish Doctrine. The first time I met Richard, and I saw that term, you know, the first thing came to my mind is like, okay, this guy's got balls, right? But the second thing, you know, as I got to know him and, you know, have these conversations,
Change your mind, and now you know I don't. Okay, cool.
No, I think they're massive, but
isn't that funny?
You know?
Now, I do think that, about Richard, but I've never consciously thought that. Maybe it's an Australian thing. I knew Richard had big balls, but the thing I thought when I saw that was like, fuck yeah, brah.
Yeah, I found it to be very interesting. And so, as the conversations went on, right, and I understood the significance of the name, right? I pondered the question. I didn't feel like it was necessary to ask the question, but since we didn't really, we have to fulfill our debate duty tonight, I figured, you know what? Let me ask the question and see if Richard has thought about this particular perspective of the statement demolishing doctrine.
My judgment is that and let me complicate it further for you, in fact. The fact that the stories exist in the form that they do, where the author would know it was going to cause, etc. What, like the Inquisition, for instance, is a result
the bad,
of
the ugly. Yeah,
all of it. And I think it's a really interesting question, and I know of no way to figure the answer out. I mean, like statistically, did it do more good than harm? Even including end times and the adjustment and the fact that the hero needs to hear all of these stories and understand these things. I take very seriously a line that Christians tend to personalize, and I think they shouldn't, where the text reads, and when the scroll was in my mouth, it was sweet as honey. But when I swallowed it, in my belly, it was bitter. And I think they internalize that too much and go, yeah, I'm super serious, boy, and now I see the impact of it. It's bitter. Shut up. Shut the hell up. But to Christ, like fully understanding all of that and like I think having a really deep understanding of it, maybe he could answer that question.
And
but for me, it's like,
let's all be really honest for a minute, because we all now know Richard's actually a subtle genius. But did everyone think he was crazy at the start? Be honest.
I did.
No.
I did.
I thought, like, when I just got the overview of the whole idea, I was like, man, this is way out there. David and Goliath in the planets, but although I simultaneously thought this is all at once crazy and completely fascinating, and I had to know more. What did you think, Serb? I want to know what you thought.
I mean, honestly, I think almost all beliefs are just psychosis. So when Richard came over, like, okay, yeah, whatever.
Tell us what you really think.
Tell us what you really think.
Not Richard's beliefs specifically. I mean beliefs.
Yeah. No, I
agree.
Yeah. What I can respect is when someone, at least to the best of their ability, attempts to use logic as much as possible and not just like when I argue with Muslims, right? They're so philosophical and logical as opposed to, you've got to interpret the text this way. Like the text it will be referred to, but it's never really this huge debate about the text as much as it is about the philosophy of the belief. And I think I appreciate that more.
Yeah, but when you get
And
into
like,
the specifics of Islam, it gets kind of crazy.
yes, I agree.
Join the hive mind.
I actually
We'll all
think
send.
all of so far everything I've heard about Quran makes sense, and it makes really good solid sense to me, but only in one specific time frame.
Okay,
You
but what
reminded
about the
me.
Hadiths?
I love you, Richard.
What do you think about the Hadiths and Muhammad
Same as
being?
church fathers.
But I'm just saying, does that seem a reasonable position to hold that Muhammad was the best and in every way of any human that's ever been on Earth?
Well, since it's a story about Jesus, just by a different name, and they don't seem to realize that, even though the description doesn't fit people of that time at all in that part of the world. And they accept the description of the guy, and then they don't accept that he's not a person from that part of the world during that time frame. They don't accept that at all.
Richard, you reminded me, and I wanted to thank you.
Of?
I realized today, and I forgot to write it down, Jesus spoke Aramaic. The Aramaic word for God is Elah. Very, very close to Allah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So,
also close to Eli. That's my
just a
son's
random thing to
name.
bring up
I
to
just
annoy
had to
Christians that
mention
think the Muslims believe in a different deity because of the word.
They believe in a different deity than who?
Than Christians. I hear lots of Christians argue that Muslims believe in a different deity because of the word.
Yeah, no, the Muslims already know this.
Yeah.
In fact, they're kind of wrong based on what Christians say about the biblical text, because they're insisting that, and I haven't got very far into it. I admit this. This is premature to say definitively, but I have suspicions that since they identify Allah as creator, the Christian assessment that the Father is God, is the creator, never mind the rest of the Trinity, I don't even want to get into that, then they want to say that the Allah is the same as the Yod, the Tetragrammaton.
Jehovah.
They want to say it's the same as Jehovah, right on, which is fine, but they're doing the same thing the Christians do, taking it beyond its actual intent and purpose in what it creates and how. Saying things like, Allah says and it is. Just like that.
Yeah.
Where I think the truth of it is, if you have a contractual agreement and you're part of a team that does terraforming, and you promise, as being part of that team, because that's your job, that you're going to treat human beings on an earth in a certain way, and you're going to provide for them, a certain environment, and then you're going to invite them into heaven in a certain way, using these 7 spirits as a guideline on how you do that, that is no kind of claim that they created Cirrus, for instance.
And when I know no one's here is exactly a Christian, but
how
what
dare
do Christians say about no true Christian fallacy, about that the idea that God spoke things into existence as opposed to used his holy force or the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit, whatever you want to call it, to create things? Because I never realized the contradiction. Like, I just assumed, his whole, cause with the Jehovah's Witnesses anyway, his Holy Spirit was his force, his magic power. Wasn't a being, wasn't a Holy Ghost. And so that's how, that was his magic power. So he made stuff. And then, because Jesus was the only thing he created himself, and then through Jesus, Jesus got to make creation.
Mm-hmm.
But that ignores this whole God said thing.
Yeah.
God created all the shit when he spoke. So which is it?
You want my opinion on it?
Yeah, well, I'm interested to what do you think Christians say about that, and then your
what do
opinion as
Christians say about it?
well. Yeah.
Well, from what I understand, and I'm trying to do an overview, not pick on any particular religious belief within Christianity, is Jesus is the Word. So when Jesus does something, it is God speaking.
Of course.
I think that's how they settle that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see that mental gymnastics you have to do there. That's what I
Sure, of course.
really don't appreciate. It feels so dishonest. But they'll just say, "Oh, that's apologetics."
Yep.
Yeah, it's. But what's your take on that?
Like the Constitution demands of your country and wherever you live, your township demands that you do and don't do certain things, or being a humanitarian demands that you do and don't do certain things. So it literally has commandments for you, commandments of denial and positive acts.
Oh, and of course because Adam wasn't around, the Bible didn't say God said. The Bible said the Elohim.
Powerful beings did A, B, C, and D until Adam.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then that's when this God idea pops into. Okay.
Right. Because it's a result of what the human is.
At least that's logical. Like, you can't say that about God. Jesus is God's only begotten son, but he is God and he is the Word. And when God spoke, like, that was actually Jesus doing shit.
Yeah.
What?
So one
That's
way
without even getting into the LPT.
What did I even just say?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at it from an exterior view without the apologetic and all the gymnastics that go with them, what do you say? That Jesus is God, the Father is God, the Holy Ghost is God, thereby Jesus is his own Father? Through the Holy Ghost?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and why does Jesus and God get a name, but the Holy Ghost is just the Holy Ghost?
No, the Holy Ghost is Sophia.
Well, then why don't they say in the Father, the Son, and Sophia?
Well,
because then you have
they didn't like that.
You have a feminine in that.
Yep.
Yeah. But even
Yes,
I don't think everyone goes
know
with Sophia
that.
though. But any interpretation of the name of the Holy Spirit in Hebrew, I think, is feminine noun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the story of Solomon receiving wisdom is his receiving of the Holy Ghost. That is guidance from those who know, you know.
Do you know, I just noticed something actually, Richard. And so, like, you're having the same trouble trying to find people. Where are the Christians? Where is the people that want to tell you how wrong you are?
Oh, they're in the side chat.
Who are
They just won't come in and face them in person. Cheryl from Praise
I love that. I have to say, I do like that.
Oh man. So like a part of me really, I don't know how I could ever accomplish it on the internet. A part of me really wants to only debate people that can stay calm through the whole argument. Not because I don't want to have to moderate people, but because I don't want someone thinking that I'm right because they're acting insane.
Yeah, that's a terrible reason. That's like winning a game of chess because the other person's an infant.
Yeah.
That's not what you want.
Yeah, I actually prefer the people that go based off how insane people act, whether to believe them or not. I'd prefer them to be on the opposite side of me. To sabotage that group. not my group.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm going to get that. At least not forever.
Pray for it.
What about some of the people off Fraser's channel? Like, there's a dude called Kevin.
Oh yeah.
There's
okay, but
is he the Aussie one?
No, he's the.
And if not the Aussie one,
he's the
Aussie
fundamentalist.
guy.
I think he's Baptist, but he basically advocates for Calvinist beliefs.
Yeah, and they're pretty outspoken.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I could get some Christians, but like that's only like one of like 10 subjects I have arguments that I want to deal with.
Yeah, but see, once you start, you'll probably find, people start popping up that haven't particularly had arguments with you before, or discussions, or whatever you want to call it.
I think Scholar Fiction is pretty good.
I
think
didn't think
Dr.
about that.
Bowen is pretty good. I think that if you could get Derek from Myth Vision, but I doubt it. Not when you're first starting out.
He's a Christian, right?
No,
Derek?
former Christian.
Former, yeah.
Former Christian.
He's a Reformed Christian, yeah. Actually reformed, like he got out of it. That's what.
Oh, okay.
That's my definition of reformed. I'm trying to think of Christians that I think could make a good argument with you, or from any religion. You could get any Muslim pretty easy.
Yeah, probably. Based on what I know, though, the only sort of argument I think I could do with a Muslim competently would be like the chart, essentially.
Which chart?
Where's God? Where is Yahweh at? Where is Allah?
Okay, because you've shown me a few different charts. Okay.
The Jill one. But
I'm not nowhere near as familiar with their
cosmological,
doctrine.
That's a favorite of Muslims.
Say it again, Sammy.
The Kalam cosmological.
Often a favorite.
Wow.
That is true. Often a favorite. It actually originated in that part of the world in those years.
I could argue against the Kalam. There's all sorts of problems with every version of it.
Yeah.
I might just break
down. Sentinel. I'm trying to come up with names for you. Sentinel Apologetics. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know him.
I've been subscribed to him for a long time, but I've never really watched his streams.
And if you want, I'll tell you how to make fun of his religious beliefs, because there's a few things he says that I would really like to tear into.
Well, let me take a note here. I won't promise to make fun of him, but I might be able to make an argument that basically pokes fun at it.
Okay, you can't have, even in a basin, a depression in the ground, a local flood over the mountains. You can't have both.
You know what, Richard? Maybe you should invite him to your channel for a conversation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Richard. Are you saying that he says you can?
Yeah, he says you can have a local flood. Here's the thing: if you're in a basin, then you can see the ridge around it, which are mountains. So it's just damn silly. You can't have a local flood over the mountains in a basin because it wouldn't be over the mountains.
Unless it's like over the mountains.
Yeah,
Right.
but if it's
Case,
over the mountains, then it's
like,
not. I think it stops being local at that point.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, he's one of
Richard,
those that he's an intellectual. I'm not saying he isn't. He's trying to justify his Christianity in such a way that staying to church doctrinal ideas, it's still plausible. And I think there's no way to do that. What'd you say, Batman?
I was saying, I'm actually part of his Discord too, and I've engaged him quite a few times in the past. So I think it would should invite him to have a conversation, and or a debate, whichever. I think he'll be open to it. He's a pretty chill dude. He's always open for new perspectives and stuff like that.
No, he is good at staying calm. He is not a chill dude. He is good at remaining sounding like he's calm. I'll give you that.
I was just reading that, Richard.
Well, there you go.
There you go. And contingency is their fave. Yeah, that's another favorite of Islam.
Yep.
Muslim. But that's what I mean about the philosophy thing. Although some Christians will go there too, but
No, that's why I said I would be able to competently do the chart argument, because that's all about the contingency.
Mm.
In fact, that's actually the only thing it deals with is contingency.
I think Bart Ehrman has adopted too much of Christianity by accident. So he's doing a really good job, I think, of arguing against other standard Christian ideas, but still is absolutely talking about crazy stuff.
yeah, I can't argue with someone like him because he's obviously done learnings, which I ain't done. But I have always got the feeling that he is a little biased.
I'll point something out to you. In order to have 12 stars in the Seven Sisters, not that there aren't 12 stars there, I'm fine with that. You need a telescope. Okay? By the time you get to the age of telescope, no one anymore believes in the geocentric model. It's heliocentric by then. Everyone had accepted it. Okay? So by the time you can have a telescope and you can see the 12 stars in Pleiades over the head of the woman, so that Virgo is wearing a crown of Pleiades. In order to get that, you're out of the geocentric model, right? Mm-hmm. But you need the geocentric model in order to put the moon at her feet. So there.
Okay, and tie that back to Ehrman for my slow brain.
He makes the argument that it was a point in history where those things lined up at Christ's birth. No.
Weird.
Sorry, no telescope. You're wrong.
But they couldn't have seen it.
Yeah, I thought
Right.
it was Jupiter, Mars, and Venus maybe that were all aligned to be the Star of Bethlehem.
Yeah, well, that's fine that you could say you could see those. And then to those you can add the 5 of those stars that are visible to the human eye, but you won't get 12.
No. I'm just saying I've never heard him make that claim, and it seems absurd to me.
Oh. Well, the other one doesn't work either.
Which one?
The one you just said. Even if you have... Sorry, go ahead.
The conjunction of the 3 planets?
Yeah, 3 plus...
Okay.
3 plus what?
That's just always what I was taught, that it was a conjunction of 3 planets that made the quote star of Bethlehem.
Oh yeah, well, when the planets are in conjunction like that, from our perspective,
right.
it does make a large bright object. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't think that's at all what the story is talking about. You know that.
Right.
Because, I mean, basically you've got a trickster god. It's not a singular object. It's not a star over Bethlehem.
We were taught the star was Satan.
Wow.
Explain that one to me.
Yeah.
I don't know that one.
Because Herod wanted Jesus killed, and obviously so did Satan.
So was Satan lured them there so that they could give away his position.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It was a marker to let the 3 wise men know where Jesus was. Because it doesn't say, I think it's really vague from memory about the star. It doesn't say God put it there. And we would say, well, then if God put it there, why would God put a star above where 3 men were trying to find him to kill him? Oh, it wasn't God, it was Satan.
Who's the guy that just died? The religious apologist, famous?
I have no idea.
No.
It's not Bart Ehrman, is it?
No.
No.
I totally used the wrong name. Sorry, everyone.
Okay.
I'm talking about the guy who just died.
Oh, you talking about the big guy?
I don't
know. Dennis Prager?
White hair.
Heiser.
Oh, Heiser.
Our dying son had it. Heiser made that claim, not Ehrman. Sorry.
Yeah.
My fault. I totally messed up names.
Yeah, so, I mean, it never made sense to me why Christians thought God would put that star there.
Because it allows who to do what?
So the 3 wise men were sent by Herod to actually kill Jesus.
Well,
and to locate him. Satan, yes, one of Satan's demons. It wasn't a star, it was a demon.
What do they do with the text where it says the 3 wise men left by a different way?
What do you mean?
Well, right after that it says, and then they left by a different way. They didn't go back toward Herod.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, that's the whole point is once they saw Jesus, they actually knew he was who he was meant to be. And so they gave him gifts and, and cut and run.
They cut and run. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's...
Which isn't that... Fairly... Like, what's the normal Christian take on that? I thought it was a similar thing.
No, normally we say the 3 wise men knew that some great king was going to be born because of the conjunction of the planets, and so then they brought the gifts, and then there's an explanation of why they chose those 3 gifts. But then Herod intercepted them because they thought that it was going to be in Jerusalem, and he's like, oh, who's this usurper going to be? Well, whenever you find him, go ahead and let me know because I want to honor him too. And then when they got there, they realized it was a little baby, and they're like, no, we're not going to put a hit on him.
Yeah.
No. I know I made a meme of this,
Wow.
so someone's might have seen it, but I always took the story from the position of Joseph, which is I have this new wife, new in the sense that we haven't had sex yet.
Mm-hmm.
She's just giving birth, and then 3 guys show up I've never seen.
Oh yeah. Did he messed up?
So then,
Meaning one of them's claiming
Hillary,
to be the dad, or maybe they're trying to figure out who the dad is. Is that
Yeah,
it, sir?
yeah.
Well, I mean, that would be like if I was Joseph,
Pretty
that'd be
funny.
my first thought. Like, who the fuck are these guys?
It's a more Polish thing.
So, am I right that there was, in actual fact, no reason then for the star? It was just like God declaring, "Look, here's my son being born," or something fancy like that.
People that are into astrotheology just see it as the 3 wise men coming from Persia or Babylon or wherever saw that this conjunction was going to mean something really important, and because of the planets and the location, then they thought there was going to be some new great world leader.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I'm just gonna. There's still something missing there. Like, doesn't it specifically say? So yes, they're inspired by it to travel to Jerusalem. Oh, it doesn't
Frankincense
say
and-
God puts it in the sky.
No.
And that's how you can have people in the same so-called religion say God did it and Satan did it and no one did it. It was just
It says there
normal
appeared.
planet
Essentially, it's there appeared.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, both frankincense
Fascinating.
and myrrh are plant derivatives.
Mm-hmm.
And our dying sun certainly doesn't need an explanation for what gold is, because those things are well translated actually, where a lot of things aren't. That's actually what it reads there. Of course, I would argue that in a binary solar system, the brightest star in the sky in the east would be a singular object and obvious, and that since there is gold, frankincense, and myrrh on this earth, and without Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, the 3 wise men, are literally carrying that. Which is why they have to go through Bethlehem to get to the east, and then have to leave a different way. Because they're on orbits going counterclockwise. Okay, guys. Killing it. Cutting it out for tonight. Thank you very much for your participation in this never-ending conversation. I deeply appreciate it. Last thoughts. Wrap it up, guys.
I'll go first. What a sick panel. You 4 dudes are 4 of what I considered my close internet friends. So this was so much fun. And when I was arguing before Odin, I was doing a bit the same as you. Like, there was a little bit of argument for the sake of it. That was fun.
Yep.
That's all.
Sammy, you should have gone last, because that was so sweet. Nobody's going to top
Oh,
that.
sorry.
No
you
way.
really
I'm
should have
following
gone
it.
last with that one. Nobody wants to follow that. Cerberus.
Yeah.
Last thought.
What Sammy said, except for "I love you more."
My God's bigger.
That's the way.
That's awesome.
Everyone
That's
can
awesome.
just say that.
Batman.
What Sammy said, and join the hive mind.
Plus hive mind. Sure, absolutely. Hillary's.
Hope to see you all day and be great friends.
Yeah, me too. I look
Hope
forward
our
to that.
clones will be great friends.
Yes, our clones will be great friends. Oh, that's so funny, but kind of true. All right, guys, that's it for tonight. Till next time, Thank you all so much. I appreciate all of you. I'm not going to even try to name you all. Thank you very, very much. You add to my experience, and I cannot repay that, but I can say thank you.